Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
The apartment on Velith Prime did not look like a place where anyone had ever lost an argument, and that was entirely by design. Every surface was clean in the specific way that communicated effort had been made to ensure it would never need cleaning. Pale stone counters that reflected the city lights in long, unbroken lines, shelving units that held exactly the objects they were meant to hold and nothing provisional, nothing temporary, nothing that had simply landed somewhere and stayed. The technology was embedded rather than displayed, which was its own kind of display. The window that dominated the eastern wall was floor to ceiling and looked out over the Velith Prime skyline at the hour when the transit lanes lit up in staggered sequences, and the whole city performed its nightly impression of a functioning civilization. It was, by any reasonable measure, an impressive apartment, and Tomil had selected every element of it with the kind of care that would have been deeply embarrassing to admit to anyone who asked. He was standing at that window now, holding a cup of something hot, watching the transit lanes, and losing an argument that had not technically started yet. He could feel it behind him. 3 years had given him an extremely precise sense of when Zara was about to say something, the way certain animals could feel barometric pressure shifting before a storm. She was on the couch with her screen open and her posture arranged in the particular configuration that meant she had already decided how this conversation was going to go and had prepared accordingly. He did not need to turn around to know what was on her screen. He had known since she'd gone quiet 40 minutes ago, which was the specific kind of quiet that meant she was researching rather than sulking, and the distinction mattered because one of those meant the conversation would have sources. He turned around. The itinerary was right there on the screen, glowing with the specific optimism of a travel interface designed to make everything look like the best decision you'd ever made. Riel. Of course it was Riel. It was always Riel with its engineered coastlines and its venues that started at a volume most species reserved for emergencies. Riel where the sand on the famous beaches had been imported from 3 different systems because the local sand was, apparently, not aspirational enough. Tomil looked at the itinerary the way a doctor looks at test results he ordered specifically, because he already knew what they would say. Before you start, he said, which was, he recognized immediately, exactly the wrong thing to say. Zara looked up from her screen with an expression of patient suffering that she had refined to a considerable art over the past 3 years. She was beautiful in the way that certain very expensive and high-maintenance things were beautiful, which was a thought Tomil had developed some private guilt about until he did the math on what she actually cost him monthly, and the guilt became significantly more manageable. She set the screen down on the cushion beside her with the deliberate care of someone placing evidence on a table. I just want to talk about the vacation, she said. I know, Tomil said. That's why I said before you start. Riel has everything, she continued, in the tone of someone who had prepared remarks. The venues this season are supposed to be incredible. Mara and Declan went last month and said it was the best trip they'd taken in years. And the new resort on the eastern coast has a waiting list that Pella somehow got us onto, which took actual effort on her part. And all of our friends are going to be there at some point this season, so it would. All of our friends, Tomil said, is doing a considerable amount of work in that sentence. Zara paused. What does that mean? It means that all of our friends is, on close examination, all of your friends, several of whom I have spent the better part of 3 years attempting to find interesting and have concluded, with some confidence, have the collective intellectual depth of a decorative puddle. Mara and Declan's travel opinions are not, for me, a compelling endorsement. The last time Declan recommended something to me, he was very enthusiastic about a restaurant that had the ambient noise level of a structural failure. You're being difficult, Zara said. Tomil took a sip of his drink. The city outside moved through its sequences, unhurried and indifferent. Difficult, he said, is what people say when they mean correct but inconvenient. Zara picked up her screen again, which meant she was moving to the second phase, which was the part where she stopped presenting and started cataloging. He had been cold lately. He was always cold, actually, but lately more so. He didn't know how to have fun, real fun, not the kind of fun that involved reading technical journals on a balcony somewhere and calling it a vacation. He always made everything about what he wanted. He never considered what she needed. He treated every conversation like a debate he was planning to win rather than a relationship he was supposed to be in. Tomil listened to all of this with the expression of a man reviewing a document he had read many times before and finding it no more compelling on this pass. He did not raise his voice. He almost never raised his voice, because he found raised voices to be the conversational equivalent of increasing the font size on a document, something people did when the content wasn't strong enough to carry itself at normal scale. He set his cup down on the counter with a small, precise click and turned back to the window, where the city continued to perform its indifference far more elegantly than he was currently managing. I have been to Rigel 3 times, he said, to the glass, to the city, to the general concept of the conversation. 3 times I have stood on a beach that glows because someone decided ambient bioluminescence was a personality, surrounded by people having a wonderful time in ways that require absolutely no thought whatsoever, waking up on day 4 with the specific exhaustion that comes not from activity, but from the sustained effort of pretending to enjoy yourself. I would like, on this vacation, to go somewhere that I have not been. Somewhere with something in it worth looking at. Somewhere that does not require a guest list, a DJ, or a consensus from people I find mildly tedious. The room was quiet for a moment. So that's a no, Zara said. That is, Tomil agreed, turning back around, a no. The silence that followed was the kind that had texture to it. Zara let it sit for a moment, which Tomil recognized as a tactical decision. She was giving him time to feel the weight of what she'd said before she said the part that was supposed to land. He waited because he knew the part that was supposed to land was coming, and there was no sense in rushing it. I mean it this time, she said. Rigel or I'm done. I'm not doing another year of this. Tomil noted, in the running commentary that occupied the part of his mind that never fully engaged with the immediate situation, that she had meant it a previous 4 times, which was statistically interesting given that this was only the 3rd vacation argument. The 4th and 5th instances had come from a separate dispute about a dinner reservation he had canceled because the restaurant in question had been reviewed as atmospheric, which he had correctly identified, upon 30 seconds of research, as industry language for too dark to read the menu. Both of those had also been the last time. He had a theory that I mean it this time was less a statement of escalating conviction than a kind of verbal punctuation. She applied to ultimatums the way other people applied exclamation marks, frequently, and with diminishing communicative value. He looked at her. He looked at the Rigel itinerary still glowing on her screen, with its curated photographs of coastlines that had been engineered to look like something that had occurred naturally, which somehow made them worse. He looked at the apartment. The apartment he paid for, specifically the lease in his name, the utilities in his name, the quarterly maintenance fees, and the building's premium access tier that Zara had requested when they moved in because the standard tier didn't include the rooftop garden, which she had used exactly twice. His gaze moved across the shelving, the counters, the wardrobe unit that had somewhere in the past 18 months expanded from 1 panel to 3, which had happened so gradually that he had not registered it as a decision so much as a weather pattern. Things had simply grown. He had simply paid for them. He began, quite without intending to do the math. The math was not kind, but it was extremely clear, which was the thing about math that Tomil had always found both its greatest virtue and, in certain moments, its most inconvenient quality. 3 years of rent on an apartment sized for someone who entertained, though he did not entertain, that had been another request. The space, the address, the view, all of it calibrated to an image of a life that Zara wanted to be seen to be living. The monthly allowance, which had begun as a reasonable figure and had been renegotiated twice, both times in the aftermath of conversations that had somehow ended with Tomil agreeing to things he had not planned to agree to. The wardrobe budget, which had started as a line item and had since become its own document, its own quarterly review, a thing that required attention and revision the way a small business required attention and revision, except that a small business occasionally produced revenue. 3 vacations to Rigel, where he had spent the combined total of 11 days finding architectural features to stand near while Zara located people to be photographed with, groups of friends who were uniformly loud and attractive and interested in him, only to the degree that he was present and paying for things. He ran the total. He held it in his mind for a moment, the way you hold a number that seems wrong before you check it a second time. He checked it a second time. The number was not wrong. The number was, if anything, conservative because he had not included the peripheral costs. The events, the gifts, the 3 separate occasions he had upgraded travel arrangements at the last minute because the original bookings, which he had made carefully and well in advance, were no longer adequate for reasons that were never fully explained to his satisfaction. He now understood with the specific clarity that only arithmetic could provide, a subscription service. He had been a subscription that Zara had never thought to cancel because it auto-renewed without friction and asked very little of her in return. And the asking very little of her in return had not, it turned out, been a feature. It had been the problem. He set his cup down on the counter. The sound it made was very small and very precise. He looked at her with an expression that was, by his own assessment, perfectly calm, because it was the calm of a man who has just completed a calculation and found that the answer, while not the one he might have preferred 3 years ago, was unambiguous. "You're right," he said. Zara's expression did the thing where it started to arrange itself for relief before the actual words caught up with it. "Limey? We should break up," Tomil said. The relief finished arriving and then left again very quickly. In its place came something that moved through several stages with enough speed that Tomil found himself genuinely interested in the sequence. Surprise first, clean and unguarded, which he noted was the most honest expression he had seen from her in some time. Then irritation, because the script had not gone this way, and she was someone who found deviation from the script personally offensive. Then something that his internal monologue assessed after a moment's consideration as upset, not entirely performed, not entirely sincere, somewhere in the range of genuine feeling that has been accessed primarily because the situation called for it and Zara was not, whatever else could be said about her, unskilled at the situation calling for things. He watched all of this with the mild, attentive curiosity of someone observing a process they had read a thorough description of, but never had the opportunity to witness in person. "You don't mean that," she said. "I find," Tomil said, picking up his cup again, "that I do. We've been together for 3 years. "We have," he agreed. "The math on that is also interesting, but I won't go into it unless you'd like me to." She stared at him. Outside, the transit lanes moved through their sequences with their usual complete indifference to whatever was happening inside the apartment, which Tomil found, at this particular moment, quietly companionable. What happened next was, by Tomil's private assessment, one of the more satisfying sequences of events he had experienced in recent memory, which he recognized said something unflattering about the past 3 years, but was prepared to let stand without further examination. Zara was still talking. She had moved from the couch to a standing position at some point during the overlap between his announcement and her processing of it, which gave her remarks a kinetic quality they hadn't previously had. She was covering ground now, moving between the counter and the window and back again, in the specific pattern of someone who finds that motion helps them generate volume. She was making several points. He was aware of this. He was also aware that his personal device was in his hand, because he had picked it up with the same natural, unremarkable gesture with which a person might check the time, and that his account interface was open, and that the rent transfer scheduled, automatic, utterly unexamined for the past 3 years in the way that all auto payments are utterly unexamined until the moment they become negotiating positions, was sitting right there on the screen with a cancel option that was, he noted, extremely easy to locate. He pressed it. The confirmation was instantaneous. The account interface updated with the quiet, satisfied efficiency of a system that had been waiting for someone to make a decision. Zara noticed. She stopped mid-sentence in the specific way of someone whose peripheral vision has just delivered information that the rest of their brain is not yet ready to process. She looked at the device in his hand. She looked at his face. He met her gaze with an expression of mild acknowledgement and gave a small, single nod that communicated, as precisely as a nod could communicate anything. "Yes, that was exactly what you think it was, and yes, I did it while you were talking, and no, I don't find that rude so much as efficient." "Are you?" she started. He was already in the allowance transfer. Monthly, also automatic, also unexamined, also possessing a cancel option that the interface designers had placed with admirable accessibility. He pressed that one too. The confirmation came back the same way the first one had: quiet, clean, immediate. The financial equivalent of a door closing on a room you've decided you no longer need. He made a mental note about the building's secondary account access code. Zara used this account for what she referred to, in the shared household budget document he had created and she had never once opened, as household expenses. His records, which he maintained because he was the kind of person who maintained records and had long since stopped being embarrassed about that, indicated that the account was primarily used for things that were neither household in any functional sense nor expenses in any traditional one. He would have the code changed in the morning. He added it to his task list with the same brisk energy a person might use to schedule a routine maintenance appointment, because that was, when examined honestly, exactly what it was. Zara's volume had increased considerably. This was, he reflected, what happened when the font size went up. The words themselves didn't become more precise. They just took up more space, filled more of the room, demanded more of the available air. She was enumerating. He had always found enumeration to be the most honest phase of an argument because it required the speaker to actually commit to specifics rather than orbiting them. And Zara's enumeration was, he had to admit, more substantive than he had expected. His coldness, his arrogance, his condescension, which she described as so consistent and so thoroughly applied that it had stopped feeling like a personality trait and started feeling like a climate. His habit, and this was the one that gave him a brief, private pause, of being right in a way that seemed specifically engineered to make other people feel wrong, as though correctness were a thing he wielded rather than simply possessed. He considered this list with genuine attention. He found it more accurate than the majority of criticisms he had received over the course of his life, which was a reasonably long list to compare it against. He briefly considered telling her this, that her assessment was, on reflection, largely defensible and demonstrated a clearer understanding of his actual flaws than most people managed after significantly more time in closer proximity. But he ran the likely reception of that response through a quick internal model and concluded that it would not land the way he intended, and that the way he intended was itself probably the problem she was describing, and he decided to let the thought go. He waited until she had finished, or reached a natural pause that was functionally indistinguishable from finishing. "I hope you enjoy Rigel," he said. She stared at him. He had said it without sarcasm, which was, he was aware, unusual enough to be disorienting. There was no inflection on it, no slight curl at the edge of it that would have allowed her to throw it back at him as evidence of something. He meant it in the flat, complete, entirely disengaged way that meant he had already moved past having any stake in what she did next, where she went, what she spent, whose company she kept on a glowing beach that had imported its own sand. She could go to Rigel. She could go to Rigel every season for the rest of her life. She could become the single most dedicated Rigel enthusiast in the outer systems, and he would read about it with the same mild, untroubled interest with which he read about anything that had no bearing on his life whatsoever. He had, in every meaningful sense, already left. "The apartment is mine," he said, because it was, and because she would need a moment to remember that, and he preferred to give her the information now rather than allow it to arrive later as a separate unpleasant surprise. "You have a week to collect your things." He paused because thoroughness mattered. "I've booked a storage unit for whatever isn't collected by the end of the week. The address will be on the building's notice system." She called this passive-aggressive, which was fair in the sense that it was accurate and unfair in the sense that he considered it simply organized, and the distance between passive-aggressive and simply organized was, in his view, mostly a question of whose side you were on. He had booked the storage unit 17 minutes ago, during the early middle section of the argument, because he had seen the shape of where things were going and had always found it more efficient to prepare for a destination while still technically in transit. Planning ahead was not a character flaw. He had always believed this and continued to believe it now, with some additional conviction. Zara gathered the items immediately around her, her screen, her bag, a jacket that had been draped over the arm of the couch for so long he had genuinely forgotten it was hers, with the movements of someone who wanted very much to appear as though leaving was her idea, which it was, technically, in the sense that she had been the one to deliver the ultimatum that had initiated the entire sequence. He thought about pointing this out. He decided against it. He had won in every way that counted and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he had no interest in winning decoratively on top of that. The door closed. The apartment was quiet. Not the tense, pressurized quiet of a conversation pausing to reload, but the clean, simple quiet of a space that had been returned to its natural state. Tomil stood in it for a moment and looked at the city through the window, which was doing exactly what it always did, entirely unbothered by the last 40 minutes. He picked up his cup, found it had gone cold, and went to make another. The number, he thought, running it one more time with the updated figures, looked considerably better already. He allowed himself a small, private moment of satisfaction about this, which he would not have described to anyone as satisfaction because that would have required admitting the pettiness, and he was fully comfortable with the pettiness but preferred to keep it internal where it could not be used against him. He had a vacation to book. He booked the vacation that same evening, sitting at his desk with the star charts open across 3 screens, and the quiet of the apartment arranged around him like something he had earned, which he had, at a price he had finally finished calculating. He did not book Rigel. This went without saying, But he said it to himself anyway internally with a small additional note that he would not be booking anything that appeared on any list recommended by anyone who used the word vibes as a complete sentence, or who had described a location as giving something without specifying what it was giving or to whom. He had, over 3 years of Zara's social circle, developed an extensive internal taxonomy of phrases that indicated a destination had been selected for its appearance in other people's documentation of their own lives, rather than for anything it actually contained. And he applied this taxonomy now as a filter with the focused satisfaction of someone running a very effective piece of software they had written themselves. What remained after the filter, pleasingly, was most of the known systems. He worked through the star charts with the deliberate attention of a man who had been waiting to do exactly this for longer than he had previously acknowledged. Cultural complexity, real complexity, the kind that had layers and contradictions and required actual engagement rather than a guided tour and a souvenir. Historical depth that meant something beyond old enough to have an aesthetic, atmospheric conditions worth experiencing rather than simply surviving. The probability of encountering something genuinely interesting versus something that had been carefully engineered to look interesting to people who lacked the reference points to tell the difference. He had a list of criteria. The list had sub-criteria. The sub-criteria had weightings. He was aware that this was an unusual way to book a vacation. He was unbothered by this awareness. The ship rental took him slightly longer, not because the options were unclear, but because he had standards that the mid-range category required some patience to satisfy. He needed good navigation systems, not because he doubted his own spatial reasoning, which was excellent, but because redundancy was sound practice and he was not going to have an opinion about this. Stealth capability was non-negotiable for reasons that were simply practical and had nothing to do with any particular intention toward any particular destination. The synthesizer unit was the most non-negotiable item of all, because the alternative was sourcing food and supplies from whatever local population happened to occupy the nearest landmass, and he had done that once on an early expedition and had spent 2 days eating something that the locals had described with great enthusiasm, and that had tasted with impressive consistency like warm regret. He found a ship. It was mid-range in price, and rather better than mid-range in actual quality, which suggested the rental company had made a classification error that he saw no obligation to correct on their behalf. He completed the booking, filed a loose itinerary with the agency system, and added a note to the preferences field that he would not require checking communications, that he preferred not to be contacted unless there was a genuine emergency, and that his definition of genuine emergency was specific and did not include promotional offers, satisfaction surveys, or any message that began with the phrase "just checking in." He reviewed the note, considered whether it was too pointed, and decided it was precisely pointed enough. Packing took 11 minutes. This was not the 11 minutes of a person who had tried to pack light and made difficult choices. He had a synthesizer, which rendered the entire concept of luggage largely ceremonial, a ritual performed out of respect for the idea of preparation rather than any actual logistical necessity. He brought his reading archive, which was extensive and organized in a way that would have suggested to any observer that he anticipated having a great deal of time to himself, which he did, and which was the point. He brought a small case of personal items that the synthesizer could not replicate to his satisfaction, certain compounds, certain tools, things that were particular in ways that resisted approximation. He brought the piece of Velethian engineered stone from his desk. It was approximately the size of a closed fist, dark gray with the faint iridescent quality that was characteristic of deep-quarried Velethian stone, and it had sat on his desk for 11 years because he had placed it there when he moved into his first adult residence and had not moved it since. It had no sentimental value. He was certain of this. He had examined the question with reasonable thoroughness on several occasions and consistently arrived at the same conclusion, which was that it was simply a well-formed piece of stone that happened to have been in his possession for a long time, and that keeping it was a matter of continuity rather than attachment, and that the distinction was meaningful even if it would have been difficult to explain to someone else in a way that didn't sound exactly like what it probably wasn't. He packed it in the center of his bag, nested between 2 items that would protect it from any impact, and moved on. The night before departure, he sat at the window again with something hot and looked at the city going through its sequences and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that his internal monologue had nothing particularly pressing to say. This was unusual. His internal monologue was, as a general rule, a busy and opinionated place, a continuous editorial on whatever his immediate circumstances happened to be offering for review. But tonight it was quiet in the specific way of a system that has finished processing something large and is now simply running at idle, not empty, not switched off, just settled in the particular way of a mind that has made a decision it is at peace with and is waiting without impatience for what comes next. He went to bed at a reasonable hour. He slept without difficulty. In the morning, he locked the apartment, took the transit to the departure terminal, boarded the ship, and spent 12 minutes conducting a pre-flight systems check that the rental company's automated process had technically already completed, and that he conducted anyway because he trusted his own assessment of a ship's systems rather more than he trusted a checklist generated by the same company that had classified this vessel as mid-range. Everything was in order. Better than in order, actually. He revised his opinion of the rental company upward by a small but measurable degree, which was more than most things managed. He engaged the drive. Velith Prime fell away beneath him with the smooth, unhurried recession of a planet that had no particular feelings about his departure, which he found appropriate. He did not watch it go in any theatrical sense. He had no interest in the dramatic backward glance, which was a gesture designed for people who needed the visual confirmation that they were actually leaving. He knew he was leaving. He had done the maths. He did note, as the planet reduced itself to a disk, and then to a point, and then to a contextual detail in a larger picture, that the city looked considerably better from this altitude than it did from inside it. This was, in his experience, true of most things they improved with distance, resolved into something more coherent and less demanding once you were far enough away that the details stopped being your problem. He set his first destination. He checked his reading archive. He leaned back in the pilot's seat, which was better than mid-range and therefore better than it had any right to be, and allowed himself, in the privacy of a ship with no other occupants and no witnesses, and therefore no one to whom he would ever need to account for it, to feel something that a less precise person would have called happy. He was more precise than that. He filed it as satisfactory with significant upside potential, and engaged the drive and went. Behind him, in the administrative systems of a rental company that was already not paying sufficient attention, a maintenance flag on a pressure-sensitive safety reset sat quietly in a queue it would not reach for another 6 weeks. The universe, which had been watching his flight path with the patient interest of something that has seen this kind of confidence before and knows exactly what to do with it, made a small note and began to arrange things accordingly. The ship's main cabin, by the time Tomil had been aboard for approximately 4 hours, no longer looked like a rental. This was not accidental. The previous renter had arranged the primary controls in a configuration that suggested either a profound unfamiliarity with ergonomic principles or a species whose dominant appendages were located somewhere Tomil preferred not to speculate about. The navigation inputs were on the left, which was fine, but they were angled toward the ceiling at a degree that required the operator to either crane upward or be significantly shorter than Tomil, neither of which he was willing to accommodate on philosophical grounds. The atmospheric controls were behind the pilot's seat, which meant adjusting the cabin temperature required physically turning around, which meant whoever had designed this configuration believed that comfort was something you should have to work for, which was a belief Tomil found both incorrect and vaguely offensive. He had filed a complaint with the rental agency about the control layout. This was his third complaint in 3 days, and he was aware that 3 complaints in 3 days was the kind of statistic that reflected either very poorly on the ship or very specifically on him, and he had examined this question with genuine intellectual honesty and concluded it was the ship. The first complaint had concerned the default temperature setting, which had been calibrated for a species he chose not to name in the complaint but described, with what he felt was admirable restraint, as apparent enthusiasts of uncomfortable warmth whose comfort requirements should not be encoded as a default for all renters without disclosure. The second had concerned the entertainment archive, which was weighted so heavily toward a particular genre of music that he had classified in his personal log as aggressively repetitive noise organized into what its creators apparently believed constituted a sequence, that finding anything else required a search process that was itself more effort than the entertainment warranted. The third was the control layout. He had rated the overall experience 4 out of 10 in the agency's ongoing feedback system, with a note that he was being generous specifically because the hyperdrive was smooth, and that the rating should not be interpreted as general satisfaction so much as a targeted acknowledgement of the one thing they had managed to get right. He was, despite all of this, having an extraordinarily good time. This was not a thing he processed easily or stated directly, even to himself, because enjoyment was the kind of experience that Tomil approached the way a structural engineer approaches a bridge, with a strong prior toward finding the load-bearing flaws before committing any weight to it. So his internal monologue did not say he was happy, or that he was having fun, or that he was experiencing the warm, uncomplicated pleasure of a person doing exactly what they wanted for the first time in longer than they'd like to admit. What it said was that the experience was operating within acceptable parameters, and that the measurable absence of anyone else's itinerary had produced a corresponding improvement in ambient quality that he was prepared to describe as significant, and that he had eaten 3 consecutive meals synthesized to his own exact specifications without a single suggestion that he try the local cuisine or be more adventurous. And that he had read for 4 uninterrupted hours that morning without once being asked his opinion of music he hadn't chosen, and that all of these things together constituted a set of conditions he found, provisionally, adequate. He was in the outer systems, well past the populated trade routes, moving through a stretch of space that was beautiful in the specific way that vast, indifferent things are beautiful, which is to say it was not beautiful for him, or for anyone. It was simply beautiful in the way that physics occasionally produces beauty as a byproduct of scale, without intent, without audience, without any particular interest in being observed. He found this restful in a way that no deliberately scenic destination had ever quite managed, possibly because deliberately scenic destinations were beautiful at you, which was a different thing entirely and significantly more exhausting. His first real destination was a planet he had wanted to visit for the better part of a decade, a place with a geological formation history that had been written about extensively in 3 different academic traditions, and that contained, according to the most recent survey data, mineral compositions that shouldn't theoretically coexist at that depth under those pressures. Which meant either the survey data was wrong or the planet's interior had done something interesting several million years ago and left evidence, and either possibility was worth several days of direct examination. He had mentioned this planet to Zara approximately 2 years ago, in a moment of enthusiasm he had not quite managed to contain, and she had looked up from whatever she was looking at and said "sounds boring" in the flat, decisive tone of someone issuing a verdict rather than an opinion, and had returned to what she was doing before he'd finished the sentence. He had at the time been irritated by this. He recognized now, with the clear retrospective vision that distance and a smoothly functioning hyperdrive provide, that it had not been irritating so much as clarifying, and that he had simply not been ready to be clarified at that particular moment. He was ready now. He had, in fact, been ready for some time. The planet was 4 days away, and he had a reading archive that could sustain him for considerably longer than that, and nobody was going to describe anything as boring, and everything was going according to a plan that he had made himself based entirely on his own preferences, and the universe had not yet indicated any objection to this arrangement. He was making notes in his personal log, observations about the route's navigational characteristics, a structural outline for a paper he had been meaning to write for 2 years on a topic that Zara had also described as boring, a running commentary on the rental ship's shortcomings that had over 3 days grown long enough that it was beginning to resemble a document with sections and would shortly require a table of contents, when the ship made a sound. It was not, to be clear, a dramatic sound. There was no explosion, no klaxon, no sudden system alert in the specific alarming red that rental ships reserved for situations where the renter might want to begin reconsidering their life choices. It was small, soft, irregular in the specific way of something mechanical producing a noise it had not been asked to produce and could not immediately account for. Tomil's internal monologue, which processed sensory input with the same editorial efficiency it applied to everything else, tagged it as the mechanical equivalent of a cleared throat, the kind of sound a thing makes when it is about to say something you are not going to enjoy hearing, but hasn't quite committed to saying it yet. He looked up from his log. He looked at the console. Every readout was nominal. Temperatures, pressures, drive output, navigation, all of it sitting in the comfortable middle range of a ship that was, by every available metric, functioning exactly as intended. He held the console's gaze for a moment, the way you hold eye contact with someone who has just said something slightly odd and then immediately looked away. Then he returned to his log because the console had made its case, and he was, on balance, inclined to accept it. The ship made the sound again. He put the log down. He did this slowly, with the deliberate calm of a man who has decided that whatever is about to happen, it will find him composed, which was a decision he made on principle and maintained by practice, and which was about to face a more demanding test than usual. He looked at the console again. Still nominal. Still perfectly, cheerfully, suspiciously nominal in the specific way of a console that knows something is wrong and has decided, for reasons of its own, not to mention it yet. Tomil pulled up the secondary diagnostic interface, which was located, because of course it was, on a panel behind the pilot's seat. He turned around, which he had said he was unwilling to do on philosophical grounds, and began to run the diagnostics, which was when the console, apparently satisfied that it now had his full attention, began in earnest. He approached the diagnostic console with the calm, organized confidence of someone who was genuinely very good at this, which he was, and which he felt it was important to establish clearly even in the privacy of his own internal monologue, because competence observed only by oneself still counted, and in some ways counted more. He held 3 advanced certifications in spacecraft systems, 2 of which were current, and 1 of which was technically lapsed in the administrative sense while remaining entirely valid in the practical sense, which was the only sense that had ever mattered to him. He had read the complete technical documentation for this specific rental model on the evening of his first day aboard, because operating machinery without reading the documentation was, in his considered opinion, a form of optimism so naked and undefended that it bordered on a personality disorder. The documentation had been 340 pages. He had read it in 2 hours and 40 minutes, which included the time he spent writing a marginal note on page 186 about an inconsistency in the thruster calibration specifications that suggested the technical writer had confused 2 component designations, and that nobody in the entire production chain had caught, which was a separate complaint he had been saving for a moment of particular irritation. This, he thought, pulling up the first diagnostic might be that moment. The diagnostic ran. He watched the results populate with the attentive patience of someone who already suspected they weren't going to enjoy what they were about to read, and had decided to read it anyway with full attention, because the alternative was not reading it carefully, and that was not something he was capable of. The results came in. He read them. He read them again, because the first reading had produced a result that was interesting in specifically the wrong way. And interesting in the wrong way was the kind of finding that deserved the courtesy of a second pass before you committed to reacting to it. The second pass confirmed the first. Primary energy coupling, fault classification, non-critical system recommendation. Service at next available facility, no immediate operational impact anticipated. He held this assessment in his mind for a moment with the expression of a man who has been told by a weather system that there is no precipitation anticipated while standing in light rain. Non-critical. The coupling that connected the primary energy distribution to every major system on the ship had developed a fault, and the diagnostic system, in its infinite wisdom, had looked at this information and decided the appropriate response was the spacecraft equivalent of a shrug. He pulled up the service schedule for his route. The nearest facility was 6 hours off his current heading. A detour and irritation, a small bureaucratic tax levied by the universe on people who rent ships from companies that calibrate their diagnostics with the same rigor they apply to their control panel ergonomics. 6 hours. He calculated the impact on his overall itinerary, adjusted his arrival estimate at the geological planet, noted that the adjustment was within tolerable parameters, and filed a 4th complaint with the rental agency about the coupling fault, which he rated as unacceptable in a vessel represented as service current, and returned to his log. He wrote 2 paragraphs. They were good paragraphs. He was pleased with them. The ship made the sound again. It was different this time, not the careful, tentative throat clearing of something that hadn't quite committed to being a problem, but something with more weight to it, more texture, the sound of a mechanical component that had moved from clearing its throat to the early productive stages of a cough, and was beginning to suggest that the cough might have ambitions. Tomil looked at the console. The console, with what he was beginning to find a personally offensive consistency, continued to display nominal readings across all primary systems, which meant either the sound was nothing or the diagnostic system had the situational awareness of a particularly optimistic houseplant. Over the following 40 minutes, he received a thorough and unwelcome education in which of those options was correct. The energy coupling degraded. It did not do this dramatically. There was no single catastrophic moment, no clean break that would have at least had the decency to be decisive. It degraded in the patient, systematic, almost methodical way of something that had made a plan, and was executing it with more organizational discipline than the rental company had applied to any aspect of the vessel's maintenance. As the coupling weakened, it began distributing its unhappiness laterally, the way a structural problem in one wall of a building eventually becomes everyone's problem. The navigation array developed a calibration drift, small, less than 0.1%, the kind of thing that was technically within operational tolerance if you were the sort of person who found operational tolerance to be an inspiring standard rather than a baseline beneath which things became actively dangerous. Tomil was not that sort of person. He corrected the navigation drift manually, which took 4 minutes, and which he did with the focused, slightly tight efficiency of someone performing a task they are entirely capable of while being quietly furious about needing to perform it. The manual correction created a compensatory draw on the power distribution system. The power distribution system, now receiving requests it hadn't been designed to handle at this load, routed the additional demand through the coupling. The coupling, which had started the afternoon as a non-critical fault, and had been spending the intervening time quietly revising its own job description, handled this additional load in the way that a person asked to carry one more thing when their arms are already full handles one more thing badly, and with immediate consequences for everything in the vicinity. The hyperdrive began to stutter. Not dramatically, not all at once. The harmonic output, which had been smooth enough to earn his sole positive comment in the rental feedback system, developed an irregularity in its cycling that showed up as a vibration so slight that a less attentive pilot would not have felt it. Tomil felt it immediately, identified it in approximately 8 seconds, cross-referenced it against the technical documentation section on harmonic instability, which he remembered with the specific clarity of someone who had read it 48 hours ago and had a very good memory, and did not like what the cross-reference produced. He dropped to a lower hyperspeed setting. The instability followed him down with the cheerful persistence of a problem that has decided it likes you and intends to stay. He was on the comm with the diagnostic system now, running live queries, watching the numbers in real time with the specific quality of attention that is not quite alarm and not quite anger but occupies the precise uncomfortable territory between them. The state of a highly capable person watching something fail in a way that their capability cannot fully address, because the problem is not one of intelligence or knowledge or competence but of available resources. Which is the most infuriating category of problem there is. He could see exactly what was happening. He understood every step of the cascade with complete clarity. He could have written a paper about it. He could have written a very good paper about it, with detailed diagrams and a methodology section that would have been the best part. He simply could not stop it, because stopping it required replacement components that were not on the ship, and the components were not on the ship because the rental company had sent him out in a vessel that had been signed off as service current by someone whose definition of service current appeared to be, has not yet visibly caught fire. He filed complaint number 5. He did this while simultaneously running 3 diagnostic threads and manually compensating for a secondary thruster imbalance that had developed in the last 6 minutes, because he was excellent at parallel processing, and because filing the complaint was, at this point, less about expecting results and more about maintaining an accurate record of exactly how this had happened and in what sequence, which he intended to present in full at the earliest available opportunity to the largest available audience within the rental company's organizational structure. The hyperdrive gave out entirely at the precise moment he had calculated it would, approximately 3 minutes after he had accepted that it was going to, which was at least the satisfaction of being right in a situation that contained very little other satisfaction. The ship dropped out of hyperspeed and into sublight with a shudder that ran through the hull like the mechanical equivalent of a sigh, the sound of a vessel that had been trying its best and had reached the limit of what trying its best could accomplish. The sublight drive engaged. It sounded, Tomil noted with the detached professional attention of someone cataloging a disaster in real time, significantly less confident than it had an hour ago. He pulled up the star chart and looked at where he was, which was considerably less interesting than where he had been going, and began to recalculate with the grim, methodical focus of a man who has just had his itinerary handed back to him by the universe, with several items crossed out and a note in the margin that said something had come up. The star chart, when it finished resolving, had the specific quality of a document delivering bad news, complete, accurate, and entirely without sympathy for the person receiving it. Tomil looked at it for a long moment. Then he looked at the sublight drive output reading, which had continued its gradual editorial on the subject of how things were going. Then he looked at the chart again, in case it had changed, which it had not, because star charts did not change based on how inconvenient their contents were, a feature he generally respected and was finding less admirable than usual. The nearest port facility was far. Not metaphorically far, not farther than ideal far, but far in the specific numerical sense that produced, when divided by his current maximum sustainable velocity, a travel time that he wrote down, looked at, and then declined to engage with further on the grounds that engaging with it would require him to process it, and processing it would require him to accept it, and he was not, at this particular moment, emotionally equipped to accept it in a way that didn't compromise his ability to function. He set the number aside. He would return to it later, when he was feeling more generous toward arithmetic. What he needed was a planet. Not the nearest port, not a full-service facility, not anything complicated, just a solid surface he could land on, a breathable atmosphere he could exist in, and enough functional stability to wait in reasonable comfort while the rental company located a technician who, based on the quality of service he had experienced so far, he was not expecting to be particularly impressive. He scanned the system. He had noted this system in his pre-trip research, briefly, in the way you note a roundabout on a route you're planning to take at speed. It was there, it was on the chart, it was not in any way a destination. Single star, mid-sequence, 8 planets of varying degrees of geological tedium, one of which hosted a biological civilization at what his civilization's developmental taxonomy would classify as early to mid-stage, which was a diplomatic framework for they've discovered electricity, but haven't done anything particularly surprising with it yet. He had planned a long-range visual, a single log entry, and a course correction that took him clear of the orbital plane by a comfortable margin. He had not planned to need it. He worked through the planets with the grim, methodical focus of a man examining a menu at an establishment he would never have chosen to enter, looking for the least bad option with the full prior expectation that none of the options were good. The first 3 were atmospherically hostile in ways that went beyond inconvenient into the territory of actively committed, compositions that would require full environmental suits, not just for comfort, but for the basic biological requirement of continued existence. He declined these without significant deliberation, noting in his log only that they existed and that their existence served no purpose he could currently identify. The gas giants he dismissed with the brief, professional disinterest they deserved, pausing only long enough for his internal monologue to observe that they were impressively useless, which was at least a form of achievement. One of the mid-range rocky bodies in the outer belt had an atmosphere that the scanner described as having theoretical survivability potential, but theoretical was doing so much structural work in that assessment that the whole sentence was essentially held together by optimism, and he had no interest in testing it personally. One planet was cold in a way that had moved past weather and into something more like a governing philosophy, the kind of cold that wasn't a temperature so much as a worldview, and not a worldview he found compatible with waiting 6 weeks. That left Earth. He looked at Earth. It sat there on the scanner with the unremarkable confidence of a planet that had been doing this for several billion years, and had no particular feelings about whether anyone approved of it or not. By the numbers, it was survivable, which was, at this point, the primary criterion, and the only one the current situation afforded him the luxury of applying. Atmosphere compatible with his biology, which was not surprising. The universe had a limited number of templates it worked from, and recycled them with a frequency that had long since stopped being interesting. Gravity within tolerable range, which meant unpleasant rather than damaging. Liquid water, vegetation, temperature bands across significant portions of the surface that fell within the range that biological life had historically found acceptable rather than merely technically possible. The civilization was primitive in the specific way that Tomil found almost poignant. They had achieved spaceflight in the rudimentary sense that a child achieves swimming by not immediately drowning, had sent a small number of objects beyond their atmosphere, and had apparently found the whole enterprise so alarming that they had slowed down considerably afterward and devoted their energy to arguing about it. Their communications technology was detectable at short range and was broadcasting, as near as he could determine from a quick scan of the signal content, approximately 40% music, 30% people describing their opinions to other people who hadn't asked, and the remainder a category he couldn't immediately classify but which his scanner's cultural analysis module tagged as conflict simulation entertainment, which told him more about the civilization than most dedicated survey reports would have. They would not detect his entry. The stealth systems were mercifully on the short list of things that were still functioning correctly, which meant his descent would be invisible to whatever passed for their detection infrastructure, which, based on everything else he'd seen, he was not particularly worried about. The sublight drive stuttered. The decision, which had technically still been a decision until approximately that moment, became an inevitability. He set course for Earth with the resigned precision of a man performing an action he objects to on principle but has accepted on practicality, and noted in his log that the course correction was being made under duress and should not be interpreted as interest. The descent was rough in the specific way of a vehicle operating outside the conditions it was designed for, not dangerous, not structurally threatening, but communicative in the way of bad roads and tired suspension, every thermal layer in the atmosphere transmitting its opinion of his presence directly through the hull and upward into the pilot's seat. He scanned for population density while the ship bucked intermittently and found a region in the interior of the North American continent. His charts identified it at a resolution that suggested his civilization's surveys of this planet were thorough enough to be useful and dismissive enough to confirm they'd never considered it worth visiting. With population numbers that were low enough to be workable and forest coverage dense enough to absorb a ship, without producing anything that would read as unusual from any currently active monitoring system. He brought the ship down. The clearing was adequate, large enough, private enough, level enough. The trees around it were tall and extremely green and possessed of the specific, total indifference to his circumstances that he was finding to be Earth's most consistent characteristic. The engines cycled down through their shutdown sequence, each system going quiet in turn, until the cabin was silent in a way that was completely different from the silence of deep space, thicker, somehow full of biological ambient noise filtering in from outside, things moving and calling and existing out there in the trees with no awareness whatsoever that anything unusual had just occurred. He sat in it for a moment. Then he picked up his comm device, pulled up the rental company's service contact, and opened a channel with the calm, deliberate composure of a man who has prepared himself for this conversation by accepting, in advance, that it was going to make everything worse. Stellar Voyage's premier craft rental and leisure solutions. Tomil had found the name mildly suspicious when he'd booked, in the way that any name containing 4 nouns and 2 adjectives in sequence is mildly suspicious. It was the naming convention of an organization that had decided the best way to communicate quality was to list every category of quality they could think of and hope the cumulative effect was convincing. He had booked with them anyway because their hyperdrive ratings were good and their insurance terms were straightforward, and he had noted the name in the back of his mind as a data point without yet knowing what it was data for. He knew now. It was data for this. It had always been data for this. The comm line connected on the second pulse, which was the last thing about the interaction that went well. The automated system had a voice that had been designed, with considerable professional effort, to communicate warmth and competence simultaneously, 2 qualities that Tomil noted were not merely absent from the underlying service, but appeared to have been specifically excluded from it, possibly to maintain contrast. The voice was smooth and gently enthusiastic, and had the specific cadence of something that had been tested on focus groups until every rough edge had been sanded off, and what remained was so frictionless it offered nothing to hold on to. It thanked him for contacting Stellar Voyage's premier craft rental and leisure solutions. It said his call was important. It asked him to briefly describe the nature of his issue so that it could ensure he was connected with the right team. He described his issue. He did this with the compressed, precise efficiency of someone who has a great deal to say and has chosen to say the essential minimum because the audience does not merit the full version. Primary energy coupling failure, cascade effect through navigation, thruster balance, and hyperdrive harmonic output. Complete hyperdrive loss, current operational status sublight only and degrading. Current location a planet he named and then immediately regretted naming because it sat in his mouth like an admission of something. The automated system thanked him for that information. It said it sounded like he was experiencing a technical emergency. It said for technical emergencies, his call was being escalated to a live service representative who would be best positioned to assist him. It said his expected wait time was, there was a small pause here that was either genuine calculation or performance, a few minutes. Then there was music. Tomil had a broad and genuine appreciation for music across multiple cultural traditions, spanning several dozen species and several centuries of compositional development, and what was coming through his comm device did not qualify. It was not unpleasant, which was the problem. If it had been unpleasant, he could have reacted to it, could have moved it into the category of things he was objecting to and dealt with it accordingly. Instead, it occupied the precise frequency band that the mind cannot comfortably classify as either ignorable or engaging, the audio equivalent of a slightly loose thread that you notice but cannot reach, present enough to be aware of, insufficient to do anything about, apparently engineered to exist indefinitely in that exact state without ever resolving into something that could be dismissed. His internal monologue classified it, after approximately 90 seconds, as acoustically neutral in the most aggressive way possible, and noted that whoever had composed it had either done so with malicious intent or had stumbled into malice through the purest form of incompetence, and he was not certain which possibility reflected worse on the organization playing it. He was on hold for 11 minutes. He timed it with the precise, unhurried attention of someone who has already decided this information is going into a document and wants the number to be accurate. The representative who answered had a name that translated approximately as Brill, and had the voice of someone who had been trained extensively in the performance of helpfulness as a thing entirely separable from helpfulness itself. A voice that expressed engagement without committing to understanding, sympathy without committing to action, and enthusiasm without committing to anything that could subsequently be held against it. Brill said he was sorry to hear Tomil was experiencing difficulties today. He said it the way people say things they have said a very large number of times, not insincerely exactly, but smoothly, with the frictionless delivery of a phrase that has been worn completely flat by repetition. Tomil said he was also sorry to be experiencing them, and then, because he had not contacted the rental company to share emotional states, asked what was going to be done about it. Brill confirmed that yes, the energy coupling issue was a known fault in this model series. He said this with the light, matter-of-fact tone of someone sharing mildly interesting trivia rather than acknowledging an organizational failure, as though known fault were a category of feature rather than a category of negligence. Tomil asked why, given that it was a known fault in this model series, the fault had not been addressed before the vessel was rented to him. There was a brief pause. It was the pause of a person who has received a question they cannot answer usefully and is deciding how to continue being helpful in the technical sense without engaging with the substance of what they've been asked, the way a river continues flowing after encountering a rock by simply going around it. Brill said he could certainly note that feedback. Tomil said that was not an answer. Brill said he completely understood Tomil's frustration and that he wanted to make sure they got this resolved as quickly as possible, and that he was going to look into technician availability for Tomil's current region. There was a sound of consultation, which Tomil assessed on brief reflection as approximately 60% genuine and 40% theatrical, included to communicate that work was being done on his behalf. He waited. Brill said that a repair technician could be dispatched. There was a quality to the pause that followed this statement, a very slight weight to it, a fractional hesitation that Tomil's pattern recognition flagged before the next sentence arrived. He said good. Brill said the next available certified technician for Tomil's current region was, there was the pause again, doing its work 6 weeks out. The cabin was quiet for a moment. Tomil asked Brill to repeat that. Brill repeated it. He did so with the gentle, practiced finality of someone delivering information they have delivered before, have delivered many times before, and have arrived at a place of complete personal peace about delivering, which Tomil found almost more offensive than the information itself. 6 weeks. He added because transparency was important to Stellar Voyage's premier craft rental and leisure solutions and their commitment to customer satisfaction, that there was a technician available in 4 weeks, but that this technician was not certified for this model series, and he wanted to make sure Tomil had accurate information so he could make the best decision for his situation. Tomil looked at his comm device. Then he looked at the trees through the viewport, which were green and tall and absolutely indifferent to any of this. Then he looked back at the device. He asked, in a voice that had become extremely calm and extremely precise in the specific way of a voice that has decided volume is no longer the appropriate instrument, whether Brill understood that he was on vacation. Brill said he completely understood. Tomil asked whether Brill understood that his vacation was now, as a direct consequence of this conversation being spent on a planet he had not chosen, could not have anticipated, and had classified in his pre-trip research under a heading he described as not worth stopping for, on a ship that could not leave, waiting for a technician whose certification he was already skeptical of for a duration of 6 weeks. Brill said that sounded really frustrating. He said it with genuine warmth, which was the worst possible version of how he could have said it. Tomil asked if there was anything else available. Brill checked. There was not. Tomil asked about emergency dispatch protocols. Brill explained these existed for situations involving immediate physical danger. Tomil asked whether being stranded on a pre-warp civilization's primary planet for 6 weeks qualified. Brill said he could see why that felt significant, and that he wanted Tomil to know his comfort was a priority, and that as a gesture of goodwill he would be happy to apply a 10% discount to Tomil's next rental. Tomil looked at the comm device for a long moment in the way that a person looks at an object they are reassessing the purpose of. He told Riel he would be filing a formal complaint. A comprehensive one. Riel said he could absolutely note that. Tomil said he did not require it to be noted, as he would be filing it himself directly with every available escalation contact in the company's organizational structure, and that Riel's noting of it was therefore redundant, which was, he felt, an appropriate summary of this entire interaction. He ended the call. The cabin was quiet again. Outside, the forest continued its indifferent biological operations, things moving in the undergrowth, something calling from somewhere in the canopy, the ambient noise of a planet that had been running without his input for several billion years, and showed no signs of finding his presence either remarkable or necessary. He opened his personal log. He wrote one line with the flat, decisive energy of a man entering a verdict into a permanent record. Vacation updated. New destination, primitive inhabited planet, duration 6 weeks, amenities unknown, enthusiasm non-existent. He looked at it. He added a second line. The hold music was 11 minutes. This will be in the complaint. He closed the log. He looked at the viewport. He looked at the trees. A bird landed on the hull of the invisible ship somewhere above him, audible as a small, businesslike impact followed by a brief silence, and then a few notes of something that was objectively more musical than anything Stellar Voyage's premier craft rental and leisure solutions had played him, before the bird apparently concluded there was nothing of interest here and left. Tomil did not know about the bird. The bird did not know about Tomil. This was, in the scheme of everything that had happened in the last several hours, probably the most functional relationship he had going on this planet, and it had lasted approximately 12 seconds. He began drafting the complaint. The morning after his arrival, Tomil did what he always did when confronted with an unfamiliar situation. He sat down, opened everything available, and read until he understood it well enough to have opinions about it, which in his experience took less time than most people expected and produced better opinions than most people managed. The ship's cultural database on Earth was not nothing. It was assembled from long-range observation data and a collection of academic summaries that had been written, as all academic summaries of unvisited places are written, by people who had processed a great deal of information about somewhere without ever having the inconvenience of actually going there, which meant the broad strokes were largely accurate and everything that actually mattered about the place had been either missed entirely or flattened into a footnote. He read it all anyway, cover to cover, making notes in his personal log and cross-referencing against his own existing knowledge of civilizations at comparable developmental stages, building a working model with the methodical focus of someone who finds the construction of working models to be one of life's more reliable satisfactions. His conclusions were not generous, but he made an effort to be precise rather than simply dismissive, because dismissiveness without precision was something he associated with people who hadn't actually done the reading. The dominant species was technologically adolescent in the specific way of a civilization that had discovered several very powerful things in rapid succession, and was still in the process of deciding what to do with them, a phase that historically produced both the most interesting art and the most catastrophic decisions, sometimes from the same people in the same decade. They had achieved basic global connectivity, which they used primarily, as far as the database could determine from signal analysis, to argue with strangers, share images of food, and distribute opinions on subjects where the opinion holder's qualifications ranged from extensive to "I have feelings about this." They had a rudimentary space observation program that had produced genuinely useful data and had then, somewhat inexplicably, lost momentum at the precise moment it became interesting, like a reader who puts down a book 3 chapters from the end and never picks it up again. Their social structures were complicated in a way that seemed more archaeological than designed, the accumulated result of centuries of improvisation, each generation inheriting the improvisations of the last and adding their own on top, until the whole thing had the structural coherence of a building that had been renovated 11 times by people who disagreed about load-bearing walls. Tomil found this more interesting than he noted in his log, where he described it as varied and inconsistent, because more interesting than expected was not a conclusion he was prepared to commit to before he had actually seen any of it in person. The database's cultural assessment rated their art and literature and music as of moderate interest, which was the kind of classification that told you more about the classifier than the classified. It was the rating of someone who had looked at the summary of the summary and felt that was sufficient. Tomil revised it mentally to probably worse than that in person, and noted he would update the assessment once he had direct data, which was the intellectually honest position and also the position that left the most room for being right. He was not concerned about blending in physically, which was either fortunate or a coincidence he was not going to waste time finding suspicious. His species and humans were near identical in the ways that mattered for daylight interactions, same basic structural architecture, same general range of coloring and dimension, same bilateral symmetry arranged in the same order. The database noted, as databases on this topic always noted, that this template recurred with notable frequency across inhabited planets, a fact that various theorists had explained in various ways spanning everything from convergent evolutionary pressures to something considerably more ambitious that he didn't have the time or the patience for. The point was that he would not stand out visually, as long as he dressed appropriately and managed, for the duration of any given interaction, not to say anything that revealed the full distance between where he was from and where he was currently standing. The first condition was easily managed. The second he considered more of an ongoing exercise in restraint. The clothing synthesis took 4 minutes. He input the parameters with the specificity he applied to all inputs: regional context, time of year, rural environment, the part of the continent, the approximate social register of someone who is passing through rather than belonging, because there was a difference and it showed in small ways that people registered without being able to articulate. What emerged was dark trousers, boots with a modest heel, a plain shirt, and a jacket in a neutral color that the synthesizer's cultural analysis module had determined was the single least remarkable option available in the current regional context. He put it on. He stood in front of the ship's reflective panel and looked at himself for a moment. He looked, he decided, like someone from here. Specifically, he looked like someone unremarkable from here, someone who would be processed by the peripheral vision of anyone who saw him and filed immediately under person standard, no further action required. This was, he acknowledged privately, perhaps the single most demanding performance of his life, and he was executing it with what he assessed as characteristic competence, which was to say flawlessly. The currency synthesis was straightforward. He had studied the denominations carefully and produced a collection of bills and coins that were physically indistinguishable from authentic examples because the synthesizer did not do approximations. It did accurate reproductions, and the distinction between those two things was one he had spent considerable time being pleased about when configuring the unit. He put the wallet in his jacket pocket. He put his small personal translation and reference device, which looked, from the outside, enough like a local communications device that it would not prompt questions, in the other pocket. He checked both pockets. He checked his reflection again. He was satisfied. He stood at the ship's exit ramp and looked out at the forest for a moment before stepping out. It was quiet in the specific way of places that had not been recently disturbed by anything with intentions. There were sounds, birds conducting their various transactions in the canopy, something small and purposeful moving through the undergrowth, wind doing what wind does in trees, which is move through them without needing to be anywhere in particular. But they were the background sounds of a place going about its own business without reference to him, which he found, given the last 24 hours, more restful quality than he would previously have thought to appreciate. He stepped out. The ramp retracted behind him. The ship, already cloaked, ceased to be visually present in any way, which left him standing alone in a forest on a planet he hadn't planned to visit. In clothes he had manufactured 40 minutes ago, carrying money that had been synthesized from raw material, about to walk toward a human settlement with a confidence that he was aware, on some level, was either his greatest practical asset or the specific quality that was eventually going to cause him the most trouble. In his experience, it was usually both, sequentially, and he had long since decided the trouble was worth the asset. The road his scanner had identified was approximately 2 kilometers through light forest. He covered it in 20 minutes at a pace that he logged, with a precision that he recognized was unnecessary and maintained anyway. As a walk, not a hike, there is a difference and the distinction matters. When the trees thinned and the cracked asphalt of a 2-lane road appeared between them, he stepped onto the shoulder, oriented himself using the sun's position and his own internal sense of direction, which he trusted considerably more than he trusted any satellite-dependent alternative, and picked a direction. A road sign stood at the junction, white lettering on green, the paint beginning to bubble at the lower edge in a way that suggested it had been there long enough to have opinions about the weather. He read it. He translated it. The nearest settlement was 8 kilometers in the direction he was already walking, which he noted in his log as confirmation that his spatial reasoning remained, as always, reliable. He put his hands in his jacket pockets and walked toward whatever this planet was going to offer him, which he expected to be modest, and which he intended to document thoroughly, and which he had already decided he was going to find less interesting than almost anywhere else he could currently be. He told himself, keeping an open mind. The open mind had a fairly low ceiling, but it was open. He smelled it before he saw it, which was his first indication that this civilization's relationship with sensory subtlety was going to require some adjustment on his part. The petroleum byproduct he could account for fuel storage and distribution infrastructure, expected, unremarkable. The other component was something his translation device, after a brief and apparently uncertain consultation with its cultural database, classified as food probably, which was either an honest assessment of the item's ambiguity or a commentary on the database's confidence in its own conclusions, and he was not certain the distinction mattered. The combination of the two was not unpleasant so much as assertive, the olfactory equivalent of someone announcing themselves from the next room before they've opened the door. The gas station resolved into view around a long curve in the road, with the unhurried, matter-of-fact quality of something that had been exactly where it was for a long time, and had no particular feelings about being found. A low concrete building, the color of something that had once had a color and had since arrived at a compromise with the weather. Two fuel pump islands out front, functional and somewhat elderly, maintained in the sense that they still worked rather than in the sense that anyone had done anything optional to them recently. A hand-painted sign in the window advertising a daily special, which did not specify what was special about it or what it was special in relation to, which Tomil noted was either a display of confidence in the product or a complete indifference to the consumer's decision-making process, and he was not certain those were different things. A small parking area containing two vehicles, one of which had a cracked windshield that someone had addressed with a strip of adhesive material in a way that suggested a permanent solution, was not currently the priority. A single fluorescent light above the entrance, flickering with the patient, unhurried rhythm of something that had been flickering for long enough that everyone involved, the light, the building, the people who came and went beneath it, had arrived at a collective acceptance that this was simply how the light was now. He walked across the parking area. A dog was asleep beside the near fuel pump, the large, boneless sleep of an animal that has made its peace with its surroundings completely and is not interested in renegotiating. As Tomil passed, the dog opened one eye, held it open for approximately 2 seconds while it conducted whatever assessment it had the energy for, and then closed it again and returned to sleep. Tomil noted this in his internal monologue as among the more reasonable responses he had received from any living thing in recent memory, and moved on. The door had a handle that required a specific angle of engagement to operate correctly, which he determined on the first attempt, and a small bell above it that announced his arrival with a single thin note that went out into the interior of the building and produced no visible response from anyone. He went in. The interior was exactly what the exterior had implied, a single room that had been organized at some point in the past according to a system that had since been partially revised, partially abandoned, and partially augmented in ways that didn't fully communicate with the original plan, the retail equivalent of a document that has been edited by several people who weren't certain what the previous person had intended. A service counter ran across the back third of the room. Shelves occupied the middle, stocked with a cross-section of goods that told a fairly complete story about what people needed when they were somewhere between where they'd been and where they were going. A glass-fronted cooler of beverages hummed against the wall with the low, continuous dedication of something that had been running for years, and intended to run for several more regardless of anyone's opinion on the matter. Near the window, a wire rack held a selection of paper maps, postcards, and what appeared to be motivational keychains bearing sentiments that Tomil translated one by one with increasing bewilderment at the civilization that had produced them. The coffee machine on the counter was making a sound. It was a complicated sound, not alarming exactly, but textured in a way that suggested a machine that had been asked to continue doing something past the point where it found the doing comfortable, and had decided to communicate this through tone rather than action. It had been running, his internal monologue assessed from the sound profile and the general atmospheric evidence, for approximately the last several years without meaningful interruption. Behind the counter was a woman. She was perhaps 40, perhaps somewhat less, the kind of age that is difficult to determine precisely on humans because some of them arrive at their face early and some of them negotiate with it over decades, and she appeared to be in the latter category, wearing her years in the specific way of a person who had acquired them doing things rather than simply accumulating them. Dark hair pulled back with the practicality of someone who had made a decision about their hair and moved on. A shirt with the gas station's logo on the breast pocket, worn in the way of a uniform that has long since ceased to feel like a costume. She was looking at something on a small screen behind the counter, with the focused, private quality of someone in the middle of a thought they'd been having before he arrived and intended to finish regardless. She did not look up when the bell rang. Tomil moved through the shelves at a pace that was technically shopping and was actually cataloging, building a reference set, cross-indexing against the cultural database, making observations he would add to his log later about what a civilization's convenience retail infrastructure communicated about its priorities, which was, in his experience, quite a lot. The packaged foods were interesting in the specific way that things are interesting when they represent an approach to a problem he would not have approached that way. Several varieties of a corn-derived snack product occupied an entire section of one shelf, each variety distinguished from the others by flavor profiles that his translation device rendered as cheese but louder, the concept of barbecue applied to a corn-based substrate, and ranch as an ideology. He spent a moment with these. He moved on. He picked up the paper map from the wire rack. He did not need the map. He had navigational data on his personal device that made this paper document look like something a child had drawn from memory. Data assembled from orbital survey results, continuously updated, calibrated to a precision that the cartographic tradition represented by this folded piece of paper had never in its history aspired to. He knew exactly where he was. He knew exactly what was around him in every direction to a radius of several hundred kilometers, and could access it with 2 gestures. He picked up the map anyway because it was a reason to be at the counter, and because there was something he wanted from this interaction that wasn't the map, and because he had not yet articulated to himself what that something was, which was itself unusual enough to make him want to stay long enough to figure it out. He took the map to the counter. The woman behind it set her screen down with the clean, decisive motion of someone completing a task rather than interrupting it. There was a difference in how people set things down, he had observed, between those who were done and those who were merely pausing, and she was done. She looked up. Her eyes were dark and direct, and did the thing that observant people's eyes do when they encounter someone new, a quick, comprehensive read, the kind that takes approximately a second and a half and files everything it finds in the appropriate location before the face has had time to react to any of it. She looked at him. Whatever she found, her expression received it and processed it and produced, as output, nothing in particular. No curiosity, no assessment she was willing to display, no performed warmth and no unperformed coldness. Just the baseline expression of someone who has looked at a great many things and is currently looking at one more. Just the map, she said. Her voice was flat in the way that is its own form of precision, not unfriendly, because unfriendly would have been a choice, an expenditure of something, and this was more economical than that. It was the voice of someone who had calibrated their interactions down to exactly what was necessary, and had discovered that what was necessary was usually less than people assumed. She would give him what he'd come for. She had no particular interest in giving him anything he hadn't asked for. And a coffee, Tomil said. He had not planned to say this. The coffee machine was there and he had said it, and those 2 facts were connected in a way he was not inclined to examine at length. Saying just the map had felt, for reasons he was deliberately not investigating, like it would have closed something before he knew what it was, and he was not accustomed to declining information. She turned to the coffee machine without comment. He watched her fill a paper cup with the attentive focus of someone observing a process they don't entirely understand, but are too proud to admit they're finding more interesting than they expected. Her movements efficient and practiced, the movements of someone who has done this particular thing enough times that her hands knew what they were doing without consulting anyone, which left her face free to be somewhere else entirely. He put the map on the counter. He put the money next to it. He waited in the particular way of someone who has decided, without announcing it, that they are in no hurry. She set the coffee on the counter with the same economy she applied to everything else, no ceremony, no announcement, just the cup arriving in the space where it was supposed to be. He paid with a bill from the synthesized wallet, received his change counted back in the flat, practiced way of someone who has made change so many times the fingers do it independently of the brain, and then stood there with the map in one hand and the coffee in the other and did not leave. He was not sure why he didn't leave. The transaction was complete. The map was in his hand. The coffee was in his other hand. The door with the bell was 8 feet away and fully operational. He had the data he had come for, plus several additional data points acquired during the shelf survey, plus a paper document he didn't need, plus a hot beverage he hadn't planned on. By every reasonable metric, his business here was concluded. He stayed at the counter. His internal monologue offered, after a brief and somewhat unconvincing deliberation, that he was gathering observational data, that remaining in proximity to a native speaker in a naturalistic context was a legitimate research activity consistent with his stated purpose of understanding the civilization. He filed this explanation under plausible, unverified, which was the category he reserved for things he had said to himself that he didn't entirely believe, but wasn't prepared to replace with something more honest yet. "You passing through?" she asked. She asked it the way you ask things that fit the situation automatically, the question that the context produces without much participation from the person asking, the conversational equivalent of a reflex, not unfriendly, not particularly curious, just the thing that came next. "Yes," Tomil said. The word landed and sat there, and he found it insufficient in a way he couldn't quite account for, because it was a complete answer to the question she'd asked. "I'm on vacation," he added. She looked at the window. Through it, the road ran in both directions through flat land toward a horizon that offered nothing in particular as a destination. She looked at it for a moment with the expression of someone checking whether the landscape had changed since the last time she looked, confirming that it had not, and returning her attention to him. "Here," she said. "Not specifically here," he said. "The region," he paused, which was not something he did often in conversation because he found pauses to be a form of imprecision, and then said, because he needed to account for his presence in some way that would withstand a follow-up question, "I'm doing a kind of cultural survey." She repeated the phrase back to him, a cultural survey, in the tone of someone trying it a second time to see if it resolved into something more sensible on closer inspection. "It did not appear to. I find the area interesting," he said. He was aware of the statement as he made it. He was aware that he was standing in a rural gas station on a two-lane road in the middle of a flat landscape, on a planet he had landed on because his rental ship had catastrophically failed, telling a woman who worked the counter here that he found the area interesting, and that the area was visually, commercially, infrastructurally, not presenting a compelling case for that position. He said it anyway because it was technically accurate, in the way that a biologist finds a specimen interesting, which was an analogy he kept strictly and completely internal because even he, with his limited sample size of human interactions, could model the reception it would receive well enough to decline to use it out loud. "You're not from around here," she said. Not a question. A conclusion delivered in the flat, decisive tone of someone who has done the arithmetic and is presenting the answer. "No," he agreed. "Where from?" The question was simple. His translation device was operating without any issues. The problem was not comprehension. The problem was that the answer, accurate, complete, geographically specific, was not something he could deliver to a woman behind a gas station counter on Earth in the current century without producing a sequence of consequences he had neither the time nor the interest to manage. He ran through the available options with the speed of someone accustomed to fast decisions and arrived, with some dissatisfaction at the least bad one. "Var," he said. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who has received an answer that is, technically speaking, responsive to the question asked and, practically speaking, the most useless thing he could have said. It was a very specific expression, not offended, not suspicious, just the look of a person noting without drama that they have been given a non-answer by someone who is clearly capable of a real one and had elected not to provide it. "Okay," she said, in the tone that communicates that the conversation remains available if he chooses to make it worth having, and is otherwise concluded at his discretion. He picked up the coffee and drank some of it. It was not good. This was not a subjective assessment based on preference. It was a measurable departure from what coffee, or its functional equivalent, was capable of being when approached with any seriousness. His synthesizer produced a beverage calibrated to his exact specifications, balanced with a precision that accounted for temperature, concentration, and the specific compounds that his biology processed most favorably, and what was in this paper cup bore approximately the same relationship to that beverage as a photograph of a meal bears to the meal. It was dark and considerably more bitter than it needed to be and had been sitting in the machine long enough that it had developed, his palate suggested, a kind of philosophical resignation to its own existence. He drank more of it. He could not entirely explain this, even to himself, and filed it in the same mental category as staying at the counter, under behavior occurring without clear authorization from central decision-making, review pending. "Is the map accurate?" he asked. He did not know why he asked this. The map's accuracy was irrelevant to him in every practical sense available. He had better data on his personal device. He could navigate this continent in the dark, in a storm without the map, without the device, using nothing but the position of the stars and his own spatial reasoning. He asked anyway and waited, and watched her glance down at the map with the brief, assessing look of someone who has been asked to evaluate something they know without having to think about it. Probably, she said. Roads don't move much out here. That's true of most roads, he said. Is it? She said. 2 words. The content was minimal, it was barely a sentence, barely a question, barely anything. But the delivery was the thing. It was the delivery of someone who has heard an obvious statement presented as an observation, and is declining with great economy to pretend that it wasn't obvious. No sharpness to it, no performance of wit, no indication that she found it particularly remarkable, just a mild, dry, precise notice that he had said something that didn't require saying, and she had been paying enough attention to notice that. It stopped him. Not because the content was unexpected, he was entirely aware the statement had been obvious. He had produced it as conversational filler while he was thinking about something else, and part of him had already logged it as inadequate before she'd responded. What stopped him was the quality of the response. It was exactly what he would have said, delivered with exactly the economy he would have used, by a person he had been in the same room with for approximately 4 minutes and had, until approximately 8 seconds ago, been processing as background context. He recalibrated. Not his general position, humans were, categorically and by every available metric, less developed than his own civilization, and a dry response to an obvious statement did not constitute evidence to the contrary. But this specific human had, without his entirely intending it, been moved within his internal taxonomy from the general category to a subcategory that was smaller and more carefully maintained, the subcategory he reserved for things that were worth paying a different quality of attention to. He noted this with the mild interest of someone updating a working model based on new data, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that wouldn't reveal the recalibration. Donna, she said into the pause he had created. He processed this. She had read his expression, whatever his expression had done in the 2 seconds since she'd spoken, and had offered her name in the specific way that people offer information when they've noticed someone is slightly off balance and have decided, without making anything of it, to give them something to hold on to. It was a small, dry, understated act of social navigation, and the understanding it demonstrated about his current state was more precise than he would have liked. In case you needed it for the cultural survey, she added. Tomil, he said. That's not a local name, she said. No, he agreed. She nodded a single nod, the nod of someone who has confirmed a thing they already suspected and finds the confirmation sufficient and the topic closed. Then she picked up her small screen, which was the nonverbal equivalent of a period at the end of a sentence, and returned to whatever she had been reading when he arrived. He stood at the counter for a moment longer than he needed to, which was any amount of time at all at this point, and finished the coffee, which he had now finished for reasons that were entirely unclear to him and that he was deliberately not examining. He picked up the map. He considered saying something, reviewed the available options, found none of them adequate, and said thanks instead, which was technically an expression of gratitude and was practically the only word that fit in the space available. Yep, she said without looking up. He went out through the door. The bell announced his departure with the same thin, indifferent note it had used for his arrival. The afternoon outside was warm and flat and smelled of petroleum and fried food and the particular dry quality of interior air at this time of year, and none of it had changed in the time he had been inside, because 40 minutes was nothing to a landscape like this. He walked back the way he had come. He had a map he didn't need. He had drunk a coffee that wasn't good. He had conducted what was, by any honest assessment, a profoundly ordinary interaction with a person behind a counter in a building he had no reason to enter, and had come away from it with the specific, slightly irritating sense of having encountered something he hadn't finished understanding yet, the way you feel when you've read a sentence that you know means something and can't quite land on what. He did not think about Donna for the rest of the walk back to the ship. He thought about her approximately 6 times. The dog at the fuel pump had not moved. The flickering light above the door was still flickering with the same patient, unresolved energy it had been flickering with when he arrived, committed to neither going out nor staying on. Existing in a permanent state of qualified function that he was beginning to feel was the gas station's organizing philosophy. The road ran back the way he had come, empty in both directions. the asphalt holding the warmth of the afternoon in the specific way of surfaces that have been absorbing heat all day and are in no hurry to give it back. He walked. The sky was doing something he noticed despite having no particular intention of noticing it, the specific blue of late afternoon at this latitude. Not the flat, uniform blue of midday, but the richer, directional blue that happens when the light starts coming in at an angle, and the atmosphere has to do more work with it. The edges were going warm, bleeding toward something that his aesthetic processing, which he generally kept out of the practical parts of his thinking, filed as compositionally significant. It was the kind of sky that appeared in the background of paintings produced by civilizations trying to capture the quality of being somewhere that was, against all reasonable expectation, not bad. He had seen several 100,000 paintings across several dozen civilizations, and he knew what this particular quality of light looked like when someone tried to keep it, and he understood, standing on this road with this sky above him, why they kept trying. He took out his log and noted, atmospheric conditions favorable. Not a general endorsement of the planet. He put the log away and thought about the conversation. He ran it back with the specific quality of attention he reserved for interactions that had produced unexpected data, which this one had not in the content, which had been unremarkable by any objective measure, but in the texture of it, the way it had moved, the way she had occupied her side of it. He had spoken to thousands of people across dozens of planets and civilizations at various stages of development, and the architecture of those conversations followed patterns he could have predicted in advance and usually had. There were people who were intimidated by him, which was common and produced conversations of limited interest, because intimidated people spent most of their energy managing the intimidation rather than actually talking. There were people who performed intelligence for him, which was more interesting but still ultimately a performance, and performances had the fundamental limitation of being designed for an audience rather than for an exchange. There were people who deferred to him in ways that were pleasant in the moment and empty in the retrospect, which described the majority of his interactions with Zara's social circle and a significant portion of his professional ones. Donna had done none of these things. She had spoken to him the way you speak to someone you have no particular reason to be impressed by, which was to say she had spoken to him like a person, not like a remarkable person, not like an intimidating person, not like a person whose opinion of her she was managing, just like a person who was at her counter with a map and a coffee and apparently something to say, and whose presence was neither more nor less interesting than the situation warranted. He turned this over in his mind a few times, the way you turn something over to check whether it looks the same from every angle. It did. She had, within approximately 4 minutes of meeting him, done something that most people never managed in considerably more time. She had treated him as a given rather than a variable, and the effect of this, which he had not anticipated and could not immediately categorize, was both mildly offensive and completely novel, and the combination of those two things was itself unusual enough to warrant attention. He filed this. He was not sure yet under what heading. The forest appeared ahead of him where the road curved and the trees began, and he left the asphalt and moved back through the underbrush toward the ship, following the route he had mapped on his way out by the simple method of paying attention to where he was going, which he had found over the years to be a more reliable navigation strategy than any technology that could lose a signal. The cloaking field was visible to him as a very slight shimmer in the air at the treeline, the specific optical distortion of a field operating at high efficiency, invisible to any sensor array the humans currently had access to and invisible to human eyes under any conditions. Visible to him because he knew precisely where the ship was and precisely what the field's boundary looked like when you knew what you were looking for. He pressed the access panel. The ramp came down. He went in. He sat in the pilot's chair, which was better than mid-range and therefore more comfortable than he was inclined to give it credit for right now, and opened his personal log. He wrote for longer than he normally wrote about a first-day field observation. He wrote about the gas station with the thorough, organized specificity he brought to any fieldwork, the physical layout, the inventory cross-section and what it indicated about the local economic context, the infrastructure age and maintenance patterns, the environmental conditions, the general indicators of what this kind of establishment communicated about the community it served and the people who moved through it. This section was clean and efficient, and exactly as long as it needed to be. He wrote about the coffee. He wrote that it was objectively substandard, which was accurate, and then wrote that it was possessed of a certain unrefined directness that is not entirely without merit, which was more generous than he had planned to be, and which he read back twice before deciding to leave in on the grounds that accuracy required acknowledging what was true, even when what was true was inconvenient. The coffee had tasted like something that knew what it was and had no apologies to make about it, and he found, against his better judgment, that he could not in good conscience describe this as a purely negative quality. He wrote about the map, noting that it was a paper document organized around a road system that had, as Donna had correctly observed, not moved significantly in decades, and that this made it accurate in the specific way of things that describe stable systems, not impressive, not sophisticated, but not wrong. He wrote about Donna last. He wrote 3 sentences. He read them back. He added 2 more. He read those back as well. He sat with the log open and looked at what he had written, which was more than he'd intended and less than he felt was actually accurate, and then added one final note with the decisive, conclusory energy of someone closing a door on a room they are not planning to revisit. The note read, first substantive interaction with local population. Subject, 1 human female gas station operator, name given as Donna. Unremarkable in all categorical respects. Conversation produced 0 useful data. Will not require follow-up. He closed the log. He looked at the paper map, which was sitting on the console where he had set it when he came in and had not yet put away. He unfolded it not because he needed to, not because there was any navigational purpose being served, but because it was there and he was sitting here, and the ship was quiet in the way that enclosed spaces are quiet when there is nothing to do and nowhere to be. The map opened across the console with the soft, resistant sound of folded paper flattening. He looked at the roads, the named ones, the unnamed ones, the thin lines that connected places to other places through distances that the scale bar at the bottom of the map rendered in units that meant nothing to him, and that he converted automatically to something that did. He found the road he had walked today. He traced it with 1 finger from the forest edge to the long curve and past it, and found, in small printed text of a size suggesting modest civic importance, the dot that represented the nearest settlement. A name. A dot. The accumulated cartographic significance of a small human town in the interior of a continent on a planet he had not planned to visit. He looked at the dot for a while. Then he folded the map back up carefully along the original creases, the way you fold something when you are not entirely certain you are done with it, and placed it on the console rather than in the storage compartment where it belonged, because the storage compartment was closed and the console was right there, which was a reason that would not have satisfied him if anyone had asked for one, and which he was therefore fortunate that no one had. Outside, the light finished what it had started on the horizon and the forest went dark by degrees, the birds completing their last transactions of the day and the insects beginning theirs. The whole biological infrastructure of the place shifting registers with the unhurried competence of a system that had been doing this for a very long time. Tomil synthesized dinner, precise, calibrated, exactly what he wanted, and ate it at the console with the map next to his plate. He cleaned up. He ran a brief systems check, noted that nothing had improved and nothing had further degraded, and filed a 6th complaint with the rental agency, this one specifically addressing their failure to disclose the model's known coupling fault at the point of rental, which he considered both negligent and actionable, and said so in terms that he felt were appropriately unambiguous. He went asleep. Outside, the forest made its nighttime sounds, things moving and calling and existing in the dark with complete indifference to the invisible ship parked in the clearing and the person inside it who had written, in a log entry that was wrong in several specific ways he was not yet ready to examine, that a conversation with a woman named Donna had produced 0 useful data and would not require follow-up. The map sat on the console in the dark. It did not move. It was a paper map. It had no mechanism for moving, no capacity for comment, no ability to observe that it had been placed somewhere that was not the storage compartment by someone who had claimed, 3 paragraphs earlier in a personal log, not to need it. If it could have, it might have had something to say about that. He woke on the 3rd morning, looked at the ceiling, and gave it 4 minutes. This was not indecision. Tomil did not do indecision, which was a quality he considered one of his more functional characteristics, and which the people who had worked with him over the years would have described using a different set of adjectives. It was assessment. 4 minutes of lying in a bunk that was technically adequate, in a ship that was technically adequate, looking at a ceiling that was technically adequate and had a scuff mark in the upper left quadrant that had been there when he boarded, and that he had now looked at on 3 separate occasions without it becoming more interesting, and arriving, through the accumulated evidence of 72 hours of technical adequacy, at a conclusion that had probably been available on day 1, but that he had declined to reach until the data was sufficient. The data was sufficient. He sat up. He opened his log. He wrote day 3. Ship is functional. Synthesizer operational. Stealth holding. Immediate material needs met. Psychological needs, he paused at this word, examined it, found it accurate in a way that was mildly uncomfortable, and used it anyway because intellectual honesty was a value he held consistently except when it was about other people, at which point it became a weapon somewhat less resolved. He closed the log. The problem, stripped of anything that would have required him to describe it in terms he found unappealing, was space. Not the vast, indifferent, objectively beautiful outer space that he would have preferred to be moving through right now at a comfortable hyperspeed toward a planet with interesting geology and no rental company hold music. Interior space. The specific square meterage of the problem, which he had calculated on day one because he calculated everything, was approximately 40 square meters containing his bunk, the broken hyperdrive that he had filed 3 additional complaints about since arriving, the synthesizer, the console with the paper map on it, the scuff mark, and 6 weeks of nothing arranged in a row like items on a very uninspiring itinerary. He was going to be here for 6 weeks regardless of what he did about his accommodations. This was not a variable. This was, as the rental company had made comprehensively clear in a conversation he had not enjoyed, and a whole music experience he had timed for legal purposes, a fixed condition of his current existence. Given that the duration was fixed, the only negotiable element was the context in which he experienced it, which meant he had the choice of being stranded on a primitive planet in 40 square meters or being stranded on a primitive planet in something larger. And when he framed it that way, the decision was so obvious it barely qualified as a decision so much as an acknowledgement of the correct answer he had been circling for 2 days. He pulled up the local internet on his translation device. He had spent some time with the local internet already and had formed views about it, which could be summarized as vast, chaotic, occasionally brilliant, structurally committed to the principle that opinion and information were the same thing if you said them with enough confidence, and approximately 60% populated by people explaining things they did not fully understand to audiences who could not verify whether they did. He found it either impressive or exhausting depending on the hour, and this was a morning hour, so he found it exhausting, and navigated through it with the focused efficiency of someone who knows what they want and is declining to be distracted by anything the algorithm thinks they might also want. Accommodation rental. Nearest town, 15 kilometers from his current position, according to the scanner data he had pulled on arrival, a settlement of modest size with the infrastructure of somewhere that had been there long enough to stop trying to prove anything about itself, which he found more promising than the alternative. Several results appeared. He reviewed them all before deciding, because reviewing everything before deciding was how he operated, and he was not going to stop doing it because he was on an unplanned vacation on a planet he hadn't meant to visit. If anything, the circumstances made thoroughness more important, not less. The first 3 listings were rooms within other people's homes, which he dismissed immediately and without guilt because the concept of sharing a domestic space with strangers he had not selected was not a concept he was prepared to engage with under any framing. One listing described the host as fun and social, which he treated as a warning rather than a selling point. Another mentioned that the host loved to connect with guests, which he treated as a threat. He selected the standalone house. It was the 4th result, listed by someone whose profile photograph showed a man in his 50s with the open, uncomplicated smile of a person who had never met a stranger and appeared to consider this an achievement. The listing described the house as a cozy Southwest gem with a fully equipped kitchen, private yard, and all the comforts of home. The exclamation mark at the end of this sentence did some work that Tomil found philosophically objectionable, but the substance was adequate. Standalone structure non-negotiable achieved. Fully equipped kitchen, he didn't need the kitchen, but its presence indicated that the property had been built for actual habitation rather than as an afterthought to someone else's property, which suggested reasonable square footage and adequate ceiling heights. Private yard, he didn't particularly want a yard, but a yard meant a buffer between himself and neighboring properties and their inhabitants and their sounds and their opinions, and he had come to regard buffer space as one of the more undervalued concepts in any civilization's architectural tradition. The price was moderate by local standards. By his standards, it was a figure that meant nothing, because his standards currently operated in a financial context that he had over 3 days come to recognize as one of the stranger aspects of his situation. An irony so complete it had folded back on itself and become something almost philosophical. He was, by any reasonable assessment, in the worst logistical position of his adult life, stranded, shipbound on a planet he hadn't chosen, waiting for a repair technician whose competence he had preemptively rated at 4 out of 10 based solely on their organizational affiliation. He had no local support, no contacts, no resources that hadn't been manufactured from raw material by a machine in the back of his rental ship. He was also, as a direct consequence of that last point, completely and absurdly financially unconstrained, because the synthesizer did not produce approximations of currency, it produced currency, and the distinction between those two things was the difference between a problem and an unlimited budget. The universe apparently had a sense of humor about resource allocation. He noted this in his log without the appreciation it deserved and booked the house for 6 weeks. The deposit processed. The confirmation arrived with another exclamation mark. He closed the listing before the host's profile photograph could become a recurring concern. He packed a small bag, the items he actually wanted with him, which was a different and much shorter list than the items the synthesizer could produce on request, and which included the engineered stone from his desk, his reading archive, and a few things that were particular in ways he preferred not to leave in a cloaked ship in a forest for 6 weeks on the grounds that anything could happen, and he had already exhausted his tolerance for things that could happen this week. He logged the ship. He checked the cloak, holding, invisible to every sensor and eye within the relevant range, the ship entirely absent from the landscape in every way that a landscape registers things. He stepped into the forest. He walked the 15 kilometers to town. He did this on foot, at a pace his internal monologue described as efficient rather than rushed, because he had looked at the local transportation options and found them either inconvenient in timing, philosophically questionable in hygiene, or requiring a level of social interaction with a driver that the morning had not prepared him for. More fundamentally, he was physically capable of walking 15 kilometers without particular difficulty, and paying for transportation he was capable of not needing struck him as a form of intellectual surrender that he was not prepared to make on principle. The road was quiet. The morning was cool. The landscape was flat and scrubby, and extended in all directions with the unpretentious confidence of terrain that had never needed to be impressive and had made its peace with this. He arrived as the town was waking up, shops opening, a coffee establishment of some kind producing smells he categorized as familiar in the general sense, a small number of vehicles moving through streets that had been designed at a scale, suggesting the town had once expected to be larger than it became, and had simply continued anyway. He found the house on the third street he tried, which his spatial reasoning had predicted within a margin of one street, which he considered acceptable. He rang the bell. The door opened almost immediately, with the speed of someone who had been nearby and waiting, and the man from the profile photograph was standing in front of him wearing a smile so genuinely warm and so completely undefended that Tomil's first internal response was to check whether something was wrong with it. Nothing appeared to be wrong with it. "You must be Tom," the man said, with the enthusiasm of someone greeting a person they had been looking forward to meeting, which was an emotion Tomil had not anticipated being on the receiving end of from a stranger at 7:45 in the morning. "I'm Gary. Come on in, I just made coffee." Tomil looked at Gary. He looked at the coffee. He looked at Gary again. "Tomil," he said. "The name is Tomil." "Great name," Gary said, in a way that suggested he would have said this about any name, and stepped back to let him in. Tomil entered the house, which was, he noted with some relief, larger than 40 square meters by a significant margin, had no visible scuff marks on the ceiling, and smelled of coffee and something baked, and made a private note in his internal log that this was probably going to be complicated. He rated Gary a 2 out of 5 before he had finished crossing the threshold, and felt, even as he did it, that this was probably not going to hold. The house was acceptable, which was the most he had been prepared to offer it, and which it had earned without particularly trying. Single-story, quiet residential street, a neighborhood that had the settled, unambitious quality of somewhere that had decided what it was several decades ago, and had seen no compelling reason to revisit the question. The exterior was painted a color that Tomil's translation device identified as sage green, and that he identified as the color of someone who had watched a home renovation program at a vulnerable moment and made a permanent structural decision from it. The yard was small and contained a patio set that had been arranged with the optimistic energy of furniture that wanted to be used, a ceramic pot of considerable size containing a plant that had been dead long enough to have moved from tragedy into decor, and a string of lights along the fence that someone had installed for a specific occasion, and then simply left, which he found oddly representative of something he couldn't immediately name. The interior was clean, which he noted first because it was the most important variable, and he preferred to establish the primary data before moving to the secondary. It was adequately furnished in the way of a space that had been assembled from a checklist rather than from any coherent vision, everything present, everything functional, nothing that had been chosen because someone loved it. The decorative elements had the particular energy of someone who had watched a considerable number of online videos about how to make a rental property feel warm and inviting, and had implemented the recommendations with diligent literalism without quite grasping the underlying principle, which was that warmth could not be produced by the correct placement of objects, but tended to arrive, if it arrived at all, by accident. There were small wooden signs on the walls with motivational phrases on them, the kind of phrases that were designed to be agreed with rather than thought about. One said gather, which was a verb presented as a noun and apparently intended as a domestic directive. Another said live, laugh, love in a font that suggested the designer had made choices. A third said blessed, which Tomil translated processed, and then left in its own category because he genuinely could not determine what work it was doing in the room beyond occupying wall space that might otherwise have prompted someone to think about something. There was a candle on the counter in a glass vessel whose label identified its scent as mountain cedar. He picked it up because he found the concept of encoding a landscape into wax-based aromatics interesting in the way that ambitious failures are interesting, and smelled it. It smelled of something that had been briefed on the concept of mountain cedar by someone who had read a description of mountain cedar written by someone who had seen the words mountain cedar on a previous candle. It was a fine smell. It had simply never been anywhere near a mountain or a cedar, and lacked the confidence that direct experience would have given it. There was a guest book on the kitchen table, a physical book, cloth-covered, with a small pen attached to it by a ribbon, the kind of object that communicated a belief in the durability of handwritten sentiment. He sat down and read it in full, which took approximately 4 minutes because he read everything, and which he subsequently summarized in his log as a document of escalating enthusiasm from people who appear to have been grateful for any horizontal surface. The first few entries were brief and appreciative. By the middle of the book, they had become narrative. By the later entries, several guests had included drawings, and one had written what appeared to be the opening verse of a poem about the patio lights, which he read twice, concluded was not getting better, and moved on from. He was on his second read-through of a particularly detailed entry from a family who had apparently used the house as a base for exploring what they described as the magic of the Southwest, when there was a knock at the door. He opened it. Gary was on the other side, holding a plate covered in plastic wrap with the comfortable confidence of a man who had knocked on this door many times, and expected to be welcomed each time and had, presumably, always been right about this. He was perhaps 50, with the build of someone who had been athletic in an earlier chapter of his life, and had arrived at a reasonable, untroubled accommodation with everything that had happened since. He had a wide, open face wearing an expression of genuine pleasure at the sight of Tomil, which was remarkable primarily because Tomil had been in the house for 40 minutes. They had exchanged a total of 9 words in the doorway that morning, and Gary was apparently delighted by him anyway, on the basis of no additional information, as a matter of what appeared to be settled personal policy. "Hey, welcome, welcome," Gary said before Tomil had said anything, because Gary was not the kind of person who waited for an opening. He arrived with his own. "I'm Gary, I'm your host. I wanted to come by and say hi, make sure everything's good, and I brought these." He elevated the plate slightly, as though the lemon bars needed an introduction. "My wife makes them. She makes them whenever we get new guests. She says it's a welcome thing." He paused, with the particular pause of a man who is about to share a domestic observation he finds amusing. "I think she just makes them and uses the guests as a reason." He laughed at this, a genuine laugh, the laugh of someone who found the people in their life legitimately funny and had not yet discovered any reason to stop. Tomil looked at Gary. He looked at the plate. He conducted a rapid assessment of the available options, which included taking the plate, not taking the plate, and saying something that would bring this interaction to a close in the near term, and determined that not taking the plate was not architecturally possible given the way Gary was holding it and the expression on Gary's face. And that saying something to end the interaction quickly would require a level of social aggression that the situation did not technically warrant, and that he was saving for a higher stakes occasion. He took the plate. "Everything is fine," Tomil said. "The house is adequate." Gary's smile received the word adequate, processed it without any visible distress, and continued operating at full capacity. "Great," he said. "Great. So you're here for 6 weeks, right? That's most people do a week, maybe 2, so that's great. That's really you working remotely or just, taking some time?" "Taking time," Tomil said. "Great, great." Gary nodded with the affirming energy of a person who found all information equally encouraging, for whom the entire spectrum of human response, from excellent news to neutral facts to mild disappointments, registered in approximately the same register of warm acceptance. Tomil was beginning to understand, a man who had either achieved an extraordinary level of equanimity through years of deliberate practice, or had simply been born without the specific neurological feature that caused most people to differentiate between things and find some of them lacking. Either way, the effect was the same, and the effect was profoundly disorienting to someone who had spent his entire life operating on the assumption that judgment was the appropriate response to information. Well, anything you need, I'm literally right next door. Gary gestured toward the adjacent house with the relaxed ease of someone indicating something they considered good news. So just knock any time or text. I put my number in the guest book. Did you see the guest book? Yes, Tomil said. People write the nicest things, Gary said, with a sincerity so total and so undefended that Tomil found, for the second time in as many days, that he could not locate the angle from which to be condescending about it, which was an unusual problem for him and one he was not yet sure how to resolve. He was condescending about most things. He was quite good at it. It was on his list of personal attributes, somewhere between reliable and defining characteristic. Gary appeared to be, by some structural property of his personality, condescension-resistant, not because he was unintelligent, but because he was so thoroughly and genuinely himself that there was nowhere for condescension to get purchase. It was like trying to find a critical angle on sunlight. Tomil told Gary thank you. He closed the door with the measured, deliberate care of someone performing an action they wished to be final. He stood in the hallway and looked at the plate of lemon bars and then at the closed door and then at the wooden sign on the wall that said gather. He took his log out and wrote, host, one human male named Gary domiciled in the property immediately adjacent, which I identified during the booking process but had understood incorrectly as a detail rather than a condition. Enthusiastic. Operates on a frequency of sincerity that appears to have no offsetting. Possibly inexhaustible. Will require a boundary-setting conversation at the earliest practical opportunity, once I determine whether boundaries are a concept his architecture supports. He paused, read this back and added, lemon bars under evaluation. He unwrapped the plate and ate one standing at the kitchen counter, because sitting down would have implied a level of commitment to the activity that he was not prepared to acknowledge. It was, with a completeness that he found genuinely annoying, quite good. The pastry was crisp at the edges and yielding toward the center, the lemon component balanced between sharp and sweet, with a precision that suggested either an excellent recipe or the kind of intuitive calibration that came from making something so many times that your hands knew the answer before your brain had asked the question. It was objectively a well-executed lemon bar, and he was a person who valued precision and execution regardless of the domain, and those two facts were now in direct conflict with his preferred narrative about this house and everyone associated with it. He did not log this. He put the plastic wrap back over the plate, set it on the counter, and went to examine the rest of the house with the focused, preemptive attention of someone who intended to find something to complain about and was prepared to be thorough about it. The bathroom grout was slightly discolored near the base of the shower. He logged this with more satisfaction than the discovery technically warranted, and felt, for the first time since landing, briefly and uncomplicated by anything else, fine. He had, by the fourth day, developed a working taxonomy of Gary's knock. It was always 3 knocks. Always the same interval between them, not rushed, not hesitant. The knock of a man who had considered the question of how to knock and arrived at a system he found satisfactory and had seen no reason to revise. It was the kind of knock that communicated before the door opened that whoever was on the other side of it was genuinely glad to be there, which Tomil had come to find both instantly recognizable and faintly exhausting in the way that relentless good weather is faintly exhausting, technically pleasant, but missing the variation that makes pleasant meaningful. He opened the door with the expression he had been refining over 4 days of Gary-adjacent living, a calibrated arrangement of his features that communicated civil acknowledgement, without anything that could be reasonably interpreted as invitation, welcome, or interest in whatever came next. He had practiced this expression. He felt it was good. Gary appeared to experience it as a warm greeting. Gary was wearing an apron. This was a new development. The apron was a pale blue with text printed on it that Tomil's translation device rendered as a pun involving grilling that operated on the dual meaning of a word he declined to pursue, on the grounds that engaging with it would require acknowledging that it existed, and he was not prepared to do that on a Tuesday. Hey so, and obviously no pressure, completely up to you, Gary began, with the specific cadence of a man formally disclaiming the pressure he was in the process of applying. But we're doing a little neighborhood thing this afternoon. Just the block, a few people, nothing big. Barbecue, some drinks, people hanging out. Sandra's making her potato salad, which honestly, that alone is a reason to come. He said this with the seriousness of a man delivering a genuine endorsement, not a conversational filler. We do it every few weeks, just a getting together thing, and you've been here almost a week and I just feel like… He made a gesture with his free hand that somehow communicated solitary, with such genuine warmth that solitary sounded less like a personal preference and more like a mild medical condition that a barbecue might address. Tomil opened his mouth. He had a decline prepared. It was a good decline, courteous, complete, containing no gap that could be widened into a maybe. He was in the process of deploying it when Gary added, with the uncomplicated directness of a man who had no agenda beyond the words themselves, "It'd be nice to have you." The decline stalled. Tomil's internal monologue, which was normally very good at its job, took a moment to assess the situation and return to finding it found mildly inconvenient. The decline he had prepared was calibrated for the social machinery of people who wanted something from him, his presence as a form of status, his attention as validation, his participation as evidence that they had succeeded in including someone who was difficult to include. He had decades of experience with that machinery and could navigate it without effort. Gary's invitation contained none of it. Gary wanted nothing from him except his company at a barbecue, on the grounds that having his company at a barbecue would be nice, which was the entire sentence and also the entire truth of it, with nothing underneath worth excavating. This created a specific and novel problem, which was that Tomil's standard declines, when applied to an undefended position, felt less like protecting his time and more like refusing something that had cost the other person nothing to offer, which meant refusing it cost him something he couldn't quite name but could definitely feel, sitting in his chest in the approximate location where his more inconvenient responses tended to gather. For a short time, he said. Gary's face did what Gary's face did when things went the way Gary hoped they would go, which was to achieve a state of illumination that was technically just a smile, but that operated at a wattage that seemed to require its own infrastructure. It was, as expressions of uncomplicated human happiness went, thorough. The barbecue occupied Gary's backyard, which was larger than Tomil's and had been arranged with the comfortable, unself-conscious energy of a space that was used regularly and loved without being curated. A gas grill occupied the far corner with the prominence of a significant domestic feature, attended by Gary with the focused, proprietary pride of a craftsman at his medium. A folding table along the fence held an array of food in various containers, the whole arrangement suggesting a collaborative effort by people who had done this before and had a system. 6 or 7 neighbors occupied lawn chairs in configurations that had clearly been arrived at organically over many previous gatherings, the furniture placed with the social precision of a group that had sorted out over years who wanted to be near whom and at what distance from the grill. Children moved through the space with the untethered, purposeless urgency of small creatures operating entirely without itinerary, changing direction for reasons that were invisible to observers and possibly also to themselves, occasionally engaging with the adults and then departing before the engagement had concluded, as though they had remembered something urgent elsewhere and would return when it was resolved. Tomil had been present for approximately 30 seconds when the golden retriever found him. It came from the direction of the grill, moving with the confident, unhurried trot of an animal that knew where it was going and had no doubts about its reception, which was a quality Tomil recognized and found, in this context, ominous. It arrived at his left foot, circled it once in the way of a thing confirming a conclusion it had already reached, and sat down directly on top of it. Then it looked up at him with the calm, total conviction of an animal that has made a permanent decision and sees no reason to discuss it further. Tomil looked down at the dog. The dog looked up at Tomil. Neither of them moved. The dog was large, golden, and serene in the specific way of creatures that had never once doubted that the world was fundamentally well-disposed toward them, and had been proven right often enough to have no reason to revise this assessment. "That's Biscuit," Gary said, appearing at his elbow with the comfortable ease of a man narrating something he found delightful. "He does that with everyone," a pause. "Well, he goes to everyone. I've never actually seen him sit on someone's foot before," Gary considered this. "I think he really likes you." Tomil looked at Gary. He looked at Biscuit. He looked at his foot, which was under the dog and therefore unavailable to him for the foreseeable future. "Wonderful," he said, in a tone that he intended to communicate the opposite and that Gary received on the evidence of his expression as sincere. The neighbors drifted over with the social gravity of people at a gathering who have reached the point where new material is welcome, and the introductions began. There was Sandra, Gary's wife, compact and energetic, with the air of a woman who had strong opinions about most things and had long since stopped moderating them for the comfort of people who weren't going to agree with her anyway. She was carrying a bowl with the specific confidence of someone who knew what was in it and knew what it was worth, and she set it on the table with a finality that communicated this was not a side dish so much as an anchor point around which the rest of the meal should organize itself. "Potato salad," she said in the tone of an announcement. "I've been telling him," Gary said. "He'll understand when he tries it," Sandra said in the tone of someone who has been right about this before. There was Dale, who had a boat, and who established this fact within the first 4 minutes with the practiced ease of a man who had learned early that the boat was his most reliable conversational entry point and had committed to it fully. The boat was a 22-footer. It was moored at a lake 40 minutes away. Dale had taken it out recently, and the conditions had been very good. Tomil listened to this with the focused patience of a researcher taking field notes, and the private assessment that Dale's relationship with the boat was performing a great deal of psychological work that neither of them was going to acknowledge. There was a couple whose names Tomil logged on introduction, and then 3 minutes into a subsequent conversation could not locate, not because his memory had failed, his memory did not fail, but because his memory had apparently placed them in a category labeled contextually adequate but non-essential, and had moved on to higher priority processing and retrieving them required effort he hadn't budgeted. He addressed them throughout the afternoon using a strategy of strategic non-specificity that they did not appear to notice. The children came to him in intervals, drawn by whatever quality of stillness he projected in a yard full of people who were moving and talking and laughing, the way water finds the low point. They asked him questions with the blunt, guileless directness of people who had not yet learned that most adults found direct questions socially uncomfortable and had constructed elaborate systems for avoiding them. Where was he from? What did he do? Why didn't he have a dog? Did he know that Biscuit was the best dog? Was he a scientist? He had the look of a scientist, one of them said, with the authority of a child delivering a definitive assessment. He answered each question with the precise, literal accuracy of someone who was telling the truth and relying on its strangeness to function as cover, which it did, because the answers were technically true and practically incomprehensible. And children, unlike adults, found incomprehensible answers satisfying rather than suspicious. They followed them in the category of interesting things that grown-ups knew and moved on without follow-up, which was, he reflected, a more functional epistemological approach than most adults managed. Through all of it, Biscuit did not move from his foot. Tomil ate food he had synthesized superior versions of from scratch that morning, and ate it anyway because it was on the plate Gary had assembled for him with the cheerful assumption that this was what you did for guests, and because Sandra's potato salad was, when he tried it, in direct and inconvenient conflict with his expectation that it would be mediocre. It was not mediocre. It had a sharpness to it, something acidic, something herbed, a textural variation that suggested it had been made by someone who understood that a recipe was a starting point rather than a ceiling. He ate all of it on his plate and did not go back for more, and told himself this was because he was not hungry, which was true in the sense that he had eaten breakfast, and untrue in the sense that he would have gone back if he had been less committed to his position. The sky did the thing it had done on the walk back from the gas station, went from the flat blue of afternoon to something warmer and more directional at the edges, the light coming in low over Gary's fence, and doing something to the yard that the yard did not do at noon. He stood in it and watched it and thought, without fully meaning to, that this was the same sky, the same quality of light, the same color at the margins, and that a planet he had arrived on with no expectations was developing a specific aesthetic quality that he was going to have to address in his log with more honesty than he had been applying to it. He stayed for 2.5 hours. He did not know precisely how this happened. He had intended 45 minutes and had somehow not left at 45 minutes, and had then not left at 90, and had found that the conversation kept doing things that required responses, and that the responses led to more conversation, and that Gary kept appearing at his elbow with additional food in the comfortable assumption that things were going well, and that things were, in a way he was deliberately not quantifying, going adequately. He left before dark. Gary said same time in a few weeks with the untroubled confidence of a man who considered this settled, which was based on nothing and also based on 2.5 hours of evidence that Tomil was not going to examine too closely right now. Possibly, Tomil said. Gary heard yes. Tomil could see him hear it, the word landing and being filed in the category of confirmed plans, and did not correct him, which was itself a form of answer he chose not to think about on the walk home. Biscuit followed him to the fence line. Tomil did not look back. He knew the dog was sitting there, he could hear it, the specific sound of a large animal settling into a stationary position with the patient certainty of something that has no doubts about anything, and he declined to confirm it with visual evidence on the grounds that the visual evidence would require him to have a feeling about it that he had not budgeted for. He wrote in his log that night, after a dinner he synthesized with somewhat less precision than usual, because he was thinking about something else and the synthesizer responded to distraction. The dog's behavior exhibits an inexplicable confidence that I find categorically without precedent in my experience of any species, domesticated or otherwise. It selected me specifically, from a yard containing 8 adults and at least 4 children who would have been more appropriate recipients of its attention by any available metric, and appeared to find this choice self-evident. I do not know what to do with this information. I am logging it and moving on. He moved on. He thought about the potato salad briefly against his will, and then synthesized a cup of something hot and went to sit in the yard in the dark, because it turned out he had a yard now and the sky above it was, even at night, an unreasonably good color. He did not log this either. The personal log, reviewed in sequence, told a story that Tomil was not tracking in real time, and would have found mildly uncomfortable if he had been. The early entries read like field reports, structured, categorical, written in the clipped register of a scientist who has a specimen and a methodology and no particular feelings about either. Day 1 covered landing conditions, atmospheric data, and a preliminary assessment of the solar system that was thorough and dismissive in equal measure. Day 2 addressed the ship's continued degradation, a 6th complaint to the rental agency, and a survey of the surrounding forest that concluded the forest was functional. Day 3 recorded the accommodation decision, the resource synthesis parameters, and a note about the scuff mark on the bunk ceiling that was more detailed than the scuff mark warranted, which said something about the state of mind that had produced it. By the end of the first week, the entries were still observational and still detailed, but something had shifted in the texture of them. The way a room shifts when someone has been living in it, nothing moved, nothing changed, but the space had taken on the particular quality of somewhere that was being inhabited rather than occupied. The sentences were longer. There were more parentheticals. The things he noticed had migrated in category, from infrastructure and atmospheric conditions towards specific people and specific moments, which was either a natural evolution of his research focus or something he was not going to address directly until he had more data. He noted the way Gary tended the grill with the quiet, focused attention of a man for whom this particular task was a form of something he would never call meditation, but that functioned as one. He noted the children's questions and his own answers, reproduced in full dialogue format, followed by a brief analytical observation about the cognitive directness of human young relative to human adults that was objective in its language, and lingered in a way that purely objective notes did not linger. He noted the potato salad, rating it 6 out of 10, and then in a subsequent entry filed under amended assessment following further consideration, which was his formal language for I thought about it the next day, revised it to 7. He did not explain the revision beyond the heading. The heading was explanation enough for anyone reading, including himself, and he was the only reader, and he understood it perfectly and chose not to elaborate. The biscuit entry was 3 paragraphs. This was longer than his entries on the gas station, the rental agency conversation, the atmospheric conditions of his descent, and Gary combined, a fact that he did not note in the log because noting it would have required acknowledging it, and acknowledging it would have required him to have a position on it, and he did not currently have a position on it that he was prepared to commit to writing. He examined the dog's behavior from several angles: social bonding mechanisms in domesticated animals, the evolutionary logic of a creature that had oriented its entire existence around proximity to a different species, the specific behavioral cues that triggered attachment responses. He concluded that the behavior was biologically explicable and required no further analysis. He wrote 1 more paragraph anyway. Gary's rating remained 2 out of 5. He had written it, read it back, considered the barbecue and the lemon bars and the way Gary had said it'd be nice to have you, without wanting anything in return for saying it, and left the rating where it was, because changing it would have meant admitting something about the criteria he was using to evaluate people that he was not ready to examine. He did, in a separate entry, note that Gary had left a second plate of lemon bars on the doorstep 2 days after the barbecue with a handwritten note that said Sandra made extras. The handwriting was large and slightly uneven in the way of someone who wrote by hand rarely, but with complete sincerity when they did. He logged the note. He moved it to the kitchen drawer. The rating stayed at 2. At the end of the week, he wrote a summary entry, which was a practice he maintained at intervals when he wanted to take honest stock of his situation rather than just accumulating data points about it. He wrote about his operational status: ship grounded, stealth holding, 5 weeks remaining, repair pending, no new information from the rental agency, which he had now filed 8 formal complaints with, and which had responded to none of them in a way that suggested anyone had read past the subject line. He wrote about his material situation, which was stable, and his logistical situation, which was fixed, and his psychological situation, for which he selected, after a brief but genuine deliberation, the word adjusted. He chose it to mean something between resigned and another word he wasn't going to use, and he chose it with the precision of someone who knows they are being careful and is being careful on purpose. He closed the log. He looked at the wooden sign on the wall across from the table, the one with the sentiment about home being wherever you are, which he had assessed on arrival as the kind of thing that sounds better than it means. He looked at it for a moment in the quiet of the house, in the way you look at something you have already judged and are briefly, for no pressing reason, reconsidering. He did not revise his assessment. He went to bed. Outside, the neighborhood was quiet in the deep, settled way of a place that had been quiet at this hour for years, and had no intention of revisiting the decision. Gary's grill sat covered and dark. Biscuit was presumably asleep somewhere in the adjacent house, resting with the boneless confidence of a creature that had ended the day satisfied with its choices, which was a state Tomil found he had no available criticism of. The log sat on the kitchen table, screen still glowing faintly, the cursor blinking at the end of the word adjusted with the patient, unhurried rhythm of a machine waiting to be told what came next. He had not gone back to it. He had also not closed it, which was not something he did by accident, because he did not do things by accident, which meant the open log was a choice, and the choice meant something, and he was going to think about what it meant at some future point when he was feeling more prepared for the answer. He was asleep before he got there. On the 11th day, Tomil sat in the sage green house with a synthesized beverage and the particular quality of stillness that is not restful but is the opposite of restful, the stillness of a mind that has been given nothing adequate to do and has started quietly and with increasing resentment to turn on itself. He had read. He had walked. He had made comprehensive notes on the town's infrastructure, its social patterns, its commercial ecosystem, and its atmospheric conditions at 6 different times of day, which had produced a document of some analytical rigor and zero practical application. He had filed 2 additional complaints with the rental agency, one specifically targeting the hold music, which he had researched enough to identify as a composition in the public domain that had been selected. He could only conclude by someone who had confused inoffensive with acceptable, and one a broader philosophical objection to the repair timeline that he acknowledged within the complaint itself was unlikely to produce any change but that he considered important to have on the record. For reasons of personal integrity and future litigation potential. He had attended one barbecue under conditions he still classified as social duress, despite the 2.5 hours and the potato salad and the dog, whose entry in his log he had not reread and also not deleted, which was its own category of thing he was not addressing. He was bored. Not the mild, manageable boredom of a slow afternoon that resolves itself when something comes along, the specific, grinding boredom of a highly capable mind that has been given nothing to do that it finds remotely worthy of its capabilities, and has been in this condition long enough that it has started generating its own friction just to have something to push against. The synthesizer was part of it. This had taken him several days to identify precisely, because on the surface the synthesizer was a solution to every material problem he had: food, clothing, currency, anything with a physical specification he could articulate. It produced things correctly. It produced them immediately. It produced them exactly as instructed every time without variation or error, and after 11 days this was the problem stated plainly. Things that were produced exactly as instructed had no surprises in them. His meals were always exactly what he had decided he wanted before he made them, which meant eating them confirmed a preference rather than discovering one. His clothing was correctly regional and correctly functional, and had been assembled from cultural data rather than from the kind of accumulated exposure to actual options that produced genuine taste. It fit the parameters without having any character, the wardrobe equivalent of a sentence that is grammatically correct and says nothing. He was living, he concluded on the morning of the 11th day, inside a simulation of a life. Everything present, everything functional, nothing real, nothing chosen in the sense of chosen from among things that existed independently of his instructions. The distinction between that and actually living somewhere had taken 11 days to become something he could feel in a way that was difficult to ignore, and now that he could feel it, he could not unfeel it, which was the problem with accurate diagnoses. They didn't go away just because you would have preferred to remain undiagnosed. He wanted actual things, things that existed before he arrived and would exist after he left. Things with the slight, specific imperfection of objects that had been made by hands or machines with histories and tolerances, things that carried the minor evidence of their own manufacture. Things that were, in the local vocabulary he had been absorbing through 2 weeks of ambient cultural exposure, real. He also wanted them to be good things, because he was not going to moderate his standards on the grounds of circumstance. He had spent his adult life developing precise and well-justified preferences, and the fact that he was currently resident in a sage green house decorated with motivational wooden signs and a candle that had never been near a mountain or a cedar was not going to change what he found acceptable. If he was going to be here, and he was for 5 more weeks, with a certainty that the rental company's continued silence had done nothing to undermine, he was going to be here properly. Comfortably, in the manner to which he had become accustomed, which was to say well and without apology to anyone who found that excessive, none of whom were present. He opened the synthesizer interface and thought about the problem of how to fund this. Currency was the obvious answer and also the impractical one at scale. He had been synthesizing cash for small transactions without issue, but significant cash transactions in the local financial system attracted a particular kind of attention. He had done enough research on human economic infrastructure to know that large amounts of physical currency read, to the relevant authorities, as evidence of activity that those authorities found interesting for reasons he preferred not to become the subject of. He needed something portable and high value that could be converted to currency through a legitimate commercial channel without producing complications. Gold was dense and awkward in meaningful quantities. Gemstones were the cleaner answer, and diamonds specifically were the local benchmark for portable concentrated value. He had encountered the word flawless in enough local literature about diamonds to understand that it represented the apex of the grading system, the thing every diamond was being evaluated against, and most were found wanting relative to. His synthesizer could produce diamonds to exact crystallographic specification. The combination of these facts produced a plan that his internal monologue assessed, with the brisk confidence of someone whose plans generally worked, as straightforward. He set the synthesizer parameters. 8 diamonds flawless clarity, which was the highest clarity grade, D color, which was the highest color grade, a variety of cuts, weights ranging from 2 to 4 carats each, which put them in the range of significant but not so large as to be immediately implausible from a private seller. He watched the machine work. It produced them in 7 minutes, which was faster than he expected and suggested the crystallographic process was less computationally intensive than he had estimated, a detail he noted for no particular reason except that he noted details. He held them up to the light from the window. They were, in the objective physical sense, perfect. Each stone caught the afternoon light and returned it in the precise mathematical way that a theoretically ideal diamond returns light. Every facet calibrated, every angle exact, the refraction pattern of something that had been produced to specification rather than grown over billions of years under geological pressure and then cut by human hands with human error, which was how the stones his buyers would be accustomed to evaluating had come to exist. They were flawless in the way that the word was meant. They were also, he would shortly discover, flawless in a way the word had never quite been stress-tested against. He put them in a small cloth bag. He put the bag in his jacket pocket. He called a car service to the city because walking 15 kilometers was a reasonable choice when he had no particular destination and an unreasonable choice when he had appointments to keep, a budget that was functionally infinite, and 5 weeks left on a planet where he had already demonstrated sufficient pedestrian commitment to satisfy any reasonable standard. The car arrived in 8 minutes. The driver said it was a nice day. Tomil agreed that it was, and because disagreeing would have required more investment in the conversation than the conversation warranted. The driver asked if he was from around here. Tomil said no. The driver said he didn't think so, in the tone of someone who meant this as a compliment, which Tomil found both gratifying and slightly concerning in terms of what exactly had given him away. He looked out the window at the landscape moving past flat and dry and honest about both, the kind of terrain that didn't try to be scenic and had, by not trying, achieved a kind of austere visual integrity that he found more interesting the more he looked at it. He had been looking at it for 11 days, and it had not run out of things to be, which was more than he could say for a significant number of places he had paid considerably more to visit. The city appeared on the horizon with the gradual, unassuming confidence of a place that was not trying to impress anyone coming in from this direction, which was most directions. He had identified 3 jewelers in advance, ranked by reputation and proximity to each other so that if the first transaction proved unsatisfactory, he could move to the second without unnecessary transit. He had a plan. The plan was logical. The plan was based on sound premises and reasonable assumptions about how a commercial transaction in the local gem trade would proceed. His internal monologue, reviewing the plan one final time as the car pulled into the city, found it entirely adequate. It was wrong in the specific way that confident predictions are wrong, not because the logic had failed, but because the data set had a gap in it that the logic had not been asked to account for. And gaps, in Tomil's experience, had a way of becoming the most important part of any plan at the exact moment when you no longer had time to address them. He got out of the car, thanked the driver with the economical sincerity he had developed for interactions he wished to conclude, and walked toward the first jeweler with the cloth bag in his pocket and the unhurried confidence of a man who expected this to take about 45 minutes. It was going to take considerably less than that, for reasons that were about to become rapidly and inconveniently clear. The city was approximately what his research had prepared him for, which was to say it was fine in the way that things you have adequately researched are fine. No surprises, no revelations, the mild satisfaction of a prediction confirmed, which was the least interesting kind of satisfaction but was still satisfaction and he would take it. Mid-sized urban center, the usual human infrastructure arranged with the organic, unplanned logic of a settlement that had grown outward from a point rather than been designed from above, which meant the streets did what they wanted, and the buildings had the varied, slightly argumentative quality of structures from different decades that had been forced into proximity without anyone asking whether they had anything to say to each other. It was noisy in the layered way of places where many people had collectively decided that living in close proximity was worth the various costs, and it smelled of the thing cities smell of food and exhaust, and something baked from somewhere nearby and the specific mineral quality of concrete that has been in the sun. And he processed all of it with the focused, somewhat detached attention of someone who finds a complicated system interesting before they have to interact with it directly. He walked the main commercial street with the bearing of someone who knows exactly where they are going, which had the useful side effect of making him look like a local to everyone he passed, none of whom he thought about even slightly. He had discovered early in his fieldwork career that the fastest way to appear to belong somewhere was to have a destination and commit to it. People registered purposeful movement as familiarity, which was a consistent feature of social cognition across approximately 70% of the species he had studied, and which suggested that most civilizations, regardless of developmental stage, were too busy going somewhere to look closely at who was walking past them. He found the jewelry district on the second street he tried, which his spatial reasoning had predicted, and which he noted in his log as confirmation that spatial reasoning continued to outperform GPS by every available metric. It was a cluster of storefronts with the specific aesthetic of businesses that dealt in things worth considerably more than they looked like they should be worth. Clean windows, restrained signage, the kind of interior lighting calibrated to make everything inside appear to be generating its own quiet radiance rather than simply reflecting someone else's. The displays were minimal in the way of places that considered minimalism a form of confidence. The prices were not displayed, which was its own form of confidence, the retail equivalent of if you have to ask. He selected the store at the higher end of the street, on the grounds that higher-end buyers were more likely to have the liquidity to complete a meaningful transaction and less likely to ask questions that required complicated answers. The sign above the door said FELD and Sons in the kind of lettering that communicated establishment without having to argue for it. The bell above the door, when he pushed it open, produced a sound significantly more refined than the gas station bell, a clear single tone with actual resonance, the bell of a place that had opinions about acoustics. The interior was quiet and cool and smelled of something he couldn't immediately identify but that his translation device eventually tagged as jewelry store, which was apparently a smell specific enough to warrant its own category, and which communicated with some success that expensive things had been in this room for a long time and considered it their natural habitat. The jeweler appeared from a back room with the measured, unhurried movement of someone who had learned, over many years, that rushing toward customers was not the register that this particular business called for. He was perhaps 60, with the careful, precise eyes of a man who had spent 3 decades looking at very small things very closely, and had developed the habit of applying this quality of attention to everything that came within range, including people who walked through his door on a Tuesday afternoon with their hands in their jacket pockets. His name was Mr. Feld according to the small placard on the counter, which suggested that either the suns had not materialized or were occupied elsewhere, neither of which was Tomil's concern.
Mister.
Feld greeted him with the measured warmth of a professional, present, attentive, neither excessive nor cool, the precise interpersonal calibration of someone whose livelihood depended on making people comfortable enough to spend money without making them comfortable enough to forget they were spending it. Tomil placed the cloth bag on the counter. He opened it. He tipped the diamonds out. They caught the light immediately, which was not showing off so much as physics. A perfect diamond in good light does what a perfect diamond does, which is redirect every photon that comes near it into something more interesting than it was before, and 8 of them doing this simultaneously produced an effect that made it briefly difficult to look at anything else in the room.
Mister.
Feld looked at them. He did not reach for them right away, which Tomil noted as the behavior of a man who had trained himself to assess before he committed to engagement, the professional equivalent of reading a document before signing it, a practice Tomil respected as a matter of principle.
Mister.
Feld's expression did something small and carefully controlled that Tomil's observational database filed under interest being actively managed by someone who has learned that visible interest is a negotiating liability.
May I, mister?
Feld said, indicating the loop on the counter with the restrained courtesy of a man asking permission for something he was going to do either way, but found it more productive to ask about. Of course, Tomil said, with the easy generosity of someone whose product he was confident in, which he was, because the synthesizer did not produce things he was not confident in.
Mister.
Feld picked up the loop. He picked up the nearest diamond with the practiced two-fingered grip of someone who had handled thousands of stones and had a method. He held it to the loop. He looked at it. He looked at it for what Tomil assessed as a longer time than the initial assessment of a single stone typically required, based on his brief but attentive observation of the man's professional rhythm.
He set it down. He picked up a second stone.
He looked at that one.
He set it down. He picked up a third.
He held it longer than the second, which had been longer than the first, and the sequence suggested a progression that Tomil's pattern recognition flagged as potentially worth paying attention to.
Mister.
Feld set the third stone down and looked at Tomil with the expression of a man who has arrived at a question and is spending a moment deciding how to dress it before sending it out in public.
Where did you get these? He asked.
The tone was professionally neutral, not suspicious, not accusatory, just the tone of a man who needed a piece of information before the conversation could continue in any direction. Personal collection, Tomil said, with the comfortable brevity of someone who has prepared this answer and finds it adequate.
I'm liquidating some assets.
Relocating.
Mister.
Feld nodded slowly, in the way of a man receiving an answer and reserving judgment on it. He picked up the loop again and went back to the first stone, which suggested the answer had not fully resolved whatever question had prompted it.
He looked at it again. He put it down.
He looked at the collection as a whole, spread across the counter in the dispassionate afternoon light, and he folded his hands with the deliberate composure of someone organizing their thoughts into a formation they could present without alarming anyone. These are, he began, and paused in the specific way of a man who has several possible ways to finish a sentence, and is eliminating them one by one.
These are extraordinary stones.
Thank you, Tomil said pleasantly. The clarity is another pause, this one longer. I've been doing this for 31 years. He looked at Tomil with the direct, measuring attention of someone deciding how much of what they were thinking to say out loud.
I've seen a great many diamonds.
I would expect so, Tomil said, in the tone of a man offering an encouraging observation, which was not the tone the moment called for as it turned out.
I have never, mister.
Feld said with the quiet, weighted precision of a man issuing a formal statement, seen anything like these. Tomil's internal monologue noted that this was going extremely well. The product was being recognized. Quality was being acknowledged. The transaction was proceeding exactly as anticipated and was approximately 12 minutes from completion, after which he would have sufficient local currency to furnish the sage greenhouse with things that didn't approximate cedar and get through the remaining 5 weeks in appropriate comfort. They're all decolored, Tomil offered helpfully.
Flawless clarity. I had them cut too. Yes, mister. Feld said.
The professional neutrality in his tone had shifted almost imperceptibly into something that was still neutral, but was now neutral in the way of someone who has stopped performing neutrality and has simply become still.
That's precisely what I mean. Every stone. D-color. Flawless. Not near flawless. Not V's one. Not internally flawless, he paused. Flawless. Every one of them. Vol 8. Is that a problem? Tomil asked, with the genuine curiosity of someone who had specifically selected the highest grade available and was now being told this was somehow suboptimal, which made no logical sense and he would like it explained.
Mister.
Feld looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who has been asked a question that has a real answer, and is deciding whether to give it or a more comfortable version of it. It's unusual, he said, in the careful tone of a word doing much more work than its syllable count suggested. He picked up one of the stones again, turned it in the light, set it down. In 31 years, I've seen perhaps 4 stones I would grade as truly flawless.
Perhaps 4.
In exceptional collections from established sources with full provenance documentation. He looked at the cloth bag, which was sitting on the counter with the unhelpful neutrality of an object that was not going to explain anything about where it had come from. 8 stones, all flawless, all D-color from a personal collection with no documentation. There was a pause in which Tomil ran a very quick internal assessment of the conversation's trajectory and found it had been, up until approximately the last 90 seconds, going in a direction he had planned for, and was now going in a direction that was technically the same direction but at a speed and angle that he had not fully accounted for.
I may need to have these assessed by my gemologist, Mr.
Feld said, in the measured tone of a man making a reasonable professional request that was also, Tomil understood with the clarity of someone who had just identified the gap in his data set, the beginning of a sequence he had not planned for and was already not going to enjoy. Of course, Tomil said, because there was nothing else to say, and because the gemologist was coming regardless of what he said, and because the next several minutes were going to be educational in the specific way of things that go wrong while you watch them go wrong and cannot yet determine exactly when to leave.
Mr.
Feld excused himself with the smooth, unhurried courtesy of a man who had been managing delicate situations for 3 decades and had developed a technique for leaving rooms that communicated nothing in particular. He said he would like a colleague to take a look purely as a formality, standard practice for stones of this caliber, nothing to be concerned about. He said it in the tone of someone who had said it many times before in circumstances where it was genuinely routine, which made it very useful for circumstances where it was not.
Tomil sat in the chair Mr.
Feld indicated, which was positioned near the counter with the thoughtful placement of furniture that wanted you to stay without making you feel that staying was anything other than your own idea. He opened his log and wrote a brief note, transaction proceeding. Jeweler competent, somewhat overcautious. Gemologist being brought in for assessment, standard practice for high-value stones. Anticipate completion within the hour. He read this back, found it accurate, and closed the log with the satisfaction of a man whose predictions were holding. The gemologist arrived 7 minutes later with the brisk, purposeful energy of someone who had been interrupted, and had decided the interruption was probably worth it, but was reserving final judgment.
Doctor.
Reyes was a small, precise woman with the kind of focused stillness that people develop when they spend most of their professional life paying extremely close attention to very small things. The stillness not of someone at rest, but of someone directing all available resources inward. She carried a bag of instruments with the easy familiarity of someone for whom the instruments were less tools than extensions of how she thought. She gave Tomil a brisk nod that contained a complete assessment and disclosed none of its findings, sat at the counter and went to work. She did not speak while she worked, which Tomil found professionally appropriate and personally comfortable. He had a low tolerance for people who narrated their own processes and Dr.
Reyes appeared to share this view.
She unpacked her instruments with the efficient sequence of someone who had a method and did not need to think about it, picked up the first stone and began. The equipment she brought was considerably more sophisticated than the loop. He identified a spectroscope, a thermal conductivity tester, and a piece of equipment he couldn't immediately classify, but that appeared to be measuring crystallographic structure at a level of detail that Mr. Feld's loop had not been equipped to reach.
She made small notes.
She moved through the stones with the systematic patience of a scientist running a protocol, picking each one up, examining it, setting it down in a slightly different position than she'd found it in the specific way of someone creating a spatial record of their own conclusions. She said nothing for 15 minutes, which Tomil spent examining a display case of estate jewelry with genuine interest. There were 2 pieces with what appeared to be genuine craftsmanship in them, the kind of objects that had been made by someone who cared what they were making, and he found this more engaging than he'd expected, which he filed without comment.
Then Dr.
Ray spoke. She spoke to Mr. Feld in the low voice of a professional delivering a professional assessment to the professional who had requested it, which was correct procedure and which also, given that Tomil's auditory processing was calibrated for a broader range than the human average, a physiological detail that had gone entirely unmentioned throughout this transaction, meant he heard every word with the same clarity as if she had been speaking directly to him. What she said was, in compressed summary, the stones were physically real, chemically consistent with natural diamond, crystallographically correct in every way her instruments could measure. And yet she used the phrase zero inclusions 3 times, with the slightly increased emphasis of someone who finds that a fact becomes more comprehensible through repetition, and is discovering that this particular fact resists the process. They presented a profile she had never seen outside of theoretical models. The models that described what a perfect diamond would look like if it were grown under conditions that did not, to her knowledge, exist anywhere on Earth. The phrase to her knowledge was doing, Tomil reflected, quite a lot of work. Mr. Feld thanked her with the measured warmth of a man receiving information he had suspected and is not entirely pleased to have confirmed. Doctor. Reyes gathered her instruments with the efficient, final movements of someone whose job was complete and who intended to leave before anyone asked her to do anything further. She paused at the door. She turned and looked at Tomil directly, for the first time since she'd arrived, a brief, comprehensive, professionally expressionless look of the kind that files everything it finds without revealing any of it. Then she left, and the refined bell marked her departure with the same decorous tone it used for everyone, which Tomil thought showed admirable consistency. Mr. Feld returned to the counter and proceeded to be very smooth about everything, which was, in Tomil's assessment, the most informative thing he'd done since the transaction began. He said he was very interested in the stones. He said he would like to make some inquiries about provenance before proceeding standard practice. He said, for stones of unusual quality, and he delivered this in precisely the same measured, professional tone he had used throughout, which would have been entirely convincing to anyone who was not running a continuous background analysis of behavioral micropatterns and noticing that Mr. Feld's hands, while folded on the counter in an attitude of relaxed professionalism, had not moved in 4 minutes, which was the stillness not of comfort but of careful management. Tomil asked how long the provenance inquiry would take. Mr. Feld said a day or 2, perhaps. He asked for a contact number. Tomil provided the synthesized number connected to the relay device on the ship, which would receive calls and log them and produce, if called, a ringing tone that would ring indefinitely without being answered, which was exactly as useful as anything else about this number. Mr. Feld said excellent, wrote it down with the deliberate care of a man treating a piece of paper as evidence, and said he would be in touch. Tomil returned to the estate jewelry display. He was examining a brooch with a sapphire that had been set by someone who had understood how the metal and the stone wanted to relate to each other, which was rarer than it should have been, when Mr. Feld's voice came from the back room, low but not low enough because Mr. Feld was a careful man in the ways that mattered to his business, and had apparently not considered that some customers might have better hearing than others. The name he used connected, in Tomil's research database, to a local figure who operated at the productive intersection of the legitimate gem trade and several categories of commercial activity that were adjacent to legality in the specific way of things that were not technically illegal until they were. He also heard "you need to come see this" delivered in the tone of a man who has found something outside his competence and is calling the person he calls when that happens, which told Tomil several things, all of them useful and all of them pointing in the same direction. He looked at the brooch for another 30 seconds, because he had been looking at it, and stopping abruptly would have been a change in behavior that a careful man in a back room might notice. Then he crossed to the counter with the unhurried, purposeful movement of someone who has made a decision and is executing it without drama. He picked up the cloth bag. He began placing the diamonds back into it one by one, with the calm efficiency of a man tidying up after himself, which was what he was doing. Mr. Feld appeared from the back room with the expression of someone whose timing had failed him, in a way he was rapidly trying to compensate for. "Oh, I've decided not to sell today," Tomil said pleasantly. "I appreciate your time." He said this with the complete unperformative sincerity of a man who genuinely appreciated that his time had been well spent, because he had learned several things about the local gem trade in the last 40 minutes that were going to inform his next attempt, which would be better designed and which he was already planning. Of course, Mr. Feld said with the smooth recovery of a professional who had not entirely lost the thread. Although my associate is actually on his way, it wouldn't take long, he'd love to take a look. Another time, Tomil said, pocketing the bag with the finality of a man for whom another time meant never, a nuance that Mr. Feld appeared to register and was not in a position to address before Tomil was at the door. The refined bell marked his departure. He walked at a pace that was purposeful without being hurried, because hurried was a signal and purposeful was invisible, and he was a person who understood the difference between those two things and applied it consistently. He covered one block, turned into a narrow service alley between a dry cleaning establishment and a building whose function he didn't stop to identify, and stood for a moment in the shadow of the alley with the unhurried composure of someone running a quick environmental assessment. His translation device registered a second call being made from the jewelry store, shorter than the first, 3 words of which reached him with perfect clarity before he was out of range. "Don't let him leave." He checked his surroundings. The alley was empty in both directions. A cat regarded him from a fire escape with the total indifference of a species that had decided, somewhere in its evolutionary history, that humans and things that looked like humans were neither interesting nor threatening, and had stuck with this assessment ever since. Tomil met its gaze briefly, found it reasonable, and pressed the teleport control on his wrist device. The alley was empty. The cat looked at the space where he had been, determined that this too was neither interesting nor threatening, and went back to whatever it had been doing before, which appeared to involve sleeping in a position that suggested a spine of considerable flexibility. In the jewelry store, the refined bell would ring again in approximately 4 minutes, when a man whose name Tomil had not caught arrived to look at diamonds that were no longer there, delivered by a seller who was no longer in the city, leaving behind nothing except a cloth bag's worth of questions that the local gem trade would discuss, in the specific hushed tone reserved for things that don't add up and refuse to stop not adding up, for considerably longer than Tomil remained on the planet. He rematerialized in the forest clearing, 3 feet from the cloaked ship, brushed a leaf off his jacket with the mild fastidiousness of a man returning from an errand that had been mostly successful, and revised his approach to local commerce with the brisk, unsentimental efficiency of someone who considers an incomplete success to be simply a first draft. The diamonds went back in the synthesizer. He would think of something better. He always did. He materialized in the ship's main cabin, stood still for a moment with the cloth bag in his hand, and did what he always did after something went wrong. He reviewed it without sentiment for improvement opportunities. The ship was in a secondary cloaked position on the city's outskirts, which he had established as a contingency on arrival because establishing contingencies was a habit he maintained regardless of whether he expected to need them, and which had, over the course of his life, justified itself often enough that he had stopped questioning the practice. He set the bag on the console, sat down and looked at it. The diamonds were not the problem. He wanted to be precise about this, because imprecise diagnosis led to imprecise solutions and he had no patience for either. The diamonds were physically perfect. The synthesizer had done exactly what he'd asked. The problem was that he had asked for the wrong thing, which was a different category of failure entirely. Not a mechanical failure, but a research failure, a gap in his data set, and those were the failures he found genuinely irritating because they were the ones he should have caught. He had specified flawless because flawless was the highest grade, and he operated to the highest available specification as a matter of settled personal policy. What he had not adequately considered was the difference between a word that a grading system contained and a thing that a grading system had ever actually encountered at scale. Flawless was in the local gem trade a theoretical ceiling, a grade that existed so that everything else could be measured against it, like the speed of light or absolute zero, present in the mathematics and essentially absent from daily practice. Presenting 8 of them simultaneously to a jeweler who had seen perhaps 4 in 31 years was not a transaction. It was an event. And events, in his experience, attracted exactly the kind of attention he preferred to avoid. He opened his log and composed a formal memo to himself, because he found the structure clarifying in a way that unformatted notes were not. It imposed a discipline on the thinking, forced conclusions into declarative sentences, made the gap between what had been planned and what had occurred visible in a way that was uncomfortable and therefore useful. To Tomil from Tomil Ari, The Diamond Situation Lessons and Revised Protocols. Summary: attempted liquidation of synthesized gemstones resulted in rapid escalation due to quality profile inconsistency with locally sourced product. Stones graded flawless by local standards appear to be sufficiently rare in practice that presenting 8 simultaneously constitutes a significant anomaly. The local gem trade maintains an informal network that activates upon anomaly detection with considerable efficiency. This network includes individuals whose professional interests extend beyond gemology into categories of activity that are not conducive to low-profile commercial transactions. The gemologist was competent. This is noted without pleasure. Conclusion: gemstone liquidation is not a viable currency conversion mechanism in this environment. The synthesizer's inability to produce good enough, rather than technically perfect, is, in this specific context, a liability. This is the first time in 11 years of ownership that I have had a complaint about the synthesizer's standards. I am filing this complaint internally, and it will not leave this document. Revised protocol: currency synthesis in local denominations only, in amounts that do not require explanation. Avoid transactions requiring provenance documentation. Avoid situations requiring explanation of where anything came from. Avoid back rooms. Avoid anyone described as someone who knows people, as this phrase appears to function in the local commercial ecosystem as a warning that is not labeled as one. Additional note: the teleport remains fully functional and continues to justify its rental cost. This is recorded as the sole positive outcome of the afternoon. He closed the memo, looked at the bag on the console, and then opened it, because he was not done with this yet, and he had learned over many years that sitting with the thing that had gone wrong was more useful than putting it away before he had finished being annoyed about it. He picked up one of the diamonds and held it to the light from the viewport. It did what it had done in Feld's shop, caught the light and returned it in the precise mathematical way of something built to the theoretical ideal, which was beautiful in the cold, exact way that proofs are beautiful. He turned it in his fingers, and his internal monologue produced an observation he found, given the afternoon, unwelcomely elegant. The thing that made them perfect was the thing that made them unsellable. The quality was the problem. He had built the liability into the product at the specification stage. He wondered, briefly and without any intention of resolving the question, whether this was true of other things besides diamonds. He put them back in the bag. He put the bag in the storage compartment. He pulled up the synthesizer interface and constructed a minor adjustment to his appearance. A slightly different haircut, nothing dramatic. The kind of change that altered the visual profile just enough to mean that anyone who had noted his face at Feld's would file the memory under approximate rather than exact, which was all the distance he needed. He sat in the chair afterward and thought about what actually constituted a usable form of value on a planet where the synthesizer's quality standards exceeded what the market could absorb without generating complications. The question was genuinely interesting, a resource problem with an unusual constraint set, the kind of problem that rewarded lateral thinking and punished obvious approaches, of which today had been an obvious approach, and he could admit this freely in the privacy of his own cabin. His mind went, without being directed there, to Donna. Not to anything she had said about diamonds or commerce or value, because she had said nothing about any of these things. To the gas station, specifically to the way she had said it. When he'd made the obvious remark about roads, 2 words delivered with a flat, dry precision that had cost her nothing, and had somehow been the most efficiently accurate response to his particular conversational style that he had encountered in recent memory. He thought about what that quality was, exactly that specific, unperformed disinterest in whether he found her impressive. He met very few people who had it. Most people who knew he was impressive wanted him to know they'd noticed. Most people who didn't know he was impressive were performing their own impressiveness in his direction, which was a different problem but still a performance. Donna had simply been at her counter, occupying the conversation with the complete comfort of someone who had no investment in the outcome, and it had been, he was now considering, genuinely restful in a way he didn't have adequate language for. He realized he had been sitting in the chair for some time without doing anything. He opened the log. He looked at the blinking cursor. He thought about writing something and then thought about what he would write, and found that what he would write was not something he wanted to have as a log entry, which told him something he was going to think about later, in better conditions. He closed the log. He synthesized a cup of something hot, which the synthesizer produced to his exact specification, which was perfect, which was the problem he had started the day trying to solve and had not solved, and he drank it anyway because it was what he had and it was accurate, and accuracy was not nothing even when it was not enough. Outside, the city was conducting its business with the comfortable indifference of a place that had not noticed it had a mystery in it now.
In a jewelry store on a commercial street, a man whose name Tomil had not caught was standing at a counter looking at an empty velvet pad and listening to Mr. Feld explain in the careful tone of someone recounting something they are not sure they believe themselves, what had just occurred. 8 stones, the man said. 8 stones, Mr. Feld confirmed. All flawless. Doctor. Reyes examined every one of them. A pause, and the seller just left, Mr. Feld said, very calmly. Said he decided not to sell today. He paused. As though this were a normal thing to decide. The man looked at the empty pad for a moment. You have a number for him. I have a number, Mr. Feld said in the tone of a man who had already tried the number and was reporting the outcome. It rings. Across town in a lab that smelled of calibration fluid and precision instruments, Dr. Reyes was composing an email to a colleague she had studied with 20 years ago, who was now the head of gemological research at a university whose opinion she respected. The email was brief. It read, I need to tell you what I saw today. I've been trying to find the right way to describe it for the last hour, and I keep arriving at the same word, which is impossible. And I know that's not a gemological term, but it's the most accurate thing I have. Call me when you can. She sent it. She looked at her notes. She looked at the one stone she had photographed before the seller had collected them, the image on her screen, the light refracting through it in the mathematically precise way of something that had been built rather than grown. She had been a gemologist for 22 years. She was going to be thinking about this for considerably longer than that. The story, as stories do, would grow in the telling. By the end of the week, it would be 10 stones. By the end of the month, a dozen, each the size of something implausible. The seller would acquire, in subsequent versions, a foreign accent, an air of menace, and a coat that several witnesses who had not been present would describe in confident detail. The vanishing would remain in every version because it was the part nobody could improve on. He had simply been there and then not been there, and no elaboration made this more remarkable than it already was. The last part of the story, at least, would be entirely accurate. He built the itinerary on a Tuesday morning with the focused, systematic energy of a man who had decided that being stranded on a primitive planet was not going to mean being unstructured about it, because unstructured was what happened to other people, and he was not other people, and had never had any intention of becoming them. The research phase took most of the morning. He approached each potential destination the way he approached everything, comprehensively, critically, and with the prior assumption that most of what he found would confirm his existing assessment while occasionally producing something worth revising it for. He read geological surveys, historical analyses, architectural records, and academic papers, and then, because thoroughness required engaging with all available source material regardless of quality, he read the visitor reviews. The visitor reviews were instructive in ways he had not anticipated, and not for their content, which ranged from genuinely informative to the kind of detailed personal testimony that raised questions about what the writer had expected the internet to do with it. What they revealed, and this was the actually interesting thing, was the specific texture of human enthusiasm, which was total, indiscriminate, and completely unashamed of itself. Humans reviewed everything. Restaurants, hotels, hiking trails, museums, national parks, individual benches in public spaces, and in 3 separate cases he encountered during his research on a single destination, specific restrooms in a visitor center, rated on criteria that included lighting, accessibility, and what one reviewer described as overall vibe, a phrase that Tomil had previously associated with Party Planet vacation planning and had not expected to encounter in restroom criticism. They reviewed with passion. They reviewed with specificity. They reviewed with the complete absence of self-consciousness about caring this much about a restroom, which was either a failure of perspective or an excess of genuine engagement with the world. And he found, when he examined his own response to it honestly, that he could not be entirely certain which one it was. He logged this as baffling with reservations, which was the closest he had come to a compliment in his notes about humans so far, and moved on to finalizing the schedule. The Grand Canyon was first because it was closest and because the geological data was legitimately interesting. A physical record of approximately 2 billion years of planetary history arranged in horizontal strata with the patient, comprehensive clarity of an archive that had never needed anyone to maintain it and had simply continued accumulating evidence regardless. He knew the depths. He knew the widths. He knew the age of each visible layer, the processes that had deposited and then exposed them, the names of the formations and what they contained,
and what those contents indicated about the conditions of their formation. He had read everything available. He was, by the time the car he had synthesized payment for pulled up to the south rim, entirely prepared for what he was about to see. He was not prepared. He got out of the car. He walked to the rim with the purposeful stride of a man on a schedule who has allotted 90 minutes for this and intends to use them efficiently. He reached the barrier at the edge and looked down. His internal monologue stopped. Not permanently, it reasserted itself after approximately 45 seconds with a series of observations about the Vishnu basement rocks visible at the canyon floor, among the oldest exposed rock formations on the planet's surface, and the remarkable preservation of the Cambrian-Tapetet sandstone in the lower strata, and the way the Colorado River appeared from this elevation as something incidental, a thin line at the bottom of a thing it had spent 6 million years making. Which was either the most patient act of creation he had ever seen evidence of or simply geology, depending on your disposition. But for 45 seconds it simply stopped, which was something his internal monologue did not do. It had not done it in recent memory, and he was not certain, casting back, that it had ever done it before, and the 45 seconds of silence were the most honest response he had to what he was looking at, and he knew this, and noted it without pleasure. His log entry read, "Visual impact operating at a scale that temporarily exceeds the processing threshold for immediate categorization." He wrote this, read it back twice, left it in because it was accurate, and recognized that accurate and flattering to his self-image were in this specific case not the same thing. The itinerary had allotted 90 minutes. He stayed 3 hours and 14 minutes. He adjusted the schedule without comment, simply updated the departure time and moved on to the next line, because that was the practical response to a schedule change and had nothing to do with the fact that every time he turned to leave, he found one more angle of the light on the rock that he hadn't fully processed yet and needed another 30 seconds with. He walked sections of the rim trail. The other tourists moved around him with the varied energy of people experiencing the same thing in entirely different ways. Families with children who had not yet developed the attention span for geological timescales, couples photographing each other with the canyon as backdrop, groups in matching shirts that indicated organizational affiliation of kinds he didn't stop to identify. Solo travelers with cameras of a seriousness that suggested they had come specifically to try to capture something that cameras consistently failed to capture, which they were going to discover was the case and come back and try again the following year, because that was apparently what this place did to people. And one elderly man sitting on a bench near the Mather Point overlook, who was not photographing anything and not talking to anyone and was simply looking at the canyon with the quality of attention that some very old people brought to very large things, an attention that had spent decades becoming patient, that had learned to wait for something without needing it to arrive on schedule. Tomil walked past him, stopped without fully deciding to stop, and stood near the bench for a moment. Neither of them said anything. They both looked at the canyon, the 2 billion years of it, the impossible depth of it, the light moving across the strata in the slow way of light that has somewhere to be and is in no particular hurry. And then Tomil walked on and did not look back, and added one sentence to the canyon section of his log that evening after everything else was written. It read, "Encountered one human who appeared to be looking at it correctly." He did not elaborate on what correctly meant, because he knew what he meant and he was the only reader, and some things were specific enough that elaboration would only make them less precise. The gift shop he entered out of research thoroughness and for no other reason whatsoever, because gift shops were cultural artifacts in their own right, and a rigorous survey of a destination included its commercial periphery, and this reasoning was entirely sufficient and required no supplementation. The gift shop contained the usual array of objects whose primary function was to prove that someone had been somewhere: keychains, magnets, shot glasses bearing the canyon's image in a format that he found an optimistic container for the experience of looking at it. There were books, several of which he considered and did not buy because he had better data on his device. There were photographs printed on various surfaces with various qualities of reproduction, and one of them was a postcard, a photograph of the canyon at sunrise, the light doing something to the colors of the rock that his afternoon visit had not produced, a warmth in the lower strata and a quality of shadow in the upper walls that his own experience had not included, and that he looked at for longer than a postcard typically warranted. He bought it. He put it in his jacket pocket. He did not examine his reasons for this with any particular thoroughness, on the grounds that he already knew the answer, and the answer was not one he was prepared to log. He got back in the car. The itinerary entry for the Grand Canyon, filed that evening with the rest of the day's notes, read, duration 3 hours 14 minutes. Geological significance confirmed. Visual impact notable. And then, in the space where his assessments usually landed with the clean finality of conclusions he had already reached before he arrived, revised overall planetary rating, pending. He looked at the word pending for a moment after he wrote it. He had not previously had a pending category. His assessments resolved. They went in the log as conclusions, not questions, because questions meant the data was insufficient, and he always made sure the data was sufficient before he committed to a position. Pending was what other people wrote when they hadn't decided yet. He left it in. He looked at the postcard, which he had taken out of his jacket pocket and placed on the table without noticing he'd done it. The sunrise light on the canyon walls glowing faintly in the low light of the sage green house's kitchen. He went to bed. He did not move the postcard to a drawer. He did not move it at all. He arrived when the doors opened, because the visitor reviews had been unanimous on the subject of afternoons, the word crowded appearing with the frequency and consistency of a warning rather than a description, and Tomil's relationship with crowds was simple and settled. He didn't have one, had never wanted one, and saw no reason to develop one on a planet he hadn't chosen to visit. The entrance to the National Air and Space Museum was free, which he noted in his log as one of the more unexpectedly defensible decisions this civilization had made, and which produced in him a brief, mild revision of his assessment of their priorities. A civilization that charged nothing to look at the physical objects it had flung into space was either very confident or very generous, and he found he couldn't immediately determine which meant it was probably both. Which was more interesting than either alone? He walked through the entrance and stopped. The main hall had spacecraft in it. Not photographs of spacecraft. Not scale models of spacecraft. Actual spacecraft, the physical objects that had been somewhere extraordinary and had returned and were now here, suspended from the ceiling or standing on the floor with the casual, unassuming presence of things that had no need to explain themselves. He stood in the entrance and looked at them, and his internal monologue, which had been composing an observation about institutional architecture, stopped composing the observation and simply looked. Museum staff member near the entrance, young, enthusiastic, wearing a name badge that said Jordan and a shirt that said Ask Me Anything, which Tomil assessed as either a confident policy or a failure of institutional risk management, noticed him standing still and made the professional calculation that this was a visitor who might benefit from orientation. First time, Jordan asked. Yes, Tomil said. Best museum in D.C., Jordan said, with the complete conviction of someone who had decided this and was not entertaining counterarguments. Possibly the best museum anywhere. Which direction are you starting? We've got early flight on the left, space exploration straight ahead. Apollo stuff is through the center hall. Apollo, Tomil said, because that was where the orbital mechanics were, and the orbital mechanics were what he had come for. Good call, Jordan said. Take your time in there. People rush it, a pause. You shouldn't rush it. Tomil looked at Jordan with the mild interest he reserved for people who said things he agreed with in ways he hadn't expected. I don't intend to, he said. He didn't rush it. He moved through the museum at the pace it turned out to require, which was slower than his itinerary had specified, and the pattern he had been refusing to acknowledge, staying longer than planned at the places that exceeded his expectations, continued without his officially endorsing it. The Wright brothers' flyer stopped him for 11 minutes. Not because it was impressive by any absolute standard. It was made of wood and cotton and wire, and it had flown for 12 seconds, and calling it a vehicle was generous in the way that calling a raft a ship was generous, but because someone had built it in a bicycle shop in Ohio and flown it, and been right about the thing everyone else had said was impossible, and there was something in the specific combination of those facts that he found he couldn't move past quickly. An older woman standing nearby, looking at the same display, apparently noticed his attention. My grandfather saw them fly, she said without preamble, in the way of someone sharing something they had been carrying a long time and occasionally needed to put down briefly. Not that flight. A later one. He was a boy. He said it was the strangest thing he'd ever seen. Tomil looked at her. What did he say it looked like? She smiled, the smile of someone retrieving a memory they kept in good condition. He said it looked like it shouldn't work. Like it was flying on pure stubbornness, she paused. He meant it as a compliment. It is one, Tomil said. She nodded and moved on. He stayed another 4 minutes and then moved on himself, toward the center hall toward Apollo. The command module Columbia was behind a low barrier, close enough to touch if the barrier had not been there, which it was, which he found appropriate. Some things should be approached but not touched, should be looked at from a distance that preserved the full context of what they were. It was smaller than he had calculated it would feel. He had known the dimensions. The dimensions had not prepared him for standing in front of them. He read the informational panel. He read about the mission, the crew, the trajectory, the landing. He read the note about the guidance computer, less processing power than a modern wristwatch, a comparison the panel offered with the breezy confidence of a fact that was supposed to be charming, and was, in the context of what the computer had been asked to do, something considerably more than charming. He read the note about the heat shield weight, the reentry temperature, the fuel gauge reading 12 seconds before landing. He did the math. He did all of it, the orbital mechanics, the thermal load calculations, the navigation tolerances, in the time it took him to read the panel twice, and he stood with the results for a moment in the way you stand with something that has come out correctly, but that you check anyway because the answer seems too clean. The math was right. The margins were what the panel said they were. The decision to go with that technology inside that capsule with those margins, the decision had been made by people who knew these numbers and had gone anyway. And he found, standing in front of the physical evidence of the decision, that he did not have an immediate framework for this that felt adequate. "Excuse me." He turned. A child, perhaps 8, wearing a shirt with a cartoon planet on it, clearly part of a school group that had temporarily misplaced him or been temporarily misplaced by him, was standing next to him, looking at the capsule with the wide, uncomplicated amazement of someone for whom the gap between "I want to go to the moon" and "I went to the moon" had not yet been filled in with all the reasons it was complicated. "They went to the moon in that," the child said. It was not a question. It was the tone of someone confirming something they had heard and were seeing the evidence of for the first time. "They did," Tomil said. "It's so small," the child said. "Yes." The child thought about this for a moment with the serious, unhurried attention that children brought to things they found genuinely important. "Were they scared?" Tomil looked at the capsule. He thought about the fuel gauge. He thought about the 12 seconds. He thought about 3 people sitting inside an object the size of a large closet, while it heated to temperatures that would have been fatal if a shield of calculated thickness held correctly or fatal if it didn't, dropping toward a planet from a distance that would have been, by any rational prior assessment, too far to survive. "Probably," he said. "They went anyway." The child nodded slowly, processing this, and then looked up at Tomil with the direct, assessing gaze of a child who has decided an adult is worth talking to and is checking whether this assessment holds. "Are you a scientist?" the child asked. "Something like that," Tomil said. "I'm going to be an astronaut," the child said, with the total, uncomplicated certainty of someone who has made a decision and sees no reason to hedge it. Tomil looked at the capsule and at the child and back at the capsule. "You should," he said, and meant it in a way he had not meant many things he'd said on this planet. The child grinned, the full, unguarded grin of someone who has been taken seriously by an adult and is registering this as the correct outcome, and ran back toward a teacher who was calling his name from somewhere in the middle distance with the practiced urgency of someone who had counted heads and come up one short. Tomil watched him go. He stood in front of the Columbia for another 20 minutes. He read the panel a third time, not because there was anything new in it, but because reading something a third time was different from reading it twice. The first time you took in the facts, the second time you checked them, the third time you stayed with what they meant. He had read about this mission many times before today, in his research and in the ship's database, and in the cultural summary that had described humanity as early to mid-developmental stage, which was accurate in which he was finding, standing in front of the physical object that 3 people had ridden to the moon with a computer less powerful than his translation device, to be a description that was correct in every measurable way and missing something important. He took out his log. He wrote, "Humans, approximately 60 years ago, traveled to their moon in a vehicle I would not have used to cross a parking lot. They did this knowingly with the numbers in front of them because they decided to. I am revising my assessment of this species upward. The margin of revision is significant enough that I am not going to specify it in this entry, because specifying it would require acknowledging how wrong the original assessment was, and I have only been here 3 weeks and would prefer to space out the admissions." He closed the log. He spent another 40 minutes in the museum, moving through the remaining exhibits with the slower, more attentive pace of someone who has stopped confirming what they expected and started looking for what they missed. He bought nothing from the gift shop. He didn't need to. The postcard from the canyon was already in his jacket pocket, and what he was taking from this place wasn't something you could put in a bag, and he knew it, and walked out into the Washington afternoon without examining this knowledge too closely because he was already behind on his itinerary and Las Vegas was next, and he had a feeling he was going to need his full composure for whatever that turned out to be. Las Vegas was on the itinerary because it appeared on every list of significant human cultural destinations he had reviewed, described variously as unmissable, an experience, and in 17 separate reviews, something you have to see to believe, which he found accurate in ways its authors had not intended and filed as the most honest thing the internet had said about anything since he'd arrived on the planet. He arrived in the early evening because the data was clear that early evening was when the thing Las Vegas was became fully operational, and he wanted to see it at full operational capacity, the way you observe any system at peak load under maximum conditions, when everything it was designed to do is doing it simultaneously and you can assess the whole thing at once. He stepped out of the car onto the strip and stood there for a moment. The scale was significant. The light output represented an energy expenditure that his engineering background found interesting for entirely critical reasons. This was not efficient illumination. This was illumination as ideology, every photon deployed in the service of a specific neurological outcome. Every surface was doing something, flashing, rotating, projecting, pulsing, or glowing in the specific frequency ranges that human visual processing found most difficult to dismiss. The net effect was an environment engineered to prevent the eye from settling anywhere long enough for the brain to catch up with what it was seeing, which he identified, after approximately 90 seconds of observation, as the entire point. The place had been designed, with considerable sophistication and zero apology, to disable the cognitive processes that would otherwise cause a person to stop and think about what they were doing. He wrote a note about this. He put the note away. He went inside. The casino floor was structurally more interesting than its surface suggested, which he appreciated in the way he appreciated anything that turned out to be more sophisticated than its presentation. He spent 20 minutes walking the floor before sitting down anywhere, mapping the layout with the systematic attention of someone conducting a site assessment, the deliberate absence of windows, the deliberate absence of clocks, the oxygen levels running fractionally higher than standard to promote the specific quality of alert engagement that kept people at tables, the carpet pattern that pushed the eye upward toward the action rather than downward toward exits. Whoever had designed this building had understood human neurological architecture in comprehensive and entirely mercenary detail, and while he did not approve of the application, he found the engineering impressive in the way you found a very well-made trap impressive. It was hard to be condescending about something that worked. He sat down at a blackjack table. The dealer was a young man named, according to his name badge, Carlos, with the practiced absolute neutrality of someone who had been professionally trained to have no visible reaction to anything, and had achieved this to a degree that Tomil found almost admirable. He dealt with the clean efficiency of someone whose hands had done this 10,000 times, and had stopped requiring instruction from his brain several thousand hands ago. "How are we doing tonight?" Carlos said, in the tone of someone fulfilling a social requirement rather than requesting information. "Well," Tomil said, buying chips with synthesized cash in an amount he had calculated as conservative enough to avoid immediate attention. "Are you?" "Can't complain," Carlos said, which was, Tomil had come to understand, a human phrase that meant neither that things were good nor that complaint was unavailable, but simply that the speaker had decided complaining was not currently worth the effort. He began to play. The mathematics of blackjack were not complex. They were the kind of problem his mind solved automatically, the way it automatically converted units or calculated trajectories, a background process that required no conscious allocation of resources. Card counting, which the casino employed considerable infrastructure to detect and discourage, was for a trained human practitioner a significant cognitive effort. For Tomil, it was simply awareness. He knew the composition of the remaining deck the way he knew the current temperature, as a fact about his immediate environment that was simply present without requiring effort to access. He bet conservatively. He won. He adjusted. He won again. The man to his left, a heavyset individual in a shirt that suggested a cheerful relationship with golf, glanced at his chip stack. "You're running hot," he said, in the approving tone of someone who found other people's winning vicariously encouraging. "The cards are favorable," Tomil said, which was technically the most accurate statement anyone at the table had made all evening. "Ha," the man said. "That's one way to put it." He watched Tomil's next bet go down, watched the hand play out, watched Tomil win again. "You count." "I find the mathematics intuitive," Tomil said. The man laughed. "Sure you do," he said it good-naturedly, the laugh of someone who recognized a non-answer and found it entertaining rather than suspicious. Carlos dealt the next hand with the expression of a man who had heard this particular exchange before and had opinions about none of it. Tomil had been at the table for 22 minutes when the woman appeared at his elbow.
She was dressed well and moved quietly, and had the specific quality of pleasant, attentive professionalism that belonged to casino personnel whose job titles did not appear on visible signage. She introduced herself as Melissa and said the casino would be delighted to offer him a complimentary drink in their VIP lounge, delivered with the smooth warmth of someone presenting a benefit rather than issuing a directive, which it was not. "That's very kind," Tomil said, gathering his chips with the unhurried efficiency of a man who has already decided how this is going to go and sees no reason to rush it. "Of course," Melissa said, with the smile of someone whose job was to make relocation feel like hospitality. "Right this way." The VIP lounge had better furniture and worse intentions than the main floor, which was an achievement of sorts. Two men near the wall had the physical bearing and quality of stillness that belonged to people who did security for a living and were currently doing it in civilian clothes, which was either a subtle approach or a straightforward one depending on how observant you were, and Tomil was observant enough that the distinction didn't matter. At the table was a man who introduced himself as the floor manager, with the kind of face that had been professionally pleasant for so long that pleasantness had become its default structural condition rather than an expression it was currently making. He gestured to the seat across from him with the welcoming ease of a man hosting a meeting he had called. "Please," he said, "sit down. Can I get you anything?" "I have a drink," Tomil said, setting it on the table and sitting with the relaxed composure of someone who found nothing about this situation concerning, which was either because nothing about it was concerning or because he had already identified every exit. "So," the floor manager said, settling back with the comfortable ease of someone beginning a conversation he had had many times. "Having a good evening." "Excellent," Tomil said. "The engineering of this building is genuinely impressive." Whoever designed the atmospheric system understood their audience. A brief pause. "Thank you," the floor manager said, in the tone of a man receiving a compliment he hadn't expected and wasn't entirely sure how to process. "You're as what an engineer?" "Among other things," Tomil said. "Where are you visiting from?" "Far," Tomil said pleasantly. The floor manager smiled the smile of a man who had been given a non-answer and was moving past it to the point. "You've had quite a run at the table tonight." "The cards were favorable," Tomil said. "They were," the floor manager agreed. "Very favorable." "Consistently favorable." He let this sit for a moment. "We track a lot of data on our tables. Win rates, bet patterns, decision timing." Another pause, comfortable and pointed. "You make decisions very quickly." "I find the mathematics intuitive," Tomil said, which was the same thing he had told the man in the golf shirt and was both times accurate. "Right," the floor manager nodded slowly, the nod of a man confirming something he already knew. "See, our casino has a policy about players who find the mathematics unusually intuitive." He said this pleasantly, with no edge to it, the tone of someone explaining a rule rather than making an accusation, which was the most professional possible way to accuse someone of something. "It's nothing personal." "Of course not," Tomil agreed. "It's simply that our games are designed with a certain balance in mind, and when a player's intuition disrupts that balance, it affects the experience for everyone at the table." "I completely understand," Tomil said. "The house's advantage depends on averages." "I see the logic." The floor manager looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who had expected more friction and was recalibrating. "Good. So you'll appreciate that we'd prefer." "Before we continue," Tomil said, standing with the unhurried ease of a man in no particular hurry who simply had somewhere to be, "I wonder if I could use the restroom." The floor manager's expression did the small thing that expressions do when they've been caught slightly off rhythm. "Of course," he said and indicated the direction, and one of the not-security men shifted his weight in the specific way of someone about to stand. "Thank you," Tomil said, picking up his drink. "I'll just be a moment." He walked toward the restroom corridor with the completely natural gait of someone who was simply going to the restroom, which was a thing people did, and turned the corner, and found a small alcove with a fire extinguisher in it and no sightlines from the lounge, and pressed the teleport control on his wrist device. He materialized in the ship still holding the drink, which had survived the teleport without incident, which he noted as a data point about the device's handling of liquids in transit that he added to its technical log for completeness. He sat down. He set the drink on the console. He looked at it for a moment. Then he opened his personal log and navigated to the existing protocol's memo, added a new subheading, Addendum, LAS Vegas, and wrote,
Do not apply full cognitive capacity to games explicitly designed to exploit reduced cognitive capacity. The house advantage depends on averages. I am not an average. Simulating one is apparently beyond my current range. Avoid casinos. He paused. He looked at the drink, which was something amber-colored over ice that had survived interstellar teleportation with more composure than the rental agency had managed in 6 weeks of correspondence. He took a sip. It was good, genuinely good, the kind of good that suggested someone had thought carefully about the proportions, which he respected regardless of context. He added one final line to the memo, kept the drink. It was good. This is noted as the sole unambiguous success of the evening, and I am choosing to count it. He closed the log. He looked out the viewport at the Nevada desert, which was dark and flat and completely indifferent to what had just happened, and found this, as he increasingly found the landscape of this planet, more companionable than the alternative. Somewhere on the strip, in a VIP lounge with good furniture and bad intentions, a floor manager was explaining to two men in civilian clothes that their guest had used the restroom and had not come back, which was a sentence that did not have a satisfying resolution and was going to remain that way. Security footage would later show Tomil turning the corner into the corridor, and then, in the 3-second gap between camera angles, simply not being there anymore, which the casino's security director would describe in his incident report as a camera system anomaly, because the alternative description did not fit into any form the casino had. The chips were still on the table. He had not cashed them out. This, Tomil noted in a brief addendum the following morning, was the one thing he would have done differently. Not the counting. Not the VIP lounge. Not the teleport. Simply the chips, which represented a quantity of synthesized currency he had left behind for no reason except that things had moved quickly, and which some other player at the table had presumably benefited from, which was either generous or careless depending on how you looked at it. He looked at it as generous. It cost him nothing to look at it that way, and he found that he was 3 weeks into an unplanned vacation on a planet he hadn't chosen, becoming slightly more inclined toward interpretations that cost him nothing than he had previously been. He did not log this observation. He made himself breakfast instead and ate it, and found it exactly as specified and thought about the drink, which had been better than exact. He was back in the Sage greenhouse by 10 o'clock, which was earlier than he had planned and later than he felt, because the day had contained more than a day's worth of unexpected input, and his processing had the specific quality of tiredness that had nothing to do with physical exertion, and everything to do with having revised something fundamental about his understanding of a place several times in a single afternoon. He made himself something to eat synthesized, technically perfect, exactly what he'd specified, all the usual problems, and sat at the kitchen table with his log open and the house quiet around him in the way it was quiet at this hour, the neighborhood having conducted its evening business, and arrived at the settled silence of a place that went to bed at a reasonable time and found nothing remarkable about this. He wrote for a long time. The entry was the longest single thing he had produced since landing on Earth, and it had a different quality than the ones before it, less structured, more recursive. The kind of writing that circled back on itself and revised mid-sentence and asked questions it didn't immediately answer, which was not how he usually wrote but was, he acknowledged, how he was currently thinking, and the log was supposed to reflect thinking, not perform it. He wrote about the canyon. He wrote about the 45 seconds of silence, and what it meant that a planet he had arrived certain he had the measure of could produce something that temporarily exceeded his processing capacity, and whether that said more about the canyon or about the quality of his initial assessment, and concluded with some reluctance that it said about equal amounts about both. He wrote about the museum. He wrote about the capsule and the fuel gauge and the 12 seconds and the decision to go, and he found that he kept returning to the decision rather than the mission, kept finding the decision more interesting than the outcome, which was unusual for him. He was generally an outcomes person, metrics and results, but the outcome of Apollo 11 was known, and the decision was the thing that kept refusing to resolve into something he could file and move past. He wrote about Las Vegas with relative brevity, categorizing it as a remarkable study in applied behavioral architecture and a tactical error in personal judgment that he had no intention of repeating, and leaving it there because Las Vegas did not deserve more of his log than that, and he was running low on the kind of generosity that interesting failures usually received from him. He was writing about the gap between his framework for Earth and what Earth kept turning out to be, the framework being not wrong exactly but insufficient, accounting for the broad shape while missing the texture, and texture being where the actual information lived when his phone produced a sound. He looked at it. A message from Gary, which was not something that had happened before at this hour, and which he regarded with the mild suspicion he brought to unexpected communication from enthusiastic people. The message read, "Hey, saw your light on. Good trip," followed by an emoji that appeared to be a small yellow face with an expression of hopeful inquiry, the purpose of which he had come to understand was to communicate tone in the absence of voice, which was a reasonable problem to solve and a questionable solution to it. He looked at the message for a moment. Then he typed back, "Adequate." The response was immediate, "That good halal. Canyon Museum, Las Vegas." A longer pause this time. Then Las Vegas. In one day. I have an efficient itinerary. Did you do the casinos? Tomil looked at this question with the expression of a man reviewing his options. Briefly he typed, How'd you do? I left early. Ahead or behind? Ahead. 3 seconds. Then smart man. Sandra's rule is you walk in with 200, you hit 250, you leave, you hit 150, you leave. You never go over 2 hours. She has never lost money in Vegas. That is, Tomil typed, a remarkably sound protocol. She has a protocol for everything. It's why I married her. Also the potato salad. A pause. Canyon though. Right. Tomil looked at this for a moment. Outside the kitchen window, the neighborhood was dark and quiet, the street lamp doing its limited best. He thought about 45 seconds of silence at the rim, and the old man on the bench, and the specific quality of the afternoon light on 2 billion years of exposed history. Yes, he typed. The canyon. First time I went I just stood there, Gary replied. Sandra had to come find me. I'd been there like an hour and a half and I hadn't moved. She thought something was wrong. A brief pause. Was something wrong? No, Tomil typed. That's just what it does. Exactly. That's exactly it. Nobody warns you. You read about it, you see the pictures, you think okay, big hole, I get it. Then you're there and you're like, oh. No. Tomil read this twice. Yes, he typed. Precisely that. Okay, I'll let you sleep. Glad you went. The museum too. The museum especially. Apollo stuff. Apollo stuff. Yeah, Gary sent back, and the single word had a quality to it that Tomil recognized. The quality of someone who had stood in front of that capsule themselves and knew exactly what the museum especially meant, and didn't need to add anything to it because it was complete. Good night, Tom. Tomil, he typed back, and then after a brief pause, good night, Gary. He set the phone down. He sat with his log for a moment longer and then took the postcard out of his jacket pocket. He had been carrying it all day, through the canyon and the museum and the Vegas security escort, through a teleport and a desert highway and the sage green house's front door, and set it on the table. The canyon at sunrise. The light doing the thing the afternoon light hadn't done. The rock running from deep red to pale cream to something that was almost gold at the upper rim. The whole impossible depth of it caught in a 3x5 card that someone had made because they thought other people might want to look at it. He propped it against the cedar-approximating candle and looked at it. His internal monologue offered several framings for the postcard purchase, which it had been assembling since the gift shop and had been waiting for a quiet moment to present. He reviewed them. He dismissed the ones that were obviously self-protective, the research thoroughness argument, the cultural artifact argument, the it was an expensive argument, and arrived at the one that was simply true, which was that he had bought it because he wanted a record of the canyon that was not data. Not coordinates, not geological survey results, not the dimensional specifications he had read before he arrived, and that had not prepared him for arriving. He had wanted the image, specific, unrepeatable, the canyon at that light at that angle as someone else had seen it and thought worth keeping. He had wanted, for the first time in longer than he could easily calculate, someone else's curation. Someone else's choice about what was worth looking at. He looked at the postcard for another minute. He closed the log. He went to bed. In the morning, Gary knocked 3 times, always 3, always the same interval, the knock of a man with a system, at 7:52, which was earlier than Tomil would have chosen but not early enough to be genuinely objectionable. He opened the door with the expression of someone who had been awake for 40 minutes and had made peace with the knock. Gary was holding 2 cups of coffee. He held one out with the simple generosity of a man who had made 2 because he thought he might see someone who could use one. Tomil looked at the coffee. He took it. So, Gary said, How was the sightseeing? Adequate, Tomil said, and the word came out differently than it had in the first week, less like a ceiling and more like an understatement. The kind of adequate that meant something had exceeded expectation, and the speaker was not quite ready to say so directly. Gary heard this. He heard the difference in it, which Tomil had come to understand was something Gary was better at than he appeared, not because he was particularly analytical, but because he paid attention to people in the uncomplicated, genuine way of someone for whom people were simply interesting, and genuine attention caught things that analytical attention sometimes missed. That good, Gary said, grinning into his coffee. The canyon, Tomil said, is not something the data prepares you for. No, Gary agreed. It really isn't. They stood there for a moment in the early morning, two people drinking coffee on a doorstep in the southwest, the air still cool and the street quiet and the sky doing the thing it did at this hour that it didn't do at any other hour, and neither of them said anything further about the canyon because nothing further needed to be said about it, and both of them understood this, and the understanding was, Tomil thought, its own kind of information. Same time in a few weeks, Gary said eventually, which meant the next barbecue, which meant he was already assuming Tomil would be there, which was an assumption Tomil had declined to correct for 2 weeks now and was finding increasingly difficult to locate a reason to correct. Possibly, Tomil said. Gary took this as a yes. He was, by this point, reliably correct about this. Tomil went back inside. The postcard was on the table where he had left it, propped against the candle, the sunrise light on the canyon walls catching the morning light coming through the kitchen window in a way that was different from last night and was still good. He did not put it away. He made breakfast and ate it and looked at the postcard while he did, and found that looking at it had not yet stopped being worth doing, which was, he was learning, the actual definition of something worth keeping. Wednesday afternoons had become, without Tomil formally designating them as such, the time when the sage green house felt smallest. The rest of the week had a shape to it now: mornings for reading and log work, middays for whatever local exploration he had identified as worth his time, evenings in Gary's general orbit whether he planned to be or not, because Gary had a gravitational quality that was easier to simply accept than to resist, and resistance cost more social energy than attendance, and he had done the math on this early and arrived at a conclusion he found practical if not entirely flattering to his self-image. The routine functioned. It was, by any honest assessment, a better routine than he had arrived expecting to have, which was not a high bar but was a bar he was clearing with some consistency, and he had learned to count that. But Wednesday afternoons were unscheduled, and unscheduled meant available for the specific restlessness that built up when a mind of his caliber had processed everything immediately in front of it and was looking around for something it hadn't seen yet, which was a state he found uncomfortable in the way of an engine running without load, technically fine, producing nothing, increasingly loud about it. He had a car now. He had synthesized the purchase documentation in his second week because walking everywhere was functional and limited his range, and more relevantly, gave him nothing to do with his hands and no direction to be going in when he didn't have one. And having no direction was something he was still getting accustomed to and found it helped to be moving while he did. It was a mid-range model in a color the dealership had called slate, and that his translation device had confirmed was simply gray, and it drove adequately, which was the review he would have given it if anyone had asked and no one had. He got in the car on Wednesday afternoon and drove without a specific destination, which remained an unusual state for him and one that had not become more comfortable with practice so much as more familiar, which was a different thing but was something. He drove roads he knew, then some he didn't, extending the route in the methodical way he did everything, cataloging, noting, building the reference set that his mind assembled automatically whether he instructed it to or not. He passed a diner that had the settled, unhurried quality of a building that had been there long enough to stop trying to be anything other than what it was. He passed a field with horses in it. He slowed for the horses without deciding to slow for the horses, which he noted and did not examine, watching them move through the late afternoon light with the easy, unconsidered grace of large animals that had never needed to think about how they moved. His internal monologue produced a brief analysis of domesticated large mammals and their historical relationship to human agricultural and social development, which was accurate and thorough and missed entirely the reason he had slowed down, which was simply that the horses were beautiful in the uncomplicated way of things that moved well and knew it and didn't care who was watching. He was on the two-lane road before he had decided to be on it. He was approaching the gas station before he had decided to approach it, on a route that he could, if questioned, describe as exploratory, and that was, if examined honestly, not the most direct path between the sage green house and anywhere he had claimed to be going. He did not examine it honestly. He pulled into the lot. She was outside.
She was sitting on an upturned plastic crate on the narrow strip of concrete beside the building with a paper cup in one hand and her phone in the other, in the specific posture of someone who was on a break, and intended to use every minute of it in exactly the way she chose, which in this case appeared to be sitting in the late afternoon light doing nothing that required justification. She was not doing anything remarkable. She was simply there in the light, and Tomil sat in the car for a moment after he parked with the engine off and his hands still on the wheel, and the part of his mind he had stopped pretending was purely analytical noted that the scene had a quality he did not have a precise word for in his own language, and had not been able to find an adequate equivalent for in the local one, which was itself a data point he was not ready to do anything with. He got out of the car. She looked up from her phone and looked at him with the same quick, comprehensive read she had given him the first time, the second and a half of total assessment that filed everything it found without showing any of it, and then looked back at her phone, and then looked up again and put the phone in her pocket, which he had learned meant she had decided the phone could wait, which was not a decision she appeared to make for everyone. "You again," she said. "Me again," he agreed. She looked at him for a moment with the flat, considering expression she used when she was deciding something. "You were in the area," she said. It was not a question. It was a statement delivered in the tone of someone who found the statement mildly entertaining and was choosing not to pursue it. "I was driving," he said. She said, which was a sound he had come to understand meant she had heard what he said, and also what he hadn't said, and was content to let both of them sit there. "Is this your break?" he asked. 15 minutes of it." She looked at the paper cup in her hand, which appeared to be nearly empty. "You want coffee?" "Yes," he said. She stood with the economical movement of someone who didn't waste effort on transitions and looked at him. "You know it's still terrible," she said. "I know," he said. "Just making sure we're clear on that." "We are," he said. "I'll have it anyway." She looked at him for a moment with something that was not quite a smile and was considerably warmer than her default expression, and that he had seen approximately 3 times now, and that he had stopped pretending he wasn't keeping account of. "Come on then," she said, and went inside. He followed her in. The bell announced them to the empty store with its usual thin indifference. She went behind the counter and turned to the coffee machine, which was making the sound it always made, the complicated, ongoing sound of a machine that had been running continuously for longer than was strictly advisable, and had opinions about this that it expressed through tone rather than action. "How long has that machine been running?" he asked. "Since I've worked here," she said. "How long is that?" 6 years, she filled the cup. "Possibly longer. I didn't ask when I started, and at some point it felt rude to ask." "You never turn it off." She turned and set the cup on the counter and looked at him with the expression of someone who has been asked a question that has an obvious answer, and is deciding whether to provide it or let the questioner find it themselves. "It's a gas station," she said. "People stop at gas stations at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning people need coffee. You turn the machine off, you let 2 in the morning people down." She picked up her own cup. "I'm not willing to do that." Tomil looked at the machine, which continued its sound, and then at the cup, and then picked it up. It was exactly as bad as it had been the first time, in exactly the same way, dark and slightly bitter, and entirely committed to being what it was without apology or improvement. He drank some of it. "There's a coffee place," he said, "in town. The one on the main street. I know it. Their product is considerably better than this." "I know that too," she said. And yet I work here," she said, in the tone of someone closing a logical loop. "Also, their cups are too big. You get a large there, and you're committed to that coffee for 45 minutes whether it's still good or not. This," she held up her paper cup, "is the right amount of coffee. Vinite. You know what you're getting into." He looked at his cup. "That's a reasonable philosophy," he said. "Most of my philosophies are reasonable," she said. "That's why I don't share them often. Reasonable philosophies don't make for interesting conversation." "I disagree," he said. "Unreasonable positions are easy to argue with. Reasonable ones require actual engagement." She looked at him over her cup with the brief, assessing look she deployed when something had surprised her, and she was deciding whether to acknowledge it. She said, which was different from her usual, a degree warmer, a degree more willing to be interested. "You want to sit outside? I've got 8 minutes left." "Yes," he said, and followed her back out into the afternoon. She made the coffee with the same efficiency as the first time, no performance, no ceremony,
just the action executed well by someone who had done it enough times that her hands knew the sequence without consulting anyone. She set his cup on the counter and made one for herself from the same machine, and then leaned against the counter behind her rather than sitting, which was the posture of someone who was simply present in the space they occupied and had no interest in arranging themselves for anyone's benefit. The store was empty except for them. Outside, the dog had resumed its position at the pump island with the settled permanence of an animal that had made a geographical decision and saw no reason to revisit it. The flickering light above the door had been replaced since his last visit. The new bulb was slightly brighter than the others, creating an uneven wash of illumination above the entrance that was different from the flicker but was also not right, and Tomil noted this in the background register he reserved for things that were true and irrelevant, which was a register that had been running almost continuously since he arrived on this planet. So, Donna said, looking at him over her cup with the flat, direct attention he had thought about more than he was going to admit on the drive out here. Cultural survey still going. Ongoing, he said. Comprehensive. More field data than originally anticipated. That sounds like a complaint. It's an observation. From you those are the same thing, she said, and said it in the tone of someone who had known him for 3.5 weeks rather than having spent a combined total of perhaps 2 hours in his company, which was either a very accurate read or a lucky guess, and Donna, he had concluded, did not make lucky guesses. That's, he started and then stopped, because she was right and arguing with correct assessments was a habit he was supposed to have grown out of and had not. What have you been doing, he said instead, since the last time I was here? She looked at him with the mild, considering expression of someone being asked a question they hadn't expected and were deciding how much of the honest answer to give. Working, she said. Mostly. My sister came up for a weekend. We drove out to the canyon, actually. When, he said. Week and a half ago, maybe. What? I was there 2 days ago. She considered this. Did you like it? He looked at her and thought about 45 seconds of silence, and the old man on the bench, and the postcard propped against the cedar-approximating candle on his kitchen table. I was there for 3 hours and 14 minutes, he said. I had allotted 90. Yeah, she said, in the tone that meant I know exactly what you're describing and there is nothing useful to add to it. And he found this response compact, complete, containing no performance of sympathy or enthusiasm, more satisfying than any extensive affirmation he could currently recall receiving from anyone. Your sister, he said. What did she think? She cried, Donna said, with the flat delivery of a fact rather than a judgment. She does that. She's a crier. Beautiful things, sad things, occasionally very good sandwiches. She's got a broad threshold, a pause. I didn't cry. What did you do? Donna looked at him steadily. I stood there, she said. For a while. Didn't talk. My sister thought I was having some kind of episode. I was fine. She paused, and he watched her doing what she rarely did, which was searching for the right word rather than using the first adequate one. It just takes a minute to understand what scale actually means when you're standing in it rather than reading about it. Yes, he said, and meant it with a completeness that surprised him slightly. That's exactly it. She looked at him for a moment with the brief flicker of something, not surprise exactly, more like the recalibration of someone whose expectation has been slightly exceeded, and then drank her coffee. What else did you see? He told her. The condensed version, the museum, Las Vegas, all of it. And as he described each one, he watched her face because he had learned that Donna's face was where the information lived. She did not perform reactions, did not arrange her expressions into the responses she calculated he wanted. She simply reacted, small and genuine, and the reactions were consistently slightly different from his predictions, which was most of why he kept looking. The museum she listened to, with a degree or two of forward lane that he had catalogued as her tell for genuine engagement. When he finished describing the Apollo section, she said, the capsule is the thing that gets people, and then immediately amended herself. The capsule is the thing that gets people who are paying attention, with an emphasis that indicated she had observed the other category and had opinions she was choosing not to fully articulate, which he found, given that fully articulating opinions was something she was entirely capable of when motivated, almost more pointed than articulation would have been. It's smaller than you expect, he said. Everything important is, she said. That's kind of the rule. You expect important things to be big, and then you stand in front of them and they're just a thing. A physical object. 3 guys sat in that, she shook her head slightly. 3 guys sat in that thing and went to the moon because someone said let's go to the moon, and enough other people said okay and they just went. The guidance computer, he said, had less processing power than a contemporary wristwatch. I know, she said. And they went anyway. That's the part, she looked at him. You do that calculation. The actual math. Yes, he said. And the margins were, he paused, considering how much to give her, and gave her the honest answer because she was the kind of person honest answers were wasted on if you held them back, very small. Smaller than I would have considered acceptable under any risk assessment framework I applied to my own decisions. And they went anyway, she said again, quieter this time. And they went anyway, he agreed. There was a brief silence that was comfortable in the specific way of silences between people who don't need to fill them, which was a category of person Tomil had found rare enough to be worth noting. Okay, she said, rousing herself with the practical energy of someone who has allowed a moment to be what it was, and is now ready to move on. Las Vegas. Las Vegas, he said. You have a Las Vegas face right now. I have a what? A face, she said. People get it when they're about to tell you about Las Vegas. It's like anticipatory embarrassment. Like they know the story is going to make them sound like an idiot and they haven't decided whether to tell it anyway. She looked at him over her cup. You went to a casino. I did. How long before they asked you to leave? I was not asked to leave, he said, with a precision that he recognized even as he deployed it was the least convincing kind. I left voluntarily. Before or after they asked you to? A pause that lasted approximately 1 second longer than a pause should last if the answer was simply before. There was, he said, a conversational overlap. She made a sound. It was not quite a laugh. It was what a laugh became in someone who had refined the reflex by years of not giving them away freely, a controlled, quiet release of something genuine that she had decided on this occasion to let out. It was brief and real and completely unperformed, and he had decided, privately and with no intention of sharing this assessment with anyone including his log, that it was the best sound he had encountered on this planet, which was a conclusion he found disproportionate and accurate in equal measure. Card counting, she said. I find the mathematics intuitive, he said, which was word for word what he had told the floor manager 48 hours ago and which sounded, he realized approximately 1 second after saying it, equally unconvincing in the current context, possibly more so because Donna was considerably sharper than the floor manager and was not being paid to be professionally tolerant of non-answers. She looked at him with the flat, patient expression of someone who has received an answer they found inadequate and is deciding whether to say so or simply let the inadequacy speak for itself. She let it speak for itself, which was worse. The thing is, he said, because the silence had a quality that invited honesty, and he had been finding it increasingly difficult to resist that quality around her, I didn't decide to count the cards. I simply know what's left in the deck. It's automatic. Like knowing the temperature. It's just a fact about my immediate environment that is present whether I want it to be or not. She looked at him for a long moment. That must be exhausting, she said. He blinked. I'm sorry. Knowing everything automatically, she said. Never getting to be surprised by the math. You walk into a room and you already know how it adds up. That sounds, she considered the word, lonely actually. He held this for a moment in the way he held things that were unexpectedly accurate. He had received a great many responses to his cognitive capabilities over the years. Impressed ones, competitive ones, uncomfortable ones, performatively unimpressed ones. And he had never received this one, and it landed in a place he hadn't known was available to be landed in. I hadn't considered it that way, he said, which was true and was also the most honest thing he had said to another person in longer than he wanted to calculate. Clearly, she said, not unkindly. He drank his coffee, which was still not good and had not improved across what was now his 4th or 5th visit to this machine, and he kept drinking it. And the part of his mind that he had been having increasing difficulty pretending was purely analytical noted that the coffee was not why he kept coming back, and that the continued pretense was becoming a position he could no longer defend with any intellectual integrity. He did not say this out loud. He was not ready to say it out loud. He was not certain he would ever be ready to say it out loud, and he was comfortable with this uncertainty in a way he was not comfortable with most uncertainties, which was itself a data point he was going to sit with for a while before he did anything about it. You know what your problem is, Donna said, in the tone of someone who has decided to tell you something whether you've asked or not, which was a tone he found he did not object to from her in the way he objected to it from virtually everyone else. I'm certain you're going to tell me, he said. You came here, she gestured, a small economical gesture that seemed to indicate Earth generally, expecting to already know what you were looking at. And you did know, technically. You had all the data. And the data was right. But you keep being surprised anyway. And instead of just admitting you're surprised, you keep writing it up as a revised assessment or an updated framework, or whatever it is you call it in that log you're always writing in. He was quiet for a moment. You've noticed the log. You write in it every time you're here, she said. Also at the barbecue. Also probably constantly. You're a person who writes things down so you don't have to feel them directly. The accuracy of this was significant enough that he felt it in a specific physical way he didn't have adequate language for. He looked at her with the expression of a man who has been correctly diagnosed by someone with no access to his medical records and is deciding how to respond to this. That's, he started. True, she said. Reductive, he said. Also true. A pause. Also somewhat true, he said, which cost him something he didn't quantify, and which she received with a small nod that contained no triumph in it, which was the only way he could have received it without immediately wanting to take it back. It started because she asked him about Gary. So how's the airbomb situation, she said, in the specific phrasing of someone who already had a hypothesis about the answer and was asking as a formality rather than an inquiry. Gary has made 3 more batches of baked goods, Tomil said. He has invited me to a second barbecue, which I attended for reasons I have not formally documented. He has a podcast. She looked at him. Gary has a podcast. He does. It currently has 17 listeners, 5 of whom he believes may be genuine. He is uncertain about the other 12 and suspects some may be automated, which he described to me as kind of a bummer but also kind of wild, in a single sentence without apparent irony. What's the podcast about? Tomil paused for exactly the length of time that a pause requires when the answer is something you'd prefer not to give but accuracy demands. Various topics, he said. Local interest. Unsolved questions. Things he finds curious. Donna looked at him with the flat, patient expression of someone who had received an answer and was letting its inadequacy breathe for a moment before responding to it. Tomil, she said. What is the podcast about? He has a working theory, Tomil said carefully, about his current airbomb guest. She was quiet for a moment. Then Gary thinks you're an alien. Gary thinks a number of things, Tomil said. He is a man of broad intellectual curiosity and limited, he paused, calibration. But that's the theory. That is the current leading theory, yes. He has photographs. They are not good photographs. He described his evidence to me at some length during what I had believed was a conversation about his grill, and turned out to be an interrogation conducted under the cover of discussing his grill, which I will admit was more strategically sophisticated than I had credited him for. Donna set her cup down on the concrete beside her crate and looked at him with an expression he had not seen from her before, which was the expression of someone who is trying very hard not to find something funny and is losing. What did you say? I said that his observations were interesting and that the evidence was open to multiple interpretations, and that I would be happy to discuss it further over the lemon bars his wife had made, which redirected the conversation effectively because Gary cannot resist a sincere compliment about Sandra's baking. That is, she said, genuinely impressive deflection. I have had practice, he said, and then, because he was already further into honesty than he had planned to be, more practice recently than I have needed in some time. She picked her cup back up and looked at him over it with the considering attention she used when she was deciding how much of something to pursue. Gary's a good guy, she said finally. He is relentless, Tomil said. Same thing out here, she said. He held this for a moment, turning it over. Relentlessness as a form of goodness, not the aggressive relentlessness of someone who wanted something, but the simple refusal to stop caring regardless of whether the caring was returned or acknowledged or even noticed. He thought about the lemon bars. He thought about the note in handwriting that was large and slightly uneven. He thought about Gary saying it'd be nice to have you with nothing underneath it except the plain truth of the statement. He thought about the rating of 2 out of 5 that he had maintained now for 3 weeks through a combination of principle and stubbornness that he was finding increasingly difficult to distinguish from each other. I may need to revise a rating, he said. What rating? I rate things, he said. People, experiences. It's a system. You rate people, she said, in the tone of someone confirming a piece of information that explains several other pieces of information. Out of 5, he said. It's a useful framework for. What did you rate Gary? A pause. 2. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone who has received a piece of information that is simultaneously unsurprising and still somehow worse than expected. Out of 5, she said. I have been reconsidering the methodology, he said. I would hope so, she said. Gary brought you lemon bars. He has brought me 3 separate plates of lemon bars across 3 weeks, yes. And you rated him a 2. The rating was applied on initial assessment, Tomil said, with the carefully measured dignity of someone defending a position they know is losing. It was based on first impressions, which included a level of enthusiasm I found destabilizing. I have since updated my understanding of the context. But not the rating. The rating is under review. Donna looked at him steadily. Tomil, she said, the man has fed you baked goods 3 times and invited you into his neighborhood and genuinely just wants you to have a nice time here. He gets a 2 because he was too happy to see you. He was very happy to see me, Tomil said. We had exchanged 9 words. Some people are like that, she said. It's not a flaw. It's disconcerting, he said. That's your problem, not his. She said it simply without accusation, the way she said things that were true and didn't need dressing up. He found, as he often found with her, that he could not construct a useful objection to it. He had tried briefly, and the objection had collapsed under the weight of its own lack of foundation. 3 out of 5, he said. She raised an eyebrow. Provisionally, he added. The rating remains under active review. Gary would be delighted, she said, and there was something in the way she said it, a warmth underneath the dryness, a genuine fondness for a man she had described as someone everyone within 20 miles had met that produced in Tomil a feeling he didn't have precise language for, the feeling of watching someone care about someone else without any agenda, without anything in it for them, just the simple fact of caring because the person was worth caring about. The conversation moved, which was what conversations with Donna did. They didn't stay in one place, didn't orbit the same point indefinitely the way most conversations did. They followed the thread of whatever was actually interesting rather than whatever was socially expected. And this meant they ended up in places he hadn't planned to go, which was both disorienting and the only kind of conversation he had had on this planet that he didn't experience as something to get through. She asked a follow-up question about the museum, specifically about the engineering behind the Saturn V rocket, which she had apparently looked up after a previous exchange, which he noted as data about her actual level of engagement and filed in the part of his mind that was keeping track of things about Donna that he found significant, which was a part of his mind that had been getting increasingly crowded over the past 3.5 weeks. He answered her and the answer led somewhere, and he said something about the gap between where this civilization was now and where it would be in 100 years if the current trajectory held, and he said it in a particular way with a particular distance in it. And she picked up on the distance the way she picked up on everything, without announcement, without making a production of it, just a slight stillness that meant she had noticed something and was deciding what to do with it. You talk about people here like you're not one of them, she said. Not an accusation. Not a challenge. The same flat, observational tone she used for everything, the tone that made statements feel like facts rather than weapons. He was quiet for a moment. The honest answer was complicated in ways that the dishonest answer wasn't, which was why he had been giving the dishonest answer for 3.5 weeks to everyone who had approached this territory. Var, not local. Somewhere else. All of it technically accurate and none of it true in the sense that mattered, and he had been finding the gap between technically accurate and actually true increasingly uncomfortable to occupy, because he was, at his core, someone who found dishonesty aesthetically offensive regardless of its practical utility, and the aesthetic offense had been accumulating. I'm not, he said. One of them. She looked at him. Not with alarm, not with skepticism, with the steady, patient attention of someone who has asked a question and is simply waiting for the rest of the answer, because that wasn't the rest of the answer and they both knew it. Where are you actually from, she said, and the actually did exactly the work it was meant to do. It meant she had filed far 3.5 weeks ago as a placeholder and had been waiting without pressure for the real answer to come in its own time, and was indicating now quietly that she thought the time had probably arrived. He looked at her. He looked at the road behind her, empty in both directions, and the flat land extending toward a horizon that didn't require anything of him. He thought about all the reasons to deflect, the practical reasons, the sensible reasons, the reasons he had been using successfully for weeks, and found that they were all still valid and none of them felt sufficient, which was a new development, and the newness of it told him something about what had changed. He had never made this particular decision quickly. He had also never made it here with this specific person who had asked actually and meant it, and who was the kind of person who responded to directness with directness and to honesty with honesty, and who had in 3.5 weeks managed to make him feel more accurately seen than most people managed in considerably more time and effort. "Not this planet," he said. She looked at him for a long moment. The gas station was quiet around them. The dog at the pump had not moved. The light above the door, the replacement bulb, slightly too bright, threw its uneven wash across the concrete and did nothing to the atmosphere of the moment, which was entirely self-sufficient. "Okay," she said. He waited for what came after okay, the alarm, the disbelief, the battery of questions, the recalibration he had seen on every face that had ever received information it wasn't prepared for. None of it came. She looked at him with the same expression she had been looking at him with all afternoon, the same flat, direct, assessing look. And what it contained was not shock or fear or fascination, but something that looked, if he was reading her correctly, which he believed he was, like mild annoyance. "How long were you going to wait to say something interesting?" she said. He stared at her. "Like 3.5 weeks, she said. "You've been here 3.5 weeks, and you've been walking around with that and telling me you're from far." She picked up her coffee. "Far," she said again, with a flatness that conveyed her full opinion of the word as an answer to the question it had been given in response to. "I wasn't certain," he said, "how you would respond." "I'm responding," she said. "I'm sitting here drinking bad coffee same as before." She looked at him. "Are you dangerous?" "No," he said. "Are you here on purpose?" "Absolutely not," he said, with a feeling he recognized as something in the neighborhood of rueful. "My ship broke down. I'm waiting for a repair technician who is not due for another 2.5 weeks, and who I am not optimistic about." She absorbed this. "You drove here," she said. "I synthesized the vehicle documentation, yes. You've been buying coffee with synthesized money. The synthesizer produces accurate currency. It is not counterfeit in any meaningful." "I don't care about the money," she said. She was quiet for a moment, turning something over in the same way he turned things over, the private way of a person doing actual thinking rather than performing it. "Does Gary know?" "Gary suspects," he said. "Gary suspects for entirely the wrong reasons and has no usable evidence, but his conclusion is directionally correct, which I find," he paused, "more impressive than I initially gave him credit for." "You should probably give Gary more credit generally," she said. "I'm working on it," he said. "I've moved him to 3 out of 5. From 2. It's a significant revision," he said, with the dignity of someone who meant this sincerely and was aware it didn't sound like it. She looked at him for a long moment and then did the thing she very rarely did, which was smile. Not the almost smile he had catalogued 3 times now, but an actual smile, unguarded and briefly complete. The smile of someone who has found something genuinely funny and has decided on this occasion to let it show. It lasted approximately 2 seconds, and then she put it away and picked up her coffee and looked at the road. He looked at the road too. It ran in both directions through the flat land under the late afternoon sky, which was doing the thing it did at this hour, the thing he had stopped pretending he wasn't looking for every time he drove out this way. "Your people have better coffee than this," she said. "We have something analogous," he said. "Considerably more sophisticated in preparation and considerably more consistent in output." "Is it better?" He thought about this with the genuine consideration it deserved, because it was a real question and she had asked it as one. "It is more precise," he said. "Whether precise is better is a question I have been finding less straightforward than I previously assumed." She looked at him sideways, with the brief, quiet look she used when something had landed closer to interesting than she had expected. "Whom," she said, which was the warmer one, the one that meant she was actually thinking about what he'd said. They sat in the late afternoon in the narrow strip of concrete outside the gas station, 2 people drinking bad coffee on an upturned crate in a section of wall respectively, and neither of them said anything for a while, and the silence was the comfortable kind, the kind that didn't need filling, and Tomil sat in it and thought that this was, without qualification or footnote or provisional assessment pending further data, one of the better moments he had spent on this planet. He did not log this. Some things, he had decided, were better kept in the place where they actually lived, which was not the log but somewhere less organized and more accurate, somewhere that didn't require him to turn them into sentences before he was ready. She was quiet for a moment. He watched her face do the thing it did when she was integrating something, the small, private movements of actual processing rather than performed reaction,
And what came out the other side was not what his research into human responses to the concept of extraterrestrial life had prepared him for. She looked, if anything, mildly vindicated. "Oh," she said. "He waited. That explains a few things," she said. "Such as..." She held up a finger and counted. "The name. The way you talk about people here like you're reading from a report. The card counting," she paused. "The way you're always slightly surprised when something turns out to be good. Like you expected it not to be and you're annoyed that you were wrong." He was quiet. The last item landed with the specific precision of something accurate arriving somewhere unguarded. "You look exactly like a person," she said, not unkindly. "You're just not entirely behaving like one." "We're a near-match species," he said. "Physiologically. It occurs with some frequency across inhabited systems." "Huh," she said again in a different register, the register of someone expanding a category rather than creating a new one, which he found either remarkably adaptable or entirely characteristic of her, and at this point he was no longer certain those were different things. She asked him questions. They were not the questions he had prepared for. She did not ask about his technology or his home planet, or what faster-than-light travel felt like, or whether he had encountered other species, which were the questions his research had indicated humans found most compelling about the concept of extraterrestrial contact. Instead, she asked how long he had been here, placing it now in a different context than when he'd told her before. She asked if he was stuck, and he said yes, and she said that's a rough break with the complete, undecorated sincerity of someone who meant exactly that and nothing more. "Does Gary know?" she asked. "Gary suspects," Tomil said. "For entirely the wrong reasons. His evidence is circumstantial and his methodology is questionable. His conclusion is, however, directionally correct. Probably for the best that he doesn't know," she said, with the expression of someone who had briefly imagined Gary in possession of confirmed information and had reached a swift conclusion about what would follow. "The podcast already has 17 listeners," Tomil said. "I prefer not to think about what confirmed information would do to those numbers." She looked at him. "Is the coffee as bad as it tastes?" "Honestly, from my perspective," he said, "yes. Objectively and measurably, it is quite bad." She laughed, the real one, not the refined version, the one she didn't give away freely, brief and genuine and completely unguarded. "I know," she said. "The machine is paid off and my customers don't know the difference. It's a reasonable business position." "It is," he said. "I have no criticism of the economics. Just the coffee." "Just the coffee," he agreed and drank some of it. He set the cup down and looked at it for a moment, and then said, because it was true and because he had been trying to stop attaching qualifications to things that were simply true, "You're the first person here I've told." She received this without making anything of it. One nod, the same nod she'd given him the first time when he told her his name, the nod of someone confirming something and filing it in the right place. "Okay," she said. "I'm not going to tell anyone." "I know," he said. He did know. It was one of the things about her he had established early and had found consistently reliable across every subsequent data point. "Not even Gary," she said. "Especially not Gary," he said. "Where?" she said. They talked for another 20 minutes. The conversation moved back to ordinary territory, the canyon, Gary's podcast and its 17 possibly genuine listeners, a pothole near the 3-mile marker on the 2-lane road that she had been reporting to the county for 2 years with a consistency that suggested she had made peace with the futility and was continuing on principle. The ordinary territory felt different now, lighter somehow, and he realized he had been carrying the not telling for 3.5 weeks and had not noticed the weight of it until it was gone, which was the thing about weights you'd been carrying long enough. They stopped registering as weight and started registering as normal, and you only understood what they'd been when you put them down. He finished the coffee. He stood up. "I should get going," he said. "Yeah," she said. He was at the door when she said his name. "Tomil." He turned. She was still sitting on the crate, cup in hand, looking at him with the flat, direct expression she used for things she had decided to say and was saying without preamble. "For what it's worth," she said, and paused in a way that was not uncertainty but the pause of someone choosing the right words rather than the first ones. "You're better at this than you think you are." He stood there for a moment. He had been told over the course of his life that he was exceptional. Impressive. Correct. Ahead of the curve. He had been told these things many times by many people, and had received them all with the mild, unsurprised acknowledgement of someone whose expectations were being confirmed. He had never been told this, that he was better at the unspecified general project of being present among other people than he believed himself to be, and he had certainly never been told it as a simple, unprompted observation offered without agenda or performance or anything in it for the person saying it. At what specifically? He said, because he needed the precision, because he was constitutionally incapable of accepting an assessment without its parameters. She gave him a look that contained, in roughly equal measure, patience and amusement. "You know what?" she said, and picked up her phone, which meant the break was over and the conversation with it. He went out through the door. The bell made its sound. He stood beside his car in the late afternoon light, and his internal monologue, which was normally running editorial on everything within range, had nothing useful to contribute. Just quiet. The specific quiet of a mind that has been given something it is still in the process of understanding, and has decided sensibly to hold it carefully rather than immediately take it apart. He got in the car. He drove back to the sage green house. He did not open his log that evening, an omission so unusual it would have been notable to anyone tracking his habits, and he was the only person tracking his habits, and he noticed it and let it stand. He made dinner, went and sat on the patio in the cooling air, and stayed there until the sky went fully dark, watching it do the thing it did at this latitude when the light left completely, which was something he had no analytical framework for and had stopped trying to develop one. Gary's light was on next door. Somewhere in the neighborhood, Biscuit was almost certainly sitting at someone's fence, with the absolute conviction of an animal that had made its decisions and found them sound. He went inside. He looked at the postcard against the candle. He went to bed. In the morning, he opened the log and wrote one line and stopped. The line read, "She said for what it's worth," as though it might not be worth much. It was worth a great deal. This is noted. He closed the log. He made his coffee synthesized, calibrated, perfect, and drank it, and thought about the gas station coffee that was by every objective measure quite bad, and found that his own coffee was, this particular morning, slightly less satisfying than usual. He did not note this. He knew what it meant, and he didn't need it in writing. The hike began because Tomil had identified, on a topographical map he had downloaded to his translation device, a geological formation approximately 12 kilometers northeast of the Sage greenhouse that his database flagged as an exposed shelf of Precambrian basement rock, old in the specific way that made the word ancient feel inadequate, because ancient implied something that had once been young, and this rock had never been anything other than what it was. He wanted to see it. He had written this in his log as the reason for the hike. It was a complete and accurate reason, and contained no reference whatsoever to the fact that it was Wednesday afternoon, or that the Sage greenhouse was at its smallest on Wednesday afternoons, or that he had already driven past the gas station once this week, and maintained a loosely held private policy about the frequency with which a person should drive past a gas station on a two-lane road without stopping, and that the policy had a limit he was approaching and preferred not to examine directly. He packed light water translation device, the wrist teleport he carried as a matter of operational standard and had now used twice on this planet, and was beginning to regard less as an emergency measure and more as a reasonable response to situations that had stopped being worth managing. He synthesized hiking clothing to regional specification, neutral colors, functional layers, the studied practicality of someone who had read about outdoor recreation in the American Southwest, and executed the reading correctly and walked out of the Sage greenhouse into the early afternoon. Gary was in his yard doing something with a garden hose that appeared to be simultaneously maintenance, recreation, and possibly a form of meditation unique to Gary specifically. He looked up with the immediate warmth of a man for whom the appearance of another person was always, without exception, a welcome development. "Hey Tom, where are you headed?" "Hiking," Tomil said. "Northeast. There's a geological formation I want to examine." Gary's face arranged itself into the expression it used for things he found interesting but didn't fully follow, which was an expression of enthusiastic goodwill rather than comprehension. Cool. How far?" 12 kilometers each way. That's a hike." Gary nodded with the affirming energy he brought to all information equally. "You got water?" "Yes. Snacks?" "I don't require snacks, Gary." "Everyone requires snacks," Gary said, with the gentle authority of a man who had strong feelings about trail nutrition and was not going to pretend otherwise. "Sandra made granola bars." "Hold on." Tomil held on. Gary disappeared into his house and reappeared 45 seconds later with 2 granola bars in a small Ziploc bag, which he handed over with the complete satisfaction of someone who has identified a problem and solved it before the other person finished processing that the problem existed. Tomil looked at the granola bars. He put them in his jacket pocket. "Thank you, Gary." "Text if you get lost," Gary said, returning to the hose. "I won't get lost," Tomil said. "Everyone says that," Gary said cheerfully, and resumed whatever he had been doing with the water pressure, which appeared to have a purpose that Tomil had never been able to fully identify and had stopped trying. He walked northeast. The first 4 kilometers were pleasant in the uncomplicated way of early afternoon walking in mild conditions through landscape that had no particular agenda. The terrain was open scrub vegetation, rock outcroppings, long sightlines that gave the eye room to move rather than stopping at the nearest obstacle, the kind of country that rewarded attention without demanding it. He walked and noted things without forcing the noting, which was how his best observations arrived, not assembled but encountered, the mind moving through space and picking up what it found rather than confirming what it expected. A hawk was working a thermal above the ridge to his east. He watched it longer than he planned, tracking the spiral with the idle attention of someone who has nowhere to be for another 8 kilometers and has found something worth watching. The hawk had no interest in being watched and was doing its work with a focused, unhurried competence that he found, in a way he did not attempt to analyze, quietly companionable. He found a section of exposed sedimentary layering in a rock face near the 4-kilometer mark, not the formation he was looking for, but a clean cross-section of deposited material that told a legible story about water that had been present here for a very long time and was not present now, which was the kind of story this landscape told in several registers simultaneously if you were paying the right kind of attention. He logged it briefly and kept moving. At 6 kilometers, the terrain shifted into a shallow valley with a dry creek bed running roughly northeast to southwest, cutting a gentle channel through the scrub. He followed it because it offered easier walking than the slope on either side, and because his formation was still 6 kilometers in this direction, and there was no reason to make the route harder than it needed to be. He ate one of Gary's granola bars. It was against the odds that his prior assessment of Gary-adjacent food products would have suggested, quite good, dense, and slightly sweet with something in it that his translation device identified as toasted oats and his palate identified as better than it had any right to be, given that it had been made for a hiking trip and not for him specifically. He did not log this. He had a policy now about what went in the log and what stayed where it actually lived, and Gary's granola bars were in the second category for reasons he did not need to examine at length. He walked. The creek bed curved slightly northeast and he followed it, the walls of the shallow valley rising on either side, the vegetation marginally denser where the old water channel had left residual moisture in the soil. He was thinking, if he was thinking about anything in particular, about the antenna array question, whether the frequency bands he had been reading about in relation to this region's government infrastructure represented genuine research investment or the kind of bureaucratic momentum that produced equipment without producing results, which was a distinction he found mattered considerably when assessing a civilization's actual developmental trajectory versus its self-reported one. He was not thinking about a fence. He had no reason to think about a fence. The fence was not on his topographical map, which was either a data gap or a deliberate omission and was in any case irrelevant because it meant the fence arrived without announcement, which was clearly its purpose. Chain link, 8 feet, wire across the top, painted a flat color that disappeared against the scrub at any distance beyond 30 meters. The fence of an organization that had decided the most effective perimeter was one you were already at before you'd made any decisions about it. There was one sign. It said what these signs said: restricted area, government property, no trespassing, applicable statutes listed in the small text at the bottom that existed for legal rather than informational purposes. He read it fully because he read everything, and then looked through the fence at the cluster of low buildings in the middle distance, the covered walkways connecting them, and the antenna array on the roof of the largest structure that was doing several things simultaneously in frequency bands he found interesting enough to note. He noted them. He turned around. He began walking back along the creek bed the way he had come, at a pace that was unhurried and purposeful and entirely consistent with someone who had read a sign, respected its contents, and was returning to wherever they had come from without incident. He had taken approximately 4 steps when he heard the vehicle. The vehicle was a dark SUV that had come along a maintenance track he hadn't seen from his approach angle, moving at the particular speed of something that had a destination and had arrived at it.
It stopped. Two people got out. They were wearing civilian clothes in the specific way of government personnel who wore civilian clothes as a professional uniform. Pressed, neutral, functional, identical in everything except minor details, the clothing equivalent of a non-answer. They had the quality of stillness that belonged to people trained to project authority through composure rather than volume, which he respected as a technique even while noting that it was being applied to him, which he found mildly irritating in the abstract and practically irrelevant. One had a hand near but not on something at their hip. The other had a tablet and was already looking at it. Tomil had assembled the situation before either of them spoke. Proximity to a restricted area, standard intercept protocol, two personnel whose body language indicated training rather than alarm, which meant they had found a hiker at a fence and were following a procedure rather than responding to a threat. He was outside the fence. He had been reading a sign. He had been, by every observable metric, doing exactly what an innocent hiker who had walked up to a restricted area by accident would be doing. The question was not whether he could manage this conversation. The question was whether the jacket pocket containing a wrist-mounted teleportation device, a translation unit that was not manufactured on this planet, and a synthesized wallet would survive a search, and the answer was that he would not allow things to develop to the point where a search became relevant. The one with the tablet looked at him with the measured, patient expression of a professional at the beginning of a protocol. "Sir," he said, "can you tell me what you're doing out here?" "Hiking," Tomil said, in the flat, mildly startled tone of someone who was innocent and inconvenienced, and wanted both of those things to be clear. "I was following the creek bed northeast. There's a geological formation about 6 kilometers further that I was trying to reach." He paused and added, because specificity reads as honesty and he had learned this early in his fieldwork career, Precambrian basement rock. "It's exposed at the surface. I've been interested in the formation since I read about it. I didn't see the fence until I was at it. It's very well camouflaged from the approach angle." The agent looked at him. He looked at the fence. He looked back at Tomil with the expression of someone running a quick internal assessment and not yet producing a result. "Can I see some identification?" Of course, Tomil produced the synthesized ID from his jacket pocket with the unhurried ease of a man who had nothing in his jacket pocket that was not exactly what he said it was, which was a posture that required no performance because the ID itself was, as far as every system that would look at it was concerned, exactly what it claimed to be. The synthesizer did not produce documents that were almost right. It produced documents that were right, and the distinction was the entire foundation of his current operational security. The agent with the tablet took it. He looked at it. He looked at the tablet. He scanned it with a device that produced a result, and whatever the result was, his face received it without visible reaction, which meant the ID was passing its checks cleanly. He handed it back. "Mister?" He glanced at the tablet, Vaseline. "Where are you staying in the area?" "In town," Tomil said. "I'm renting a place on Crestwood Street. I've been here about 4 weeks. I'm taking an extended break. I work in research technical field and I needed time away from it." He let a fraction of something that resembled the mild tedium of a man explaining himself for no good reason come into his voice, because that was what an innocent person sounded like at this point in the conversation. "I've been doing a lot of hiking. I had no idea this area was restricted. There's no indication of it on the topographical map I downloaded." The two agents exchanged a look, the brief, economical look of people comparing assessments without using words, a compressed communication that he found professionally admirable. "How did you get out here?" the second agent said. He had not spoken until now and had the quality of someone who spoke when he had something specific to say, which Tomil noted as a sign of intelligence. "I walked," Tomil said, "from the residential area northeast of town. I've been doing longer walks. I find it useful." He paused. "For the thinking." The second agent looked at him with the particular expression of someone evaluating a statement that was plausible and not quite satisfying. "That's a long walk." "I have a high tolerance for walking," Tomil said pleasantly, "and considerable time on my hands." The first agent was speaking quietly into a comm device, relaying information in the clipped shorthand of someone reporting to someone else who would decide what happened next. Tomil listened with the portion of his attention he kept available for background processing and caught enough to understand that whatever the ID check had produced, it had not produced a reason to escalate,
and that the person on the other end of the comm was giving an instruction the agent had not expected. The agent looked up from the comm with the expression of someone who has received instructions and has decided to execute them without expressing his opinion of them. "Mr. Vaslin," he said, "we're going to need you to come with us to the facility, just to ask a few questions." It's routine procedure when we find someone in proximity to the perimeter. Doesn't matter if they're inside or outside the fence, we follow the same protocol. He said this in the tone of someone providing context rather than justification, which was the more professional approach and was also, Tomil noted, slightly more persuasive than justification would have been. Tomil looked at the facility through the fence. He looked at the SUV. He looked at the two agents, who were waiting with the patient composure of people who expected compliance and had a procedure for non-compliance and preferred not to use it. He thought about the teleport. He considered it seriously for approximately 1.5 seconds, and then set it aside, because the antenna array on the roof of the main building had been doing several things simultaneously in frequency bands that were not publicly documented, and the inside of a government research facility was, from a purely observational standpoint, the kind of opportunity that did not present itself twice in the same 6-week stay on an unplanned planet. "Of course," he said, with the cooperative ease of a man who found the request entirely reasonable and had no objection to it whatsoever. "I completely understand. I appreciate that you're just doing your job." He walked toward the SUV. "Should I sit in the back?" "Please," the first agent said, and opened the door with the courtesy of someone who had been trained to make detention feel like a service. Tomil got in. The door closed. The second agent got in beside him, and the first got behind the wheel, and the SUV moved toward the facility along the maintenance track. And through the windshield, the antenna array grew larger and more detailed, and he found, running a quiet preliminary analysis of the frequency signatures he had already observed, that his estimate of what this facility was researching was more interesting than he had initially assessed, and was becoming more interesting the closer they got. His internal monologue noted that this was either a very useful development or a very inadvisable one, and that the two categories were not mutually exclusive and had, over the course of the past 4 weeks, been overlapping with increasing frequency, which either said something about this planet or something about what this planet was doing to his judgment, and he was not yet certain which conclusion was more concerning. The facility gate opened as they approached. He watched it open with the mild, attentive interest of someone noting a detail they might need later. He noted the guard station, the camera positions, the card reader on the interior panel, the distance from the gate to the nearest building. "Nice facility," he said, to no one in particular. Neither agent responded, which was, he supposed, the appropriate response, and which he found no less interesting for being appropriate. The facility was, on the inside, more interesting than the outside had suggested, which was a pattern he was beginning to recognize as one of this planet's consistent characteristics, and which he was filing, with some reluctance, under evidence for a revision he had not yet formally committed to. They walked him from the vehicle bay through a security checkpoint, ID checked again, a scan of his person that he monitored with the focused, quiet attention of someone who needed to know exactly what the scan was looking for and whether it was going to find anything it shouldn't. It was looking for metal and electronics in the standard configurations that humans hid metal and electronics on their persons when they weren't supposed to have them. The teleport device on his wrist was constructed from materials that did not appear in any local database of regulated items and registered, to the instruments available, as nothing of interest. His biology read as human enough to the sensors available that nothing flagged. He walked through and collected his ID on the other side and followed the agent down a corridor that led eventually to a room that had been designed with the specific, deliberate neutrality of spaces intended to make people feel gently but unmistakably at a disadvantage. A table, 3 chairs, lighting that was adequate rather than comfortable, walls the color of an opinion nobody had. 2 new agents were in the room. One of them was a woman who stood when he entered and introduced herself as Agent Reyes. No relation, he noted internally, to the gemologist, though the coincidence of the name produced a brief, private amusement he kept entirely off his face. She was perhaps 35, with the precise, economical manner of someone very good at their job and entirely comfortable allowing other people to underestimate how good, which was itself a form of professional competence he recognized and respected. The other agent was a man who did not introduce himself, sat with a notepad, and had the specific quality of institutional stillness that communicated his role without requiring him to state it. He was there to write things down and to be present in the way that a second person is present in these rooms, which is to say as wait. Agent Reyes gestured to the chair across from her. "Please sit down, Mr. Vaslin. Can I get you anything? Water?
I'm fine, thank you, Tomil said, sitting with the cooperative ease of a man who found the situation mildly inconvenient and entirely manageable, which was the optimal presentation and required no particular performance because it was not far from his actual state. I appreciate your patience with this, she said, in the tone of someone who meant the courtesy without being softened by it. I know it's not how you plan to spend your afternoon. We just need to go through a few things and then we can get you on your way. She opened a folder on the table in front of her. You said you were hiking. I was hiking, he said. I've been doing a lot of it since I've been here. The landscape is, he paused, because he had learned that slight, genuine pauses read as authentic in a way that smooth delivery did not. It's excellent for thinking. I work in a field that requires a lot of sitting at screens, and I find the walking useful. What field is that? Technical analysis, he said. Infrastructure assessment, systems evaluation. I'm between contracts at the moment, which is why I have the time for an extended stay. He offered this with the mild, slightly self-deprecating energy of a man who found his own situation unremarkable. It sounds more interesting than it is. Where are you based normally, she said. I move around a fair amount, he said. The nature of the work. I was most recently in the Northeast. He named a city he had researched enough to speak about plausibly if she pursued it. In the specific way he had researched all the details of his cover, not to memorize a script but to understand the texture well enough to improvise from it, which was a more robust approach and considerably harder to catch. She nodded and made a small note. The man with the notepad also made a note, which suggested they were noting slightly different things, which he filed as information about the structure of the debrief. How did you come to be in this area specifically? She asked. I wanted somewhere quiet, he said. I looked at the landscape data, the population density, the general character of the region. It seemed like the right combination of accessible and genuinely remote. He paused. I've been here about 4 weeks. It's been good, actually. Better than I expected. And you had no prior knowledge of this facility or its location? None, he said. It's not on the topographical map I downloaded. I was following a creek bed northeast toward a geological formation I wanted to examine Precambrian basement rock. It's exposed at the surface about 6 kilometers further than where I ended up. I came around a curve in the valley and the fence was there. I read the sign and turned around. That was the entirety of my interaction with the perimeter. She looked at him with the particular quality of attention she had been using since he sat down, not suspicious exactly, more like thorough. The attention of someone who was checking each piece of information against the others and looking for the place where they stopped fitting together. He met it with the patient, slightly bored cooperation of a man who had answered these questions twice already and was answering them a third time because the process required it. Do you have any background in aerospace? She said. Defense physics-related fields. No, he said. My work is in systems and infrastructure. Roads, utilities, communications networks. The unglamorous end of the technical spectrum. He allowed the smallest trace of dry self-awareness into this, the tone of someone who had made peace with the fact that his work was not exciting and found the acceptance mildly amusing. She nodded. Any affiliations with foreign governments or organizations? No, he said, and the answer was accurate in every way that was relevant to her definition of foreign, which did not encompass the categories that would have made it complicated. Have you spoken to anyone else about the facility? Since you encountered the perimeter? I've spoken to no one, he said. I was intercepted by your colleagues within minutes of encountering the fence. I haven't been back to town. She looked at him. He looked back at her with the comfortable steadiness of someone who had nothing to manage and was simply waiting for the next question. And he watched her run through her assessment of him, watched the calculation happening behind her eyes with the professional opacity of someone who had trained the calculation not to show, and he thought with genuine respect that she was very good at this. Not good in the way of someone following a procedure. Good in the way of someone who had internalized the procedure so completely that it had become instinct, who was listening to him not for the content of his answers but for the texture of them, the rhythm, the places where a person breathed differently or chose a word too carefully. He breathed normally. He chose his words with the same care he always used, which looked, to anyone watching, like no particular care at all. While she questioned him, he was also, with the portion of his attention that ran independently of whatever his face and mouth were doing, cataloging. The corridor through the door's small window, he had clocked it on the way in, the layout, the direction, the 2 doors he had passed. The equipment cart in the corner of the room, left from a previous use, which held items whose configuration told him something about the kind of work being done in the building. The sound profile of the facility, the ambient noise coming through the walls, which told him things about wall density, adjacent activity levels, what was happening in the spaces he couldn't see. He was getting considerably more out of this conversation than Agent Reyes was, which was not her fault and which she would, he thought, find deeply irritating if she ever knew. There was a natural pause. The pause after a sequence of questions has run its course, and the questioner is reviewing whether they've covered everything before moving to the next phase. He let it breathe for 2 seconds and then said, in the tone of someone raising a mundane logistical need, "Would it be possible to use the restroom at some point? I've been out since early afternoon." She looked at him, a brief look, the kind that checked something and found nothing and cleared him and said, "Of course," and told the man with the notepad to show him where it was. He stood. The man with the notepad stood. They walked into the corridor. The corridor was more informative than the room had been. He walked at a pace that was natural and unhurried, and that gave him approximately 20 seconds in the passage before arriving at the restroom, and in those 20 seconds he passed 2 doors. The first was closed. The second was open. He had 1.5 seconds with the open door, and he used them completely. It was a laboratory space. Workbenches, equipment, 3 screens with active data displays, 2 researchers with their backs to the corridor who did not look up as he passed because people in corridors were not their concern. The data on the screens was quantum physics research, specifically quantum entanglement applications, the attempt to establish stable correlations between separated particles for the purpose of information transfer, which was the foundational problem that had to be solved before any of the things that came after it could be built. He processed the visible data in the 1.5 he had it in his sightline, cross-referenced it against the equivalent research stage on Velith Prime, and arrived at an estimate. 40 years behind. Give or take. He went into the restroom. The door closed. He stood in the white tile and institutional lighting and processed what he had seen, and what he had seen was this: they were thinking correctly. Not approximately correctly. Not correctly in the way of people who had stumbled onto the right general direction. Correctly in the specific, methodical way of people who had identified the right questions and were working toward them with genuine rigor. And the only thing standing between them and the answer was time and tools, and the tools were coming, and the time was going to pass regardless. These people were going to solve this. In 40 years or 80, or some number that was large by their accounting and not by his. And when they did, it was going to change everything about what this civilization was capable of, and the civilization was going to be ready for it in a way that he would not have predicted 4 weeks ago, and was predicting now with the specific, reluctant confidence of someone whose evidence had overruled their prior. He checked his wrist device. 4 people within range, 1 outside the restroom door, Agent Reyes in the interrogation room, 2 in the laboratory. He set the return coordinates to 0.2 kilometers from the perimeter, a location he had identified in the 30 seconds he'd had alone in the SUV by the simple method of entering them while appearing to look out the window, which nobody had thought to watch for because nobody was expecting someone to have anything on their wrist worth watching for. He pressed the teleport control. The forest. Late afternoon, the shadows longer than when he'd left, the light doing the thing it did at this hour. 2 kilometers from the fence, in a section of scrub vegetation that looked exactly like every other section of scrub vegetation, and contained, at this moment, only him and the ambient biological noise of a landscape that had not been informed of anything unusual. He had taken nothing from the facility, touched nothing that didn't belong to him, left nothing behind except his presence in a room that he was no longer in, and whatever Agent Reyes was going to do with her incident report about the cooperative, unremarkable hiker who went to the restroom and declined to come back out. He started walking toward the sage greenhouse in the long afternoon light, and thought about the quantum entanglement research and the 40-year gap and the people in that laboratory who were thinking correctly with the wrong tools, and his internal monologue did what it had been doing with increasing frequency since he'd stood in front of the Apollo capsule in Washington. It revised. Not dramatically, not all at once, but in the patient, accumulating way of a position that has been meeting evidence for 4 weeks and has started, quietly and without announcement, to move. He ate the second of Gary's granola bars on the walk back. It was still quite good. He still didn't log it. Some things he kept where they actually lived, which was not in the log but in the part of him that had stopped pretending it wasn't paying attention. He was back at the sage greenhouse by early evening,
having covered the return distance at a pace that his internal monologue categorized as purposeful, and that was actually slightly faster than purposeful, because he had things he wanted to write down before the specific quality of what he had seen started to flatten under the weight of the time between seeing it and recording it. And he had learned enough about his own processing to know that the first version of an observation was usually the most honest one. Biscuit was at the fence line. He had no idea how Biscuit always knew, and he had stopped pretending the question didn't interest him. The dog watched him approach with the steady, patient devotion of an animal that had incorporated him into its worldview completely, and had found no evidence since that this had been the wrong decision. Tomil stopped at the fence. Biscuit looked up at him with the calm, total confidence of a creature that had been right about something from the beginning, and was simply waiting for the other party to finish arriving at the same conclusion. Tomil made a sound. Not quite a word, not quite nothing, something between acknowledgement and greeting. The sound of a person who has not entirely decided to be having a moment, but is having one anyway. Biscuit's tail moved once, with the measured dignity of a dog that did not need to perform its feelings, because its feelings were already perfectly clear. Tomil went inside. He sat at the kitchen table, opened his log, and wrote for a long time. He wrote the full account, the hike, the fence, the SUV, the checkpoint, the interrogation room with its deliberate institutional neutrality, all of it reconstructed with the completeness he brought to field documentation. He wrote about Agent Reyes at length because she warranted it. His assessment read sharp, methodical, operating at the upper range of what someone in her position could reasonably be expected to achieve. Uses open questioning effectively as a framework for tighter subsequent inquiry. Identified the optimal pacing for the debrief, rapport before pressure, pressure before conclusion, and executed it without the mechanical quality that trained technique usually carries. The technique had become instinct, which is the advanced version. I gave her nothing she could use. This was not because her approach was inadequate. It was because I was prepared for someone considerably less capable and was therefore significantly more careful than I needed to be, which is the correct response to underestimating someone and then revising upward mid-conversation. He wrote about the man with the notepad in a single sentence, furniture but attentive furniture which is the best kind. Then he wrote about the quantum research, and the quantum research got most of the entry. He reproduced what he had seen on the screens from memory, complete accurate verbatim, because his memory did not produce approximations any more than his synthesizer did, and then wrote around it, working through the implications the way he worked through any significant data set, methodically and without conclusion until the conclusion was actually ready. The gap between their current position and the applications his own civilization used routinely was, in the absolute sense, vast. This was not in dispute. In the relative sense, relative to where they had been 20 years ago, relative to the trajectory of their progress, relative to the quality of thinking he had glimpsed in a second and a half through an open door, the picture was different, and the different picture was the one that mattered. He wrote, the prevailing assessment in current xenological literature rates this civilization at developmental stage 4 to 5 on the Velethian Progress Index, with projected advancement to stage 6 in approximately 200 years. Based on direct observation, I believe this projection is conservative by a significant margin. The rate of acceleration in their scientific output has not been fully accounted for in standard modeling. More importantly, the nature of the acceleration has been mischaracterized. They are not moving toward answers. They are moving toward questions, which is a more sophisticated developmental position than knowing the answers to the wrong questions, which is where most stage 4 civilizations spend their time. A civilization that has learned to ask correctly is considerably further along than its technical specifications suggest. He read this back. He left it in. He wrote one more section at the end of the entry, after a paragraph break that was longer than the others, the kind of break that indicated a shift in register, a move from the analytical to something that didn't have a clean category. Agent Reyes asked if I had any interest in the facility or its work. I said no. This was the least accurate answer I gave in approximately 2 hours of conversation with someone whose job was specifically to detect inaccurate answers, which means either she missed it or she accepted it because there was no supporting evidence for a different conclusion, and I genuinely cannot determine which. I am noting this for internal inventory purposes because I have a policy about tracking where my answers diverge from my actual positions, and this one diverged considerably. I had significant interest. I have significant interest.
I find it difficult to identify the precise point at which this planet stopped being a place I was stranded and became a place I was watching, and I find it equally difficult to determine whether those are different things or the same thing described from two different positions. He closed the log. He made dinner, synthesized, calibrated, the usual, and took it outside to the patio, which he had been doing most evenings now when the weather permitted. Not because the patio furniture was comfortable, which it was not, designed as it was for aesthetic suggestion rather than extended occupation, but because outside there was more sky. The sky here was something he had been noting in his log, with a frequency that the log itself documented more honestly than he did scattered references in entries that were officially about other things. Clear sky tonight, in the margin of an entry about the barbecue. Stars visible from this latitude include, followed by a list that was factually complete and missed the point of why he had looked up. And once, without preamble or follow-up or any surrounding context, 4 words that sat alone in the middle of an otherwise analytical entry. Velith Prime is not visible from here. He had written it and moved on without examining why he had written it, which was itself a form of examination. He sat on the patio in the cooling evening air and ate his dinner and looked at the sky and thought about the quantum research. 40 years. He had been running the number since the corridor, holding it up against everything else he had seen on this planet. The canyon and the capsule and the granola bars and Donna saying you know what and Gary's entirely accurate wrong conclusion about his houseguest and the potato salad that warranted a 7 and the coffee that was objectively bad and that he kept drinking anyway and the number kept producing the same result, which was that 40 years was not, in the relevant timescale, very long at all. He finished eating. He went inside. He looked at the postcard propped against the candle, the canyon at sunrise, the light doing the thing the afternoon light hadn't done, and a thought completed itself that he had been assembling for several days without quite finishing. The most interesting thing about this civilization was not what they had achieved. It was what they were willing to attempt with what they had. The gap between their ambition and their current capability was, by any external measure, enormous, and they kept attempting things anyway, kept strapping themselves into vehicles with 12 seconds of fuel margin and going, kept building fences around facilities where they were 40 years away from the answer and working toward it regardless. Kept making coffee that was objectively bad and serving it to anyone who stopped, because it was what they had and 2 in the morning people needed it, and that was sufficient reason. The specific, unreasonable, mathematically inadvisable willingness to go anyway, he was finding, standing in his kitchen in the sage green house on the planet he had not planned to visit, that he did not have a word for this quality in his own language. His own civilization had stopped needing the word for it long ago, had outgrown the stage where the gap between ambition and capability was wide enough to require that kind of willingness, and had not, he was now thinking, noticed what had been lost when the word became unnecessary. He did not write this in the log. He was not ready for it to be a log entry yet, not ready for it to be a sentence, to be finished, to be the kind of thing that sat in a document and waited to be reviewed. He went to bed with it instead, in the unsettled, productive way of a thought that was still becoming what it was. Outside, the sky was clear. Somewhere northeast, in a government research facility, a man with a notepad was writing an incident report about a restroom. Agent Reyes was reading it and had been reading it for some time and kept arriving at the same section, which was the section where the subject went around the corner and did not come back, and her expression, if anyone had been watching, which no one was the expression of someone who has a question she has no framework for and is too professional to say so out loud. She would keep the report. She would not close it. She would look at it again in a week, and a month, and several months after that, and each time she would add a small note in the margin, and each time the note would be a variation on the same thing, which was that the timeline didn't work and the exit points didn't work, and the scan had cleared him and none of it, taken together, produced a conclusion she was prepared to write in a document with her name on it. The quantum research continued down the hall, running on 3 screens in a laboratory that smelled of calibration fluid and careful thinking, 40 years from an answer that was going to change everything, which was not very long at all. By the end of the 5th week, the sage greenhouse had acquired the specific quality of a place that had been inhabited rather than occupied, and Tomil noticed the distinction in his own writing before he noticed it anywhere else. He was drafting a weekly summary, reached for occupied, and wrote inhabited instead and read it back and left it, because it was accurate and accuracy was the standard he held himself to even when the accurate word was more revealing than he'd intended. Occupied was a temporary condition. Inhabited was what happened when a space started to carry the marks of the person in it, not through damage or alteration, but through the specific wear of daily presence, the slow drift of objects from a rental configuration toward something else, something that reflected the person who had been putting them places and picking them up and putting them somewhere slightly different each time until the room had learned them. The postcard was still against the cedar candle. He had not moved it and did not intend to. Beside it now sat a piece of the Precambrian basement rock he had eventually found on a later hike, a different hike than the facility one. A hike undertaken for the geological formation specifically, with no adjacent motivation he was required to account for. The fragment was roughly the size of his palm, dark gray with the dense, close-grained quality of very old rock, and he kept it on the table because it was what the postcard was, a record of something real that he wanted in his eyeline. 2 billion years of history in a piece of stone small enough to carry in a jacket pocket, which he had done on the walk back, and which he declined to compare to any other stone he might keep in jacket pockets for reasons he had described at the time as unsentimental. There was fruit in a bowl on the counter, acquired at a farmer's market he had attended on Gary's recommendation, and then spent 45 minutes at longer than planned, buying things he didn't need, talking to vendors about soil conditions and seasonal yields, with the focused engagement of someone who had stopped performing disinterest and was simply interested. Which was a development he was tracking without formally acknowledging it, in the same way he tracked several other developments in himself currently. He had been to the gas station 3 times in the 5th week. He had a private policy about frequency, loosely maintained, which had been revised twice in the 5th week, and was currently suspended pending a review he had not scheduled because scheduling it would require deciding what the review was for, which would require naming something he was not yet naming. The conversations with Donna had developed the texture of conversations between people who had established the terms of their relationship and were now simply inside it. They talked about things, real things, without the scaffolding of social navigation that earlier exchanges had required. She had told him about her history with the town, its limitations and its compensations. A sister in Phoenix she talked to every Sunday, a period in her 20s when she had lived somewhere larger and come back by choice rather than circumstance, which told him something significant about who she was that he had thought about more than once without completing the thought because some thoughts were more useful incomplete. He had told her things in return. Not everything: the ship, the synthesizer, the diamonds, the casino, the facility, the quantum research, all of which she would find either highly entertaining or deeply concerning, and probably both in sequence. But true things about himself that existed independent of context. That he had ended a relationship 3 years after he should have because he found endings uncomfortable in a way his competence in everything else had not prepared him for. That he had spent most of his adult life being the most capable person in any room and had recently been finding this less satisfying than it used to be, which was information he had not previously said out loud to anyone and which had come out in the middle of a sentence about something else entirely, and which he had received without comment and without making a thing of it, which was the only way he could have received it without immediately wishing he could take it back. He had told her about the postcard. She had said, "Of course you kept it," in a tone that indicated this was the most predictable thing he had done since she'd met him, which he had found both slightly irritating and completely accurate. She listened to all of it the way she listened to everything, fully, without performance, without the slight forward lean toward her own response that most people couldn't suppress. This quality, which he had identified on the first day and 5 weeks of observation had only confirmed, was one of the rarest things he had encountered on this planet or any other. The ability to receive what someone was actually saying rather than what you'd expected them to say before they started. He had met 4 people in his life who had it. She was the only one of the 4 who had known nothing about him before they met, which meant it was entirely her own. It was in this equilibrium, comfortable, specific, carrying the weight of accumulated days that he had stopped trying to offset with irony, that Gary found him on a Sunday afternoon. He was in the patio chair he had officially rehabilitated from furniture selected by someone who watched renovation programs to adequate for outdoor sitting in decent weather, reading on his translation device in the specific settled way of a person who was not actively thinking about anything and found this, against prior expectation, sufficient. The afternoon was warm and dry and the yard was quiet, and Biscuit was asleep on the other side of the fence, in a posture that suggested complete structural commitment to the nap. 3 knocks at the gate. Then Gary's voice, carrying over the fence with the cheerful projection of a man who had never once worried about whether his presence was welcome. "Hey, you busy?" Tomil looked up from his reading. He looked at the gate. He looked at the translation device in his hand and then at the afternoon around him and conducted a rapid assessment of his available options, which included saying yes. He was busy, which was not true and which Gary would see through immediately because Gary had an uncanny ability to detect the difference between actually busy and busy as a social deflection, possibly because he had never used busy as a social deflection himself, and therefore recognized it clearly when others did. "No," Tomil said. The gate opened. Gary came through it with the comfortable ease of a man entering a space he considered adjacent to his own, which the 5 weeks of shared fence line had apparently made it, in Gary's understanding of things. He was wearing a shirt that suggested a recent outdoor activity in carrying. Tomil noticed with the specific alertness of someone whose threat assessment had just updated. A small notebook and what appeared to be a voice recorder of the kind that was technically a phone app, but that Gary had apparently decided warranted dedicated hardware. Tomil looked at the notebook. He looked at the voice recorder. He looked at Gary's face, which was wearing the expression it wore when Gary had something he had been looking forward to saying and had been patient about not saying until the moment was right, and which indicated that Gary believed this was the moment. "Gary," Tomil said. "What are you holding?" "Notes," Gary said, sitting down in the other patio chair with the comfortable assumption that sitting down had been offered. "And a recorder. I like to record conversations when he paused, in the way of someone selecting a word with more care than he usually applied to word selection, researching something." "Researching," Tomil said. "Yeah." Gary set the recorder on the arm of the chair and looked at Tomil with the open, earnest expression he brought to everything, which was the expression of a man who had no guile and therefore did not recognize when he was deploying something more effective than guile. "So I have a podcast." "I'm aware of the podcast, Gary. You've mentioned it." 17 listeners, Gary said. "Possibly 18, there was a new one this week, but I'm not sure if it's genuine or automated." He paused. "My last episode was about you." "I'm also aware of the episode about me," Tomil said, in the tone of a man who had listened to the episode in full twice, taking notes, and had opinions about the methodology that he was choosing not to share. "Okay, so," Gary leaned forward with the focused energy of someone arriving at the point he had been navigating toward, "I want to ask you some things. And I want you to know that this isn't a gotcha thing. I'm not trying to catch you out. He looked at Tomil with the simple, undefended directness that was Gary's primary mode of engagement with the world. "I think there's something going on with you that isn't what it looks like on the surface, and I think you're a good person, and I want to understand it." Tomil looked at him for a long moment. Gary looked back with the patient, earnest attention of a man who had said what he meant, and was waiting for a response with the genuine openness of someone who did not know what the response was going to be and was comfortable not knowing. "You can ask your questions, Gary," Tomil said. "I can't promise you'll find the answers satisfying." Gary nodded, picked up the notebook, clicked the voice recorder, and looked at it. Then he looked at Tomil. Then he looked back at the recorder. Then he clicked it off again. "Actually," he said, "I don't want to record it. Can we just talk?" Tomil considered this. "Yes," he said. "We can just talk." Gary set the recorder down on the table next to the Precambrian rock, which he looked at briefly with the expression of someone noting a detail that was either irrelevant or the most relevant thing in the yard, and opened his notebook to a page that contained, Tomil could see from his angle, a list written in Gary's large, slightly uneven handwriting. Gary looked at the list. He looked at Tomil. He closed the notebook. "You know what," Gary said, "I don't need the list either." He set it on the table next to the recorder. "I've been thinking about this for 5 weeks, and I think what I actually want to ask you is just," he paused, with the pause of someone who has been rehearsing a complicated question and has just decided to ask the simple one underneath it. "Who are you, man?" Actually." The afternoon was quiet. Biscuit snored once from the other side of the fence, with the complete unconcern of an animal that had already resolved this question to its own satisfaction weeks ago. Tomil looked at Gary, at the notebook on the table and the recorder beside it, and the open, waiting face of a man who had spent 5 weeks paying attention and had arrived, by a completely different route and for completely different reasons, at the same place Donna had arrived at in 7, and who was asking the question with none of Donna's precision and all of her sincerity, which was its own kind of accuracy. "That," Tomil said, "is a more complicated question than you probably intend it to be." "I know," Gary said. "I've got time." Gary was on the step with a notebook, a voice recorder, 2 cans of soda, and the expression of a man who had been building towards something for some time and had decided, with the particular quiet resolve that Gary reserved for things he took seriously, that today was the day. The soda was classic Gary, the recognition that difficult conversations went better with beverages, which was not a principle Tomil disagreed with and which he found, in the context of what was clearly about to happen, both thoughtful and slightly disarming. "Can I come in?" Gary said, and there was something in the directness of it that was different from Gary's usual approach, which was to arrive at the point via the scenic route, through anecdote and tangent and several conversational tributaries that eventually joined the main river, usually somewhere around the third topic. The directness meant he had prepared for this. The soda meant he was nervous about it. Tomil registered both of these things and opened the door wider. "Yes," he said. "Come in." They sat at the kitchen table. Gary set the notebook on the surface between them and the voice recorder next to it, and then looked at Tomil with the expression of a man who had rehearsed an opening and was making a real-time decision about whether the rehearsed version was still the right one. He picked up the voice recorder. He looked at it. He put it back in his pocket. "I don't need to record it," Gary said, more to himself than to Tomil. "I just want to talk." "All right," Tomil said. "Okay," Gary set his hands flat on the table in the manner of someone settling themselves. "So, the podcast. I know about the podcast, Gary." Right. 17 listeners, possibly 18. There was a new one this week I haven't verified yet." Gary paused. "The podcast is about unexplained things. Phenomena. Things that don't have a..." He selected his words with the care of someone who had thought about how to say this, and had landed on the least alarming version, conventional explanation. "You've mentioned the topic," Tomil said. "Right." Gary opened the notebook and turned it to face Tomil across the table with the careful, deliberate movement of someone presenting evidence they have spent time organizing and want to be taken seriously. "Okay. So I want to show you some things and I want you to just look at them. And then I want to ask you some questions. And I want you to know that this is not a gotcha. I'm not trying to trap you or embarrass you, or I just have things I've been noticing and I think you're someone I can be straight with, and I think you'll be straight with me, and I'd rather just have the conversation than keep not having it." Tomil looked at Gary for a moment. There was no strategy in what he had just said, no positioning, no calculation of how to get something he wanted from the exchange. Just a man at a kitchen table being exactly as sincere as he appeared to be, which was, as it had always been, the most difficult thing about Gary to navigate. Sincerity had no defense except sincerity, and sincerity had cost he was still working out. He looked at the notebook. The open pages contained handwritten notes in Gary's large, slightly uneven script, organized with the genuine effort of someone who was not naturally systematic but had become so because the subject demanded it. There were dates, times, observations written in the margins with arrows connecting them to other observations. A timeline ran down the right-hand page beginning with Tomil's arrival at the Airbnb and ending, marked with a hand-drawn asterisk, on today's date. Several photographs had been printed on regular paper and taped in with the careful placement of someone building a case and wanting the evidence to be where they could find it. The photographs were, mostly, blurry in the way of images taken at distance by a phone camera in imperfect conditions. Several were of him walking, getting in and out of the car, sitting on the patio. The surveillance quality was not sophisticated. The intention was unmistakable. He looked at these with the external composure of a man reviewing something mildly interesting, and the internal composure of someone managing a more significant response than they were displaying. Then he saw the other photographs. Two of them were of a section of field on the northeastern edge of town, taken at different times of day, showing what appeared to be a slightly irregular pattern in the vegetation. A subtle circular compression in the scrub growth that Gary had photographed from multiple angles and marked with a question mark in the margin, and then below the question mark, the words consistent across 3 visits, not weather. Tomil recognized it. The contact impression from the ship's landing gear. The cloaking field was perfect. The physical evidence of landing was, apparently, not. He looked at this for a moment longer than he looked at the other photographs, which was itself information he was giving Gary, and he made a decision about that and kept looking, because the decision was that Gary had earned a straight conversation, and a straight conversation required acknowledging what was actually in front of them. "Gary," he said in a tone he kept carefully level. "I know how it looks," Gary said immediately, with the readiness of someone who had anticipated this response and had prepared for it. "As I know. I'm not saying I have proof of anything definitive. I have observations. Questions. Things that individually are explainable and together are." He looked at Tomil a lot. "Walk me through it," Tomil said. Gary blinked. "You want me to?" "Walk me through it," Tomil said again. "You've been building this for 5 weeks. I'd like to hear it."
Gary looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who had prepared extensively for resistance and had not prepared for this, and then he sat up slightly and turned the notebook back toward himself and began. Okay, so, first thing, your name. Tomil, which is not a name from anywhere I can find. I searched every database, every regional naming tradition, every nothing. It's not a name. It's my name, Tomil said. Right, but where is it from? My family, Tomil said, which was true. Gary wrote something in the margin. Okay. Second thing, the way you talk. You talk like someone who learned English from a very complete source, but hasn't been speaking it their whole life. The vocabulary is too even. Most people have gaps, colloquialisms they don't know, regional stuff. You don't have gaps. You have everything at the same level. Tomil said nothing. This was accurate, and he had no response to accurate observations that didn't involve either confirming them or lying about them, and he had decided at the kitchen table threshold that he was not going to lie to Gary. Third thing, Gary continued, warming to it now, the notebook open in front of him but his eyes on Tomil rather than the page because he had memorized the list. The field. I found that impression 2 weeks after you arrived. It's not an animal pattern, it's not equipment, it's not weather damage. It's a perfect circle, depressed evenly, and it's in a direct line from the northeastern edge of town toward where you said you started your hikes. He paused. That's the one I keep coming back to. What do you think it is? Tomil said. Gary looked at him steadily. I think you know what I think it is, he said. Tell me anyway, Tomil said. In your own words. Gary took a breath. I think, he said slowly, that you got here in something that isn't a car. I think you're staying here because you have to, not because you chose to. I think the hiking is real, I think you actually like it here, I think that part is genuine, but I think the reason you're here is something else. And I think the reason you won't say where you're from is because where you're from is not. He stopped, and looked at Tomil with the open, earnest face of a man who had arrived at the edge of his own theory and was about to say the thing he'd been circling for 5 weeks, not somewhere you can put on a map. The kitchen was quiet. Outside, a car passed on the street. Biscuit could be heard from next door, making the small sounds of a dog rearranging itself in sleep. Tomil looked at the notebook. He looked at the field photographs. He looked at Gary, who was watching him with the patient, undefended attention of someone who had said what he had to say, and was now simply waiting without pressure for whatever came back. He made a decision that was not simple and did not feel simple. He was not going to confirm anything. He was not going to deny anything in a way that was a lie. He was going to navigate this conversation with the precision of someone who had come to care about the person sitting across from them, and found that caring made the usual tools, deflection, misdirection, the technically accurate but practically useless answer, feel like something he didn't want to use on Gary. Your observations, he said carefully, are more thorough than I gave you credit for. Gary's expression did something that was not quite a smile and not quite relief, but was in the vicinity of both. The field, he said. That's the one, right? That's the thing that isn't explainable. The field is, Tomil paused, with the pause of someone choosing, consistent with your hypothesis. Gary stared at him. That's not a no, he said. No, Tomil agreed. It isn't. Gary sat back in his chair slowly, the way people sit back when something they have believed for some time has just been half confirmed, and the half confirmation is simultaneously more and less than they expected. He looked at the notebook. He looked at the ceiling. He looked back at Tomil. Okay, he said. Okay, to pause. Are you dangerous? To us. To people here. No, Tomil said with a directness that required no qualification. Absolutely not. Are you? Gary stopped. Started again. Are there others? Like, is this a... No, Tomil said. There's just me. And I'm here because my transport broke down, which is embarrassing in ways I'd prefer not to elaborate on. Gary looked at him. Your transport broke down, he repeated. Mechanical failure, Tomil said. I'm waiting for a repair technician. 1 more week. A repair. Gary stopped again. His expression moved through several stages of processing with the slightly dazed quality of a man whose theory has been confirmed, and who is discovering that confirmed theories feel different from theories in ways he hadn't anticipated. Then something else moved across his face, something warmer, something that was recognizably Gary even in completely uncharted territory.
Are you okay? He said. Like, have you been okay? Out here on your own? Tomil looked at him. He thought about the barbecues and the lemon bars and the granola bars on the hike in the 3-knock system, and the rating of 2 that had moved to 3, and was currently at a number he hadn't formally logged, because logging it felt like the kind of admission that deserved more than a log entry. Yes, Gary, he said. I've been okay, he paused and then said because Gary had been straight with him and deserved the same, better than I expected to be. Gary nodded slowly. He looked at the notebook on the table between them, all 5 weeks of careful observation and marginal questions and printed photographs, and then he closed it and set it aside and picked up his can of soda and held it out across the table. Well, he said, welcome to Earth, I guess. Tomil looked at the can. He picked up his own. They touched them together with the small, quiet sound of 2 aluminum cans in a kitchen in the American Southwest on a Sunday afternoon, which was not how Tomil had expected this conversation to go and which was, in the way that most things about Gary were, better than expected. Thank you, Tomil said and meant it. Does Sandra know? Gary said. No, Tomil said. Gary considered this. She's going to figure it out eventually, he said. She notices everything. I always think I notice things and then Sandra notices something I missed and I realize I don't notice anything. He paused. Also, she's been saying for 3 weeks that there's something off about you, and when Sandra says something's off about someone, she's always right. What has she said specifically? Tomil asked, with a professional interest he made no effort to conceal. She said you're too comfortable being alone, Gary said. She said most people who are alone for a long time get either weird about company or desperate for it, and you're neither, and that means you're used to something she can't quite place. He looked at Tomil. She said it like it was a compliment. It is, Tomil said. Yeah, Gary said. That's what I thought. They sat in the kitchen in the quiet afternoon and drank their soda, and Tomil thought about the podcast with its 17 possibly genuine listeners, and the notebook with its 5 weeks of careful wrongly right conclusions, and the field photographs that had caught the one thing the cloaking field couldn't account for, and Gary saying welcome to Earth with the simple, unguarded warmth of a man who had found out something extraordinary and had responded to it by offering a beverage. Gary, Tomil said. Yeah. The podcast episode about me, Tomil said. The one with 17 listeners. Gary looked at him carefully. What about it? I'd prefer, Tomil said, if it stayed at 17. Gary looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a man conducting a genuine internal negotiation, and then he nodded once, with the slow, considered weight of someone making a real commitment rather than a social one. Yeah, he said. Okay. Yeah, that's fair to pause. Can I keep the notebook? You can keep the notebook, Tomil said. But I won't, I'm not going to. I know, Gary, Tomil said. Gary nodded again. He looked at the notebook on the table. He picked it up and held it for a moment and then set it back down and looked at Tomil with the open, earnest face of a man who was sitting in his neighbor's kitchen on a Sunday afternoon having the most remarkable conversation of his life, and was experiencing it characteristically as an opportunity to ask if there was anything he could do to help. Is there anything you need? Gary said. While you're here. Anything I can, I don't know. Do? Tomil looked at him. He thought about the granola bars. He thought about the lemon bars. He thought about the 3-knock system and the barbecue, and it'd be nice to have you delivered without agenda. You've already done it, he said. All of it. Gary looked at him for a moment, and then smiled the full, unguarded smile that had been the first thing Tomil had seen of him, and that 5 weeks had not made any less complete. Good, Gary said. Good. Okay, he picked up his soda. You want to come over for dinner? Sandra's making enchiladas. Tomil looked at the question. He looked at the notebook on the table. He looked at the postcard against the cedar candle, and the piece of Precambrian rock beside it, and the bowl of farmer's market fruit on the counter, and the general accumulated evidence of 5 weeks of inhabiting rather than occupying. Yes, he said. I'll come for dinner. Gary had 7 questions. Tomil knew this because Gary had written them in the notebook, numbered in the margin of the timeline page, and while Gary was collecting himself to begin, Tomil read them all in approximately 4 seconds and spent the remaining time before Gary spoke doing the preparatory work of deciding how to answer each one honestly enough to respect the man asking and imprecisely enough to not hand him a podcast episode that would reach significantly more than 17 listeners. Okay, Gary said,
opening the notebook to the timeline page with the careful deliberateness of someone who had rehearsed this.
First thing, where you're from.
We've discussed this, Tomil said.
We've discussed you saying far, Gary said, in the patient tone of someone distinguishing between a conversation having occurred and a conversation having produced anything useful. I've been trying to find records of the town you mentioned. I've got access to genealogical databases, public records services, a few other things, nothing official. I want to be clear, I'm not law enforcement. I'm just a person with time and a Wi-Fi connection. He looked at Tomil. I found the town. I could not find you in connection with the town. No records. No history. No family connections, no school records, nothing that puts you there in any documented way. I value my privacy, Tomil said. I've taken steps over the years to limit my public records footprint. It's not difficult if you know how the systems work and have the patience to do it. He said this with the calm specificity of someone explaining a real thing they had actually done, which was true in the sense that everything about his identity on this planet had been created rather than accumulated and therefore existed in databases exactly as much as he had put it there and not one entry more. Gary wrote something in the margin of the notebook. He wrote it without looking up, which was the behavior of a researcher rather than a skeptic. You recorded what you received, not what you wanted. Okay, he said. Second thing, he turned the notebook and pushed it across the table, open to the field photographs. Tomil looked at them. There were 4 taken at different times of day, the landing gear impression visible in each as a geometric regularity in the scrub vegetation that the surrounding growth had not assimilated in 5 weeks. Gary had drawn a scale reference in the margin using a compass bearing and a distance estimate that was, Tomil noted, accurate to within 3 meters. The man had done actual field work. I went out there twice, Gary said. First time I thought maybe it was equipment, some kind of agricultural thing, survey work, I don't know. But there's no road access in that direction for about 2 kilometers, and the impression doesn't match any equipment footprint I could find in agricultural databases. Which I looked up, he paused. I looked up agricultural equipment footprints. For this, I want you to understand the level of commitment I brought to this. I understand, Tomil said. Second visit 3 weeks later. No change. Vegetation recovery in this area runs 2 to 3 weeks for comparable compression. 5 weeks and it's still there. Still the same depth, same geometry, Gary looked at him. And it's about 20 meters from where your walking route goes northeast. Which I mapped, he indicated a page further in the notebook where he had indeed mapped it. Tomil looked at the photographs with the expression of someone examining something they had no particular feelings about, which was the expression of someone with a great many feelings they were managing carefully. The subsurface geology in this region, he said, produces unusual drainage patterns that affect vegetation growth in ways that can appear geometrically regular. Certain rock formations redirect water in consistent directions, creating repeated stress patterns in the surface growth that look artificial but aren't. He said this with the confidence of someone who had read the geological survey thoroughly and knew exactly enough to make the statement plausible, which he did, because he had read the geological survey specifically against the possibility of needing to make exactly this kind of statement. Gary looked at him. He wrote the explanation down in the margin, word for word, with the deliberate care of a man who was not going to let the quality of the answer determine whether it made it into the record. Okay, he said. Third thing, he turned another page. Las Vegas. Tomil looked at the page. There were notes rather than photographs, a sequence of information that had been assembled from what appeared to be second- and third-hand sources and organized with more rigor than the sources probably warranted. I want to be upfront, Gary said. This one came to me through Sandra's cousin's friend who works in hospitality in Las Vegas, that's a long chain, I know. But the description matches, the timeline matches, and the specific detail about the VIP restroom is, he looked at Tomil, it's distinctive. It is, Tomil agreed. You were there, Gary said. I was there, Tomil confirmed. You won a significant amount of money at blackjack. The mathematics of blackjack are not complex, Tomil said. I have a background in statistical analysis, and I find probability calculations intuitive. I won more than the casino found comfortable. They invited me to a private lounge to have a conversation about it, which I found less comfortable, and I left. He paused. Through the front door. Through the front door, Gary repeated.
in the tone of someone writing something down while simultaneously noting that the something being written down did not fully account for the available evidence. "Through the front door," Tomil said, with a consistency of tone that he felt was one of his better performances of the afternoon. Gary wrote it down. He moved through the remaining 4 questions with the methodical patience of a man who had prepared for this and was not going to be rushed through it. They covered Tomil's walking routes and their consistent compass accuracy, which Gary had tracked using his own GPS and found to be within margins he described as not human. They covered the fact that Tomil had never been seen to use a map or a phone for navigation, ever across 5 weeks of observation. They covered a brief exchange with a vendor at the farmer's market that Gary had witnessed from a distance and partially recorded, in which Tomil had demonstrated knowledge of soil chemistry that the vendor, who had a degree in agricultural science, had described afterward to Gary as graduate level at minimum. They covered the car that Gary had never seen Tomil buy, never seen Tomil maintain, never seen anyone deliver, and that had simply been present in the driveway one morning as though it had always been there. For each one, Tomil produced an answer. The answers were factually sustainable, informationally insufficient, and delivered with the patient, slightly bored precision of a man answering questions he found mildly tedious, which was a presentation that required no performance because tedium was approximately what he would have felt if the stakes had been lower. Gary wrote each one down without expressing either belief or disbelief, which was the behavior of a man who had decided the recording mattered more than his reaction to what was being recorded, and which was, Tomil noted this privately, with the specific quality of recognition he reserved for things that were better than he expected, genuinely good research practice. At the end of the 7th question, Gary closed the notebook. He looked at it. He set his pen down. He looked at Tomil across the kitchen table with the expression of a man who had conducted a conversation he expected to resolve something and had ended up with better questions than he had started with, which was either a failure or the most honest possible outcome, depending on your philosophy of inquiry. "You're not going to tell me," he said. Not with resentment, not with accusation. With the calm, accepting recognition of someone who had understood the terms of the conversation and was acknowledging them. Tomil looked at Gary, at the notebook on the table and the voice recorder in his pocket and the 2 soda cans, and the 5 weeks of careful, patient, wrongly right observation behind the man sitting across from him. He thought about the voice recorder going into the pocket before the conversation started. That had been a choice. A deliberate one. The choice of a man who had decided that the relationship mattered more than the evidence, which was not a calculation Tomil would have predicted Gary was capable of making, and which he now understood he had been wrong to doubt. "No," he said. "I'm not going to tell you." Gary nodded once slowly, with the weight of genuine acceptance rather than resignation. He picked up his soda and drank some of it and looked at the notebook, and then, with the peripheral, careful attention of someone noting something they have decided not to press, looked at the postcard against the cedar candle and the piece of Precambrian rock beside it. His expression registered both without comment. In the way of a researcher adding data points to a set, he was no longer building toward a conclusion, but simply maintaining, because the habit of careful attention was by now its own thing. The kitchen was quiet for a moment in the specific way of a silence that is not awkward but is full, the silence of 2 people who have said the important things and are sitting with them. "Okay," Gary said. He looked at Tomil with the open, direct attention of a man moving to something he had been holding back for the end, saving it in the way you save the thing that actually matters after you've gotten through everything that needed to be said first. "Can I ask one more thing? Not for the podcast. Not for the notebook." He set the notebook aside physically, moving it to the far edge of the table in a gesture that was both literal and not. "Just between us." "Yes," Tomil said. Gary looked at him steadily, with the simple, undefended concern of a man for whom caring about the people around him was not a strategy but a condition, as automatic and unexamined as breathing. "Are you all right?" he said. "Like generally. Are you okay out here? On your own?" The question landed in a place that Tomil had not prepared for it to land, which was not a place he had often been unprepared for things to land, and which produced a brief, genuine pause before he answered, not because he was calculating the answer but because he was actually finding it, which was a different process and took slightly longer. "Yes," he said. "I'm okay." He paused and then said the rest of it, because Gary had put the notebook aside and the voice recorder in his pocket and had asked not for the podcast and not for the record and not for anything except the actual answer. "Better than okay, I think." "More than I expected to be." Gary nodded, and the nod had the quality of someone receiving the answer they had been hoping for, and finding that receiving it felt exactly as good as they thought it would. "Good," he said simply. "Good." He picked up his soda. He looked at the postcard one more time, the canyon at sunrise, the light doing the thing the afternoon light didn't do. He looked at it with the quiet, appreciating attention of a man who found most things worth looking at, and had never stopped finding this a reasonable way to move through the world. "That's a good picture," he said. "Yes," Tomil said. "It is." Gary finished his soda. He stood, collected his notebook and his pen, and looked at Tomil across the kitchen table with the warm, uncomplicated expression that had been his default since the morning Tomil had arrived, and that 5 weeks had not diminished by any measurable degree. "Dinner's at 6:30, he said. "Sandra's making enchiladas. She puts green chili in them that she gets from a guy in New Mexico, and she won't say how she knows him, which I've learned not to ask about." He moved toward the door. "Come over whenever. 6:30 doesn't matter." "I'll be there at 6:30, Tomil said. "Great," Gary said. And then at the door, with the same uncomplicated warmth he brought to everything, "It's good having you here, Tom." Tomil said. "Tomil," Gary said and smiled and went out through the gate, and Tomil heard him say something cheerful to Biscuit on the other side of the fence, and Biscuit made a sound of greeting, and then there was the sound of Gary's back door opening and closing, and the neighborhood was quiet again. Tomil sat at the kitchen table for a moment. He looked at the notebook-shaped absence on the table where Gary had put it and then taken it away. He looked at the postcard. He looked at the rock. He opened his log. He wrote, "Gary asked 7 questions. All 7 were good questions. I answered none of them completely." He accepted this without resentment. He put the voice recorder away before the conversation started. He paused. Then, rating revised to 4 out of 5. Pending further review, which at this rate will conclude at 5. He closed the log. He went to get ready for dinner. They talked for another hour after the notebook was put away, and the conversation that followed was different from the one that had preceded it, in the specific way of conversations that have gotten the difficult thing out of the way and can now be whatever they actually are. Gary asked about the canyon. Not the way people asked about landmarks, not how was it in the tone that expected great, really beautiful, but with the genuine, forward-leaning curiosity of someone who wanted to know what it had actually been like for the specific person who had been there. "I've always wanted to go," Gary said when Tomil had finished, and he said it in a tone that was wistful without being self-pitying, the tone of a man who had a life that kept him in one place and had made genuine peace with this while retaining the want, which was its own form of honesty. "You should go," Tomil said. "Sandra's talked about a road trip," Gary said. "We've been talking about it for maybe 8 years. He smiled the smile of someone who found this funny rather than sad. "One of these years." "Go this year," Tomil said. Gary looked at him. "Yeah." "Go this year," Tomil said again, with the directness of someone who meant it completely. "Don't wait for the right time. The right time is a concept that exists to give people permission to keep not doing things." Gary looked at him for a moment and then wrote something in the margin of the notebook, which was sitting on his side of the table now, and Tomil could see from the angle that what he wrote was not a question but a note, the kind you write when someone says something you want to keep. "Okay," Gary said. "Yeah." "Okay," he looked at the notebook, then at Tomil. "Can I ask you something else? Still not for the podcast." "You can ask," Tomil said. "The canyon," Gary said. "And the museum, you mentioned the museum before. And the walks." He made a gesture that covered the postcard and the rock and the fruit on the counter, and the general accumulated evidence of 5 weeks of a person being somewhere, all of it. Did you like it here?" "Like actually." Tomil was quiet for a moment in the way of someone finding an honest answer rather than a convenient one. He thought about 45 seconds of silence at the canyon rim. He thought about the child at the museum who was going to be an astronaut. He thought about Donna saying what with the patience of someone who had already decided he was worth being patient with. He thought about Biscuit on his foot at the barbecue, the absolute conviction of an animal that had made a permanent decision, and the granola bars for the hike, and Sandra's potato salad which warranted a 7 and possibly more, and the sky at this latitude at the specific hour when the light came in at an angle and did something to the colors that he had no precise language for. "Yes," he said. "More than I expected to. More than I would have predicted." Gary smiled, not the full illuminating smile, something quieter than that. The smile of a man receiving news he had hoped for and is choosing not to make a production of. I'm glad, he said simply. So am I, Tomil said, which was the truest thing he had said in the conversation and possibly in the week, and which came out without the qualifications he usually wrapped things in, just the words at their natural size, meaning what they said. Gary finished his soda. He looked at the notebook. He picked it up. He turned it over in his hands once, in the way of someone making a decision, and then set it back on the table. On Tomil's side this time, pushed across the surface with the gentle deliberateness of something being given rather than returned. You can keep that, he said. Tomil looked at the notebook. He looked at Gary. Why, he said. Because it's yours, kind of, Gary said. It's about you. And you answered my questions, even if you didn't answer my questions, and I figure, he paused with the pause of someone choosing the honest version rather than the graceful one. Wherever you actually go after here, it might mean something to have a record of what one person on this planet thought was worth paying attention to. About you. Specifically. The kitchen was quiet. Tomil looked at the notebook, Gary's handwriting filling the margins, the dates and the timeline and the photographs of the landing gear impression, the 7 numbered questions and the answers that hadn't answered them, all of it assembled with the patient care of a man who had spent 5 weeks believing something was true and had wanted to know, and had come to ask about it directly because that was the right way to find out. He picked it up. Thank you, he said, without qualification or footnote, just the words. Gary stood with the easy movement of a man who had done what he came to do and was at peace with how it had gone. He was Gary again, the full, uncomplicated Gary of the lemon bars and the 3-knock system and the apron with the grill pun, the version of himself that existed before the notebook and after it and apparently throughout, because Gary did not have different versions of himself for different situations. He had one version, and it was this one, and Tomil found, sitting at the kitchen table holding a notebook of evidence about himself, that this was the thing about Gary he had most underestimated and would take the longest to understand. You coming Thursday, Gary said, meaning the third barbecue, which Tomil had known about for a week and had been declining to confirm, because confirmation felt like something that required him to acknowledge how close the end of the 6 weeks was, and he had been finding that acknowledgement more difficult than he had expected. Yes, he said before he had decided to, which was increasingly how he made decisions on this planet and which he was, increasingly, not concerned about. Sandra's doing the potato salad, Gary said, in the tone of a closing argument that needed no follow-up, and went out through the back gate. Tomil listened to his footsteps across the patio, then the quiet of the yard settling back into itself, then nothing. He sat at the kitchen table with the notebook in his hands and looked at it. The first page, Gary's handwriting, the dates beginning 5 weeks ago, the questions in the margins, the photographs of the field. Evidence assembled by a man with 17 podcast listeners and a golden retriever, and a genuine and entirely sincere belief that the thing sitting across from him at the kitchen table was worth paying careful attention to. He noticed Gary had left the voice recorder on the table. He picked it up and set it by the door to return tomorrow. He opened his log. He navigated to the first Gary entry, day 4, host, one human male named Gary domiciled immediately adjacent. Enthusiastic. Possibly inexhaustible. Will require a boundary-setting conversation at the earliest practical opportunity. Lemon bars under evaluation. He scrolled to the rating. 2 out of 5, unchanged through 5 weeks of lemon bars and granola bars and the barbecue in the notebook. And are you all right generally? Are you okay? Asked without agenda. He changed it to 4 out of 5. He read it back. He changed it to 4.5. He closed the log before he could do anything further, on the grounds that the log was a document of record and not a place to conduct emotional negotiations with himself, even if the line between those two things had been blurring for several weeks. At 11:30 that night, his translation device registered a new podcast episode from a local feed he had added to his monitoring list some time ago without formally acknowledging why. The episode was titled My Airbnb Guest Updated. He found it 2 days later while sitting on the patio in the cool evening air and listened to the whole thing, which was 23 minutes, and which was wrong in most of its specifics and correct in the way that mattered, and which ended with Gary saying, in the plain direct way he said everything, I don't know what he is or where he's from. I know he's been here 5 weeks and he's been good here. And I think that counts for a lot. I think actually that's the thing that counts. 19 people listened to the episode. 7 of them were genuine. One of them was Tomil, and he sat with the last sentence for a long time after the episode ended. in the cooling evening air with the stars coming out above the sage green house, and noted in his log without further comment that Gary had gotten approximately 40% of it right, and that the 40% he had gotten right was the most important 40%. He looked at the sky. Velith Prime was not visible from here, which he noted as he always noted it, and which landed tonight with a different weight than the other nights. Not heavier, not lighter, but changed in the way of something whose meaning had been shifting gradually and had tonight shifted enough to be apparent. He went inside. He put the notebook on the shelf beside the piece of Precambrian rock and the postcard that was still against the cedar candle, and he stood and looked at all three of them for a moment, the record of a canyon at sunrise, the record of 2 billion years compressed into a fragment the size of his palm, the record of one person's careful attention across 5 weeks, and went to bed. 1 week left. The gas station closed at 9 on Tuesdays. Tomil knew this because he had been here enough times at enough different hours to have assembled an accurate picture of Donna's schedule, which he had not written in his log, because writing it in the log would have required acknowledging that he had assembled it, and he had been maintaining a loose policy of not documenting things that would require him to draw conclusions from them. The policy had more exceptions than a policy should have and was, at this point, primarily a formality he maintained out of respect for his own earlier position rather than genuine conviction. The way you maintain a rating of 2 out of 5 long past the point where 2 out of 5 bears any relationship to the actual assessment. He arrived at 8:45. Close enough to closing that it was not a normal customer visit, far enough that it retained some technical deniability as one, which was the kind of distinction he had been making about his visits to this gas station for several weeks now, and which was becoming less convincing each time he made it, including to himself. Donna was behind the counter running the end-of-day process with the systematic, unhurried efficiency of someone who had closed this place down hundreds of times, and had a sequence that worked and saw no reason to vary it. Register reconciliation, inventory check, the methodical shutdown of a small business that ran on routine, and whose routine she executed the way she executed everything, completely without performance, getting it right the first time. She looked up when the bell announced him. She looked at the clock on the wall. She looked back at him with the expression that had become, across 6 weeks of visits, a language he could read without assistance. 6 minutes, she said. I'll wait, he said, and sat in the chair near the door. It was his chair, in the specific way that chairs in places you keep returning to become yours, not claimed, not assigned, just gradually occupied into specificity until the chair and the person have an understanding that doesn't require discussion. He had not registered until several visits in that there was a second chair slightly behind the first, because on his early visits he had been standing and the habit of standing had persisted past the point where it was anything except habit. And at some point Donna had sat in the second chair and the 2 chairs had become the configuration and neither of them had mentioned it. He waited. She finished. She moved through the store, turning off the display lighting over the shelves in the sequence she always used, which changed the quality of the space from commercial to something more interior, a room rather than a business, the particular quality of a place after hours when it stops performing its function and becomes just itself. She turned the sign in the door from open to closed, the small plastic sign with its 2 words that represented the entire operational status of the establishment, and then went to the coffee machine. The coffee machine was making its sound. It was always making its sound, the complicated ongoing declaration of a machine that had been running continuously for longer than was advisable and had developed opinions about this. But the sound at the end of the day was different from the sound at the beginning, lower and more resigned, the sound of something that had been asked to keep going and had kept going and was noting the cumulative toll of that decision. Donna filled 2 cups without asking whether he wanted one, because at this point the question was a formality they had both stopped observing, and held one out to him as she came around the counter. He took it. She sat in the second chair with the economical movement of someone settling in rather than sitting down, and they were both in their chairs in the closed, dim store with the coffee that was, at this hour at the end of this machine's day, even further from good than usual. He drank some of it. It was terrible in the specific, committed way of something that had stopped trying some time ago and had found a kind of peace in that. He kept drinking it. Outside, the light above the door had been replaced again, a new bulb that matched the others now, the illumination even across the entrance, no longer the slightly too bright replacement that had been producing an uneven wash since his second week. He noticed this the way he noticed everything, automatically and without deciding to, and filed it under the small changes that accumulated into the texture of a place becoming familiar. The dog was in the bed of Donna's truck in the parking lot. He had learned somewhere in the 3rd week that the dog was hers, not a gas station fixture, not a neighborhood stray with a preferred location, but her dog, with a name she had mentioned once and not elaborated on, and that he had not pressed because some things were more interesting as what they were than as what they could be explained into. The dog was doing the thing dogs did in truck beds, which was to say it was contentedly exactly where it was, which he had come to regard as one of the dog's more instructive qualities. A car passed on the two-lane road outside, its headlights making a brief transit across the store's front window and then gone, and the road was empty again in both directions, and the night outside was the specific dark of a rural area that had not decided to be lit and had been left alone accordingly. "When does your repair guy show up?" Donna said. "6 days," he said. She nodded. She drank her coffee. He drank his. The store was quiet around them in the settled way of closed places, which was a different quiet from the quiet of places that were simply empty. This had the quality of somewhere that had finished something and was resting from it. "Tell me about your planet," Donna said. She said it to the window, to the road outside, in the tone of someone who had been waiting to ask something for a specific amount of time, and had decided, with 6 days left on the clock, that patient had run its course. The question was not aggressive or avid or freighted with the particular excitement that questions like this usually carried. She asked it the way she asked everything, flat and direct, and meaning exactly what it said, the question of someone who had been given a significant piece of information and had held it carefully and was now ready to understand it. He looked at her profile in the dim light of the closed store. He thought about the first time he had sat at this counter and she had said, "Is it?" with a raised eyebrow and no interest in whether he found the response impressive, and about everything that had happened between that moment and this one, and about the fact that in 6 days he was going to get in a ship that worked and leave, and that she had asked the question now, tonight, with the specific timing of someone who had calculated exactly the same thing. "Velith Prime," he said. She turned to look at him. "That's what it's called." "That's what it's called," he said. "Okay," she said, and turned back to the window and waited, in the way she waited for things, without impatience, without performance, just the simple readiness of someone who has asked a question and intends to actually hear the answer. He told her. He told her about Velith Prime the way he had not told anyone anything in a long time, not the compressed, strategically shaped version he had been producing for weeks, not the technically accurate but informationally insufficient answers he had given Gary, but the actual thing, the real description, the planet as it was. The clean lines of the cities and the technology embedded rather than displayed, and the particular quality of the light at certain hours that he had always found aesthetically significant and had never previously had occasion to miss. The culture, which was sophisticated in the ways that cultures became sophisticated when they had been developing long enough to stop being interested in the questions that occupied civilizations at earlier stages, and which had lost something in that sophistication that he had not had a word for until 6 weeks on a planet that still had it. "It sounds," Donna said when he paused, "very clean." "It is," he said. "Very clean. Is that good?" He considered this with the genuine attention it deserved. "It's good," he said. "And it's a little," he paused, "it's a little finished." "Everything is very finished. Very resolved. Nothing is still becoming what it is." He looked at his coffee cup. "There is no coffee that has been running continuously for 6 years because 2 in the morning people need it." Donna looked at him. "You're saying my coffee machine is a mark of civilization?" "I'm saying," he said carefully, "that a place that keeps the machine running for 2 in the morning people, even when the coffee is this bad, has a quality that I did not have a word for before I came here and am finding I don't want to leave without." She was quiet for a moment, in the way she was quiet when something had landed in a place she was deciding what to do with. Outside, the dog shifted in the truck bed, the small sound of an animal adjusting its position and settling again. "What's the word?" she said. "I don't have one," he said. "Not in my language. I've been looking." She looked at the window. "Drying," she said. He looked at her. "The word," she said. "The thing you're describing. It's trying. Still trying. You can have it if you want." He held this for a moment. Outside, the road was empty and dark, and the gas station light was steady now, finally even, throwing its clean, unflickering light across the concrete in both directions. "Thank you," he said. "It's just a word," she said, but she said it in the tone that meant it wasn't, and he received it in the same tone, and neither of them made anything more of it than it was, which was exactly the right amount. He had not described his home planet to anyone on Earth before this moment, and the reason he had not was the same reason he had not described most things about himself to most people, not secrecy exactly, but the specific reluctance of someone who has found that description usually requires a choice between radical simplification, which feels like a lie, and comprehensive explanation, which feels like a lecture. And both of these were things he disliked for different reasons and avoided when possible. But Donna asked in the way she asked everything, directly, without decoration, without the performance of amazement that would have made him feel like an exhibit. And so he tried something he had not previously attempted, which was to describe it honestly and trust her to do something useful with what she received. Velith Prime is older than Earth by approximately 3 billion years, he said. Okay, she said, in the tone of someone receiving a fact and waiting for the fact that mattered. That's not the important part, he said. I figured, she said. He told her about the civilization 800-year spacefaring, which he noted was both a long time and not, in context, as long as it sounded. 800 years ago on Earth, he said, was roughly the late medieval period. The gap between where this planet was now and where his was when it first left its atmosphere was smaller than the gap between where Earth was now and where it had been 800 years before. Donna was quiet for a moment, running this through. So you're not that far ahead, she said. We are substantially ahead, he said. But not incomprehensibly. He paused. He looked at his coffee cup, and then at the window, and then at her profile in the dim light of the closed store. No, he said. Not incomprehensibly. Something in the way she had done this, the extraction of the gap from infinite to merely large, accomplished in 2 exchanges with no apparent effort, produced a feeling he did not have an immediate label for and that he filed temporarily under things he was going to understand better when he had more distance from them. She nodded as though this confirmed something she had already thought and drank her coffee. Tell me about your work, she said. He told her. The technical systems analysis, the intersection of engineering and theoretical physics, the consulting structure that let him move between problems rather than staying inside one institutional framework, which suited the way his mind worked in the same way that the car suited his preference for having a direction when he didn't have a destination. She listened, and when he finished she said, "Do you like it?" Yes, he said, which was true in the way that saying he was good at thinking was true. It was so fundamental to how he was organized that like didn't quite reach the whole of it. Do you actually like it? She said, with a slight emphasis on actually that indicated she had heard the non-answer sitting inside his answer, which was the thing about Donna he had stopped being surprised by and had started simply relying on. She heard what was actually being said, which meant evasion with her required more energy than honesty, and he had somewhere in the past several weeks stopped having that energy available for use in her direction. Yes, he said again more plainly. I actually like it. Okay, she said. Good, she set her cup on her knee and looked at him. Tell me about the girlfriend. He looked at her. How do you know about? You mentioned an ex once, she said. You were talking about something else and it came up and you moved past it quickly, which means it's a thing. She waited. Tell me about the thing. He told her about Zara. Not the log version, which was analytical and categorical and organized around financial data and behavioral taxonomy. The actual version, the version where he had been in a relationship for 3 years that had stopped working in the first year and continued for 2 more because he said, better at identifying problems than at ending them, which was an inconsistency in his character that he found genuinely puzzling and had not been able to fully explain even to himself. Donna listened without the consoling sounds that people made when they were performing sympathy. She just listened, which was what she did, and when he finished she said, "She sounds exhausting." Yes, he said. The allowance thing. I know. That's a lot, she said. It was, he agreed. Are you over it, she said, with the directness of someone asking a real question rather than a social one. He considered this genuinely, which was different from how he had previously approached the question, which was to wave it away with the efficient certainty of someone who had done the math and moved on. Yes, he said, and found that saying it plainly in this context to this person made it more true than it had been before he said it, which was the strange thing about honest answers. They sometimes completed the thing they described. Good, Donna said. She sounds like someone who needed a specific kind of person, and you were not that person and you both wasted time figuring that out. A pause. That's not a criticism. That's just what happened. That is exactly what happened, he said. She nodded. Okay. Tell me about the ship. So he told her about the ship. He told her about the vacation planning, the star charts across 3 screens, the criteria-weighted destination selection, the synthesizer and the reading archive, and the piece of Velethian engineered stone he had packed in the center of his bag for reasons he had described at the time as unsentimental.
He told her about hyperdrive and 3 days of genuine contentment and the sound the ship had made, the small, soft, irregular sound that was the beginning of everything. Like a cleared throat, he said. And you ignored it, she said. I ran diagnostics, he said, with the dignity of someone correcting a significant mischaracterization. The diagnostics showed non-critical. I returned to my log. Then the ship ran them again from scratch and arrived at a different conclusion. The ship's diagnostics were wrong, she said. The ship's diagnostics were optimistic, he said. There is a difference. She smiled just slightly, the real one. And then, he walked her through the cascade, the energy coupling, the navigation drift, the hyperdrive instability, the drop to sublight, the star chart, and the unflattering assessment of the available planets. Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Earth. The least bad option available, he said. She looked at him. Thanks, she said, flat and dry. I mean that as a compliment relative to the alternatives, he said. Venus has surface temperatures that would be immediately fatal. Mars is. I know you mean it as a compliment, she said. I'm choosing to be offended anyway. That seems inefficient, he said. It's a little funny, she said. It balances out. The smile again, slightly wider this time, and she let it stay for a moment rather than putting it away immediately, which was one of the things he had learned about her, that the smile was real when it appeared and absent when it wasn't, and the distinction was always clear and always reliable, which was more than he could say for most things. He told her about the hold music. She closed her eyes briefly, in the expression of someone who had personal experience with hold music and had complete, unqualified sympathy. He told her about Riel and the 6-week timeline and the 10% discount on a future rental that had been offered as a gesture of goodwill, which she received with the expression of someone filing this information under things that confirmed existing suspicions about the universe. 11 minutes, she said. I timed it, he said. Of course you did, she said. Is it in the complaint? It is specifically itemized in the complaint, he said. With the full duration and a brief but thorough description of the compositional qualities of the music, which I characterized as acoustically neutral in the most aggressive way possible. She looked at him. You complained about the music in the complaint. I complained about many things in the complaint, he said. The music warranted its own subsection. She made the sound, the refined, controlled laugh that she didn't give away freely, and shook her head once, the small shake of someone who has found something genuinely funny and is acknowledging it without making a production of it. He had been collecting these moments for 6 weeks with the careful attention of someone who understood that they were finite and was not going to waste any of them by not paying attention. 6 days, he thought. 6 days from now Veth would arrive and would fix whatever needed fixing, and he would get back in the ship and this particular configuration of the universe, this gas station, this chair, this coffee that was objectively terrible and that he had been drinking anyway for 6 weeks, would stop being his current situation and become the thing that had happened. He looked at his cup. There's more, Donna said. Not a question. There's more, he confirmed. The diamonds, she said. He looked at her. How do you? You said everything since, she said. That covers a lot of ground. And you have the specific expression of someone who has been on Earth for 6 weeks and has done things they find slightly embarrassing in retrospect. She waited. The diamonds. He told her about the diamonds. The word sits between them for a while without either of them doing anything about it. This is one of the things he has come to understand about Donna. She does not feel the need to fill the space after something true has been said, which is a quality he had not previously encountered in a human, and which he had in the privacy of his own log noted as statistically rare even among his own species. Most people in his experience treated silence as a problem to be solved. Donna treated it as a thing that was allowed to exist, which was different, and which had the effect of making the things that came after it mean more, because they had been chosen instead of produced by the automatic machinery of social discomfort. He becomes aware at some point during this silence that he has been on Earth for 6 weeks, and that 6 weeks ago he would have described this planet as a waypoint at best and an inconvenience at worst, and that the distance between that assessment and the current moment, sitting in this chair in this gas station at 10:30 in the evening with the empty coffee cup and the dark road outside and the dog-shaped silhouette in the truck, is a distance that he does not have a clean unit of measurement for and that he has been, without particularly intending to, traveling the entire time. 6 days, Donna says. He looks at her. She is looking at the window, not at him. You said Veth arrives in 6 days, she says. Yes, he says. She nods once, the small professional nod of someone receiving a logistical fact and placing it in the correct folder. She does not add anything to this. She does not make it a question or a comment or a thing that requires him to respond to a subtext that has not been stated. She just acknowledges it and lets it be what it is, which is a fact, which is that in 6 days the ship will be repaired and he will leave. He appreciates this more than he knows how to say without it becoming a thing, and so he does not say it. Gary is going to be devastated, Donna says, in the tone she uses when something is funny and she knows it and is choosing to deliver it flat, which is all of them. Gary will have a podcast episode, Tomil says. He already has a podcast episode. He will have a follow-up podcast episode, Tomil says. With new evidence. He'll describe my departure as a cover story. He'll describe it as confirmation, Donna says. There's a difference. Gary doesn't do cover stories. Gary does elaborate theories about why the obvious thing is actually the real thing and you just have to look at it correctly. She pauses. He told me last Tuesday that the fact that you've never eaten anything at a barbecue is significant. Tomil looks at her. I ate the potato salad. You moved the potato salad around the plate, Donna says. Sandra noticed. She hasn't said anything but she noticed and it's in the file. Sandra has a file. Sandra has opinions, Donna says. The file is the organized version. She turns her cup in her hands, looking at the bottom of it. She likes you for what it's worth. She told me you were very polite about the potato salad. I was, he says. It was technically well constructed. The emulsification was correct. She'll be glad to hear the emulsification was correct, Donna says. I'll pass that along. I mean it as a compliment. I know you do, she says. That's what makes it funny. He considers the potato salad. He considers Gary's file and Sandra's opinions, and the golden retriever that had regarded him for 3 consecutive barbecue appearances, with the specific sustained focus of an animal that has decided something is important and will not be distracted from its position on this. He has not thought about what it means that he has, over 6 weeks, become a person that a neighborhood knows. He has not thought about this because thinking about it requires acknowledging the neighborhood as a thing that exists in relation to him, rather than a backdrop he has been temporarily installed in front of. And that distinction has been, until approximately this moment, easier to avoid than examine. Can I ask you something, he says. You can ask me things, Donna says. You've been doing it for weeks. You don't need to flag it. It's a different kind of question, he says. She looks at him. Okay, she says. He takes a moment to construct the question correctly, which requires more work than it should, which is itself information. He has asked Donna many questions about Earth, about humans, about regional customs, about the specific taxonomic position of the golden retriever relative to actual wolves, about the appeal of gas station coffee, which she had explained with the patience of someone who has thought about it and arrived at an honest answer, and none of those questions had required this particular kind of construction. The difference is that those questions were about things outside himself, and this one is about something that has been happening inside him for 6 weeks without his permission, and that he has been conducting an ongoing internal disagreement with ever since he noticed it. Do you consider this a friendship, he says. What we have been doing. Donna is quiet for a moment. Not the silence of someone who doesn't know the answer, the silence of someone reading the real question inside the question, which she always does, and taking it seriously, which she always does. Yes, she says. He nods. He looks at the window. He looks at the cup. He says, I'm asking because I want to be accurate about what I tell myself this is. I know, she says. I have been telling myself various things, he says, over the course of the last several weeks about what this is. About what these conversations are. I have been describing them in my log in terms that I am now prepared to acknowledge were somewhat evasive. Somewhat, Donna says, with the specific inflection of someone who has heard the word and is offering him the option of revising the qualifier. Significantly evasive, he says. What have you been calling it, she says. I have used a rotation of terms, he says. Field observation. Incidental socialization. Contextually proximate interaction, he pauses. There were others. Contextually proximate interaction, Donna says flat, holding the phrase up to the light. I was aware while writing it that it was not the precise term, he says. And what's the precise term, she says. He looks at her. She is watching him with the expression she has when she already knows the answer and is giving him the time to arrive at it on his own, which is a thing she does and which he has found every time she does it to be one of the more unusual experiences available on this planet, being given space to finish a thought by someone who has already finished it and is waiting at the other end.
Friend, he says. The precise term is friend. Donna nods. Yes, she says. It is. He sits with this.
He sits with it the way he sat with hope, checking it, turning it, holding it against what he has been trying to describe for 6 weeks and finding that it fits with the same disorienting accuracy. The conversations that were never really about what they started as. The gas station returned to more than once, for reasons he had described to himself as incidental and that were not incidental. The specific quality of her attention and the specific way it had, without announcement or ceremony, become something he organized other things around. The log entries that had been getting longer without him noticing they were getting longer. The 17 qualifications he had been preparing to append to this conclusion, and that are, he finds, sitting in a pile on the floor of his thinking, having been put down somewhere during the last 5 minutes without his explicit authorization. He is going to have to revise several log entries. I should tell you, he says, that I have significant experience being intelligent and considerably less experience being this.
This, she says.
A person who has a friend, he says, on a planet he landed on by accident who knows what he is and who asked the right question. Donna looks at him for a moment.
I didn't ask the right question, she says. I just asked the actual one. He considers this. Yes, he says.
That's what I mean. She nods and picks up her cup and looks at the bottom of it again and then at him, and then at the window in the easy, unperformed way of someone who is comfortable in a silence that is not empty.
Your people, she says after a while. Do they have something like coffee? He considers the question.
He considers the Velethian processed beverage sector, the synthesized equivalents, the actual origin compounds.
There is something similar, he says. A warm drink. Mild stimulant properties.
Served in the morning primarily.
Is it good, she says.
He thinks about this honestly, which is the only way he thinks about anything when she asks.
It is very good, he says.
It is objectively better than what you have here by several measurable metrics.
Donna looks at him. She looks at her empty cup.
She looks at the machine behind the counter that has been making gas station coffee for 6 weeks, which is objectively terrible, which he has been drinking anyway without comment every time.
That's disappointing, she says. He looks at the machine. He looks at his cup.
He thinks about the 6 weeks, and the chair that has reached the temperature of a chair that has had a person in it long enough to stop being ambient and start being personal, and the word that fit and the word before it, and the fact that he has been here for 6 weeks on a planet he was never going to visit and is leaving in 6 days, and has just used the word friend out loud for the first time since the 3rd year of his secondary education.
Yes, he says.
I thought you might feel that way. Outside, the road is empty. The truck with the dog is a dark shape in the parking lot. The store is quiet around them. Neither of them moves to get more coffee because the coffee is gone and was never really the point, and some things when they are finished correctly. It is nearly 11. The store has been closed for 2 hours. Neither of them has mentioned this. The dog in the truck has rearranged itself at some point. He can see the shape of it differently through the window, no longer in the same position, having presumably determined that this was taking longer than originally projected and adjusted accordingly. What are you going to do, Donna says, when he comes and fixes it? He considers the question in the way he considers things she asks, which is actually, rather than in the way he considers things most people ask, which is with the part of his brain that produces adequate answers efficiently. Complete the original itinerary, he says. The planets I planned before the cascade. The sites I had researched. Are you still interested in them, she says. He checks this honestly before answering. 5 weeks ago the answer would have been automatic, of course. They were selected against weighted criteria. They remain objectively worth visiting. The answer now has a different texture, the texture of something that has been verified rather than assumed.
Yes, he says. Genuinely. She nods. Will you come back here, she says.
To Earth. He is quiet for a moment. The honest answer is that he does not know, which is not the same as no, which is not the same as the position he held on day 1 when Earth was not a destination, but a waypoint he had planned to observe from altitude and immediately leave behind. The distance between that position and this one is not a distance he had planned to travel, and is not a distance he can fully map from where he is standing inside it. I don't know, he says, which is different from what my answer would have been 6 weeks ago. She looks at him. What would your answer have been 6 weeks ago? No, he says, immediately and without consideration. And now it's I don't know. And now it's I don't know, he confirms. She nods once. She looks at the window. You should, she says, in the tone she uses when she means something and does not need it to be large, casual, direct, the way she says things that are true without requiring them to perform their own truth. It grows on you. I've noticed, he says. She looks at him with the read, the same one from the first day outside the gas station, the same 2.5 of comprehensive assessment that files what it finds with the efficiency of someone who has been doing this her entire life and has gotten very good at it, and what it finds this time is apparently sufficient, because she nods in the way she nods when something has been confirmed. Good, she says. Complete. He asks her something he has not asked before. He asks because in 6 days he will get in the ship and engage the hyperdrive in this particular configuration. This store, this parking lot, this specific quality of her attention in the low light will stop being his present situation and become the thing that happened, and he has become aware in the last several weeks of the things he has not asked, and this is one of them, and he does not want it to be one of the things he carries without an answer. Are you happy here, he says. In this town, at this gas station, in the life you've built on this road. She thinks about it. He respects this, the thinking, the refusal to produce the reflexive answer, the assembly of the real one in real time. Happy is complicated, she says. Content is real, a pause. There are things I want that I don't have. Things I have that I haven't said thank you for properly. Another pause, shorter. I chose this. I left and came back because I wanted to, not because I had to. That matters to me. He thinks about Zara and Riel and 3 years of the wrong itinerary, maintained past the point of any reasonable justification, continued because he was better at identifying problems than ending them. He thinks about the cascade failure and the star chart and the 4 planets Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Earth, and the calculation he ran in the ship while the navigation system was drifting, which identified Earth as the least bad option available. He thinks about what the least bad option available turned out to contain. Choosing matters, he says. Yeah, she says. It does. They sit in that for a moment. The store is quiet around them. The road outside is empty. The dog in the truck has settled into its rearranged position and is not moving. The light above the door, the one Gary replaced 3 weeks ago so it would match the others, is steady and even. The silence is not an absence. It is the specific silence of 2 people who have said the things that needed saying and know it, and are not filling the space where those things were with anything lesser. She stands. She takes both paper cups to the trash, his and hers, in one trip, with the efficient economy of motion she applies to everything. She gets her jacket from behind the counter. He stands. They walk out together into the parking lot, and she locks the door behind them, and they stand in the cool night air with the full dark sky above them doing what it does at this hour, the stars at their clearest, the kind of visibility that makes the sky feel like a depth rather than a surface. He looks up. She looks up beside him, following his gaze without being asked to, and they stand like that in the parking lot on the empty 2-lane road, looking at the same sky from the same small patch of asphalt, which is the most ordinary thing in the world and is, in this specific moment, not ordinary at all. Which one, she says. He locates it. He points. She looks along the line of his arm and finds the direction and holds it, the way she holds everything steadily without making a production of it. She nods once slowly, the nod of someone receiving a coordinate they intend to keep. Var, she says. Yes, he says. And then, because it is true and because she is the person he tells true things to, the only person on this planet he has told true things to, the person who asked the actual question, farther than it looks tonight. She looks at him. The look has something in it that he cannot immediately classify and will not be able to classify for some time, not during the drive back to the sage green house, not sitting on the patio in the dark looking at the sky, not in the morning when he opens the log. He will spend a significant portion of the hyperspace journey trying to put it in the correct category, and will eventually stop trying to put it in an existing category, and will create a new one, specifically for it with no other entries labeled simply Donna. Drive safe, she says.
Direct plain meaning exactly what it says, and also the full weight of everything adjacent to it. He gets in the car. She gets in the truck. The dog in the back redistributes itself with the immediate pleased efficiency of an animal whose person has returned, and who considers this the correct resolution to the evening. He watches the truck's lights come on. He watches it pull out of the lot. He watches the taillights shrink to two red points moving down the two-lane road, and then disappear around the long curve that he walked around from the other direction 6 weeks ago with a synthesized map. He did not need a certainty about this planet that has not survived contact with it. He sits in the car in the empty parking lot. The light above the door is steady. The road is empty in both directions. Velith Prime is not visible from here. He has checked more than once on more than one night, and tonight that fact means something it has not meant on the other nights. Not absence. Not the simple arithmetic of distance. Something closer to the specific and surprisingly bearable weight of being somewhere that has become, without his planning it or intending it or approving it through any of the normal channels, real. He starts the car. He drives back to the sage green house. He does not open the log when he gets in. He sits on the patio in the dark and looks at the sky for a long time and then goes inside and goes to bed. And in the morning when he opens the log, he writes one entry and it is not analytical, not a field report, not a behavioral taxonomy or a financial ledger or a scathing subsection complaint about anything. It is 3 sentences. She said hope. We had it once. I think I have been looking at it for 6 weeks without knowing the word. He closes the log. 6 days. On the morning of day 36, 6 days before the technician's arrival, Tomil opens his log and writes the date and then sits looking at it. He has been writing daily entries since he arrived, entries that have changed in character over 6 weeks from field reports to something he does not have a clean category for, something between a journal and a letter and a running argument with himself about what things mean, which is a genre he did not previously know he was capable of and which he finds both useful and mildly embarrassing in the way of discovering a skill you wish you had not discovered because now you are responsible for it. The entry he is looking at now has nothing after the date. He sits with the blinking cursor for a while. He writes 6 days, he closes the log. This is, he notes, not his most analytical entry. He has known the countdown was coming. He has been tracking the repair technician's estimated arrival since the phone call on day 1. The call that followed 11 minutes of hold music and produced Riel, whose cheerful delivery of the 6-week timeline had been the single most consequential piece of information he received on this planet, and which had seemed at the time like a catastrophe, and which he is now, sitting at the kitchen table of the sage green house in the early morning light, finding somewhat difficult to characterize in those terms without a level of dishonesty he is no longer comfortable with. He has maintained the awareness of departure as a fixed point in the future the way you maintain awareness of a deadline present, relevant, not yet urgent. But 6 days is different from 3 weeks in the specific way that a thing you have been tracking in the abstract becomes a thing that is actually happening. 3 weeks is a quantity. 6 days is a series of specific mornings, each one with a number, each number one smaller than the last, each one a morning he is going to have to get through knowing it is one fewer than he had the morning before. He finds, sitting at the kitchen table, that he is aware of the mornings in a way he has not been before. That they have become countable in the specific, irreversible direction of things running out, which is the most human thought he has had in 6 weeks, and which he is going to pretend he did not have. The coffee he synthesizes tastes better this morning than it did yesterday, which is objectively impossible because the synthesis process does not vary, and he calibrated it himself on day 2 after the gas station introduced him to what Earth considered an acceptable standard, and he decided, privately and without sharing this with anyone, that he could do better. The process is identical this morning to what it was yesterday. The improvement is therefore not in the coffee. The improvement is in him, which is the kind of self-knowledge he finds genuinely inconvenient and has nowhere useful to put. The light through the kitchen window is the specific yellow of early morning in this region at this time of year, and he looks at it longer than he needs to, which is also new, which he is also going to pretend he did not notice. The piece of Precambrian rock on the table has weight in his hand when he picks it up, the same weight it has always had, 2 billion years of geological record compressed into something that fits in a palm, which he found on a hiking trail on day 11, and which he's been carrying since in the specific irrational way of someone who does not collect things and is apparently now collecting things. The weight is the same. He feels it differently this morning, and he does not have a clean explanation for this that he is willing to write in the log. He puts the rock down.
He makes a plan because making a plan is how he manages situations that would otherwise manage him, and because the alternative is sitting at the kitchen table being aware of the light and the coffee and the weight of rocks, which is not a viable long-term strategy. The plan has 4 items. The first item is the Airbnb checkout, which means Gary, which means dealing with Gary in a way that is appropriate to what 6 weeks of Gary has actually been, which is a sentence he could not have written on day 1 and which he is writing now with the full awareness that it represents a significant revision of his original assessment of Gary, which was filed on day 3 under aggressively pleasant, low priority, monitor for podcast activity. Gary has since migrated out of that category entirely and into a category Tomil created on approximately day 22 that has no official name and that contains currently 2 entries. Gary and Sandra's potato salad, which he maintains deserved its own category. The second item is the ship systems check, synthesizer cleared, personal items loaded, the log transferred to the permanent archive. This is the most straightforward item on the list, and the one he is least looking forward to, which is counterintuitive and which he is choosing not to examine closely. The third item is leaving the Airbnb in better condition than he found it, which is not required by the rental agreement he checked, but which he has decided is the right thing to do, because the Sage Greenhouse has housed him for 6 weeks without complaint and deserves better than the checkout minimum standard, and because he does not need a rule to tell him what is right even when what is right is inconvenient. The fourth item is Donna. He writes and there is Donna in the plan. He reads it back. He cannot immediately decide whether it is an item on a list or a statement of fact. It is both. The distinction is not resolvable and he has stopped trying to resolve it, which is itself a development he would not have predicted on day 1 when he was a person who resolved things and moved on and did not sit in the early morning light of a sage green house on a planet he never intended to visit, feeling the weight of a rock and the improvement of coffee that has not improved. He leaves the entry as written. 6 days. He tells Gary on day 38, 4 days before departure, not because he has planned to tell him on this specific day, but because Gary knocks at 8 in the morning with a plate of something Sandra made, and an expression that reads the situation before Tomil has said anything. Which is the thing about Gary that Tomil has spent 6 weeks underestimating, and has stopped underestimating somewhere around week 4 when he realized that Gary's particular brand of relentless warmth was not the absence of perception, but a different kind of it entirely, softer in its methods, no less accurate in its results. Gary looks at his face in the doorway and says, "You're leaving soon, aren't you?" It is not a question. Tomil notes this. 4 days, Tomil says. Gary nods. He comes in the way he has always come in, without ceremony, without waiting to be formally invited, with the easy familiarity of someone who has decided that the Sage Green House is a place where he is welcome and has been correct about this for 6 weeks. He puts the plate on the counter. He sits in what has become, through the law of repeated occupancy, Gary's chair at the kitchen table, the one on the left, the one that faces the postcard of the canyon and the piece of Precambrian rock, which Gary has looked at many times over many mornings and has never once asked about directly, which is one of the things Tomil has quietly respected about him. He does not say anything immediately, which is unusual for Gary in the specific way that silence is always unusual in people whose natural state is sound. It means he has come prepared. It means he is organizing rather than arriving. Tomil makes coffee. He makes it properly, his version, the synthesized version calibrated to his own preference on day 2 after the gas station introduced him to what this planet considered acceptable, and he decided he could do better and did. He pours 2 cups. He puts one in front of Gary and sits across from him and watches Gary pick up the cup and drink and encounter, in real time, a flavor that does not match any of his existing flavor categories. Gary's face moves through several expressions in rapid sequence: surprise, reassessment, something approaching reverence, and then he drinks more and then he sets the cup down and looks at it, and then he looks up at Tomil. "What is this?" Gary says. "Coffee," Tomil says. "This is not what I've been making," Gary says. "No," Tomil agrees. Gary looks at the cup again. He picks it up. He drinks more with the focused attention of someone conducting research. "This is the best coffee I've ever had," he says. "What did you do to it?" "I made it correctly," Tomil says. Gary looks at him. "Can you write that down before you go?" "No," Tomil says. Gary accepts this with the equanimity he applies to most things and drinks more coffee and does not push it, which is the correct response and which Tomil notes in the part of his mind that has been noting Gary's correct responses for 6 weeks, A list that is longer than he would have predicted on day one when Gary was a 2 out of 5 in his personal log and a peripheral figure in the operational notes. They sit with the coffee for a moment. The morning light comes through the kitchen window at the angle it comes through at this hour, the yellow specific to this region and this time of year, the yellow he has been looking at longer than necessary for 6 days running. Outside, the neighborhood is doing what it does at 8 in the morning, the distant sounds of it ordinary and continuous, the sound of a place that exists whether or not you are paying attention to it. Where are you actually going, Gary says. The actually is deliberate. It is the same actually Donna used, the word that means I have the version you've been giving me and I would like the other one. And the fact that Gary has arrived at it independently and by his own route is something Tomil finds, sitting across the kitchen table with his coffee, unexpectedly affecting in a way he is going to process later when he is alone. He looks at Gary. Gary looks back with the open, patient expression of someone who has been waiting for this conversation for a while and is prepared to wait longer if necessary and does not intend to make it difficult. He has the notebook in his jacket pocket, Tomil can see the shape of it, and he has not taken it out, and Tomil notes that he has not taken it out, and Gary notes that Tomil has noted this, and neither of them mentions it, and this is somehow the most honest exchange they have had in 6 weeks. I'm going somewhere I've wanted to go for a long time, Tomil says. I've been delayed here. I didn't plan to be here. It turned out to be the best part of the trip. He pauses. He looks at his cup. He looks at Gary. That's the true version. Gary is quiet for a moment. His face does the thing it does when it is processing something larger than the usual register. The slight compression around the eyes, the brief stillness before the expression resolves into whatever it has decided to be. He nods slowly once. Okay, he says. That's a good answer. He drinks his coffee. That's actually a really good answer. I know, Tomil says. You're not going to tell me more than that, Gary says. Not with accusation. With the tone of someone confirming a logistical fact so he can organize accordingly. No, Tomil says. Gary nods again. Okay, he says. He turns his cup in his hands. He looks at the postcard on the shelf, the Grand Canyon bought from a tourist stand on day 17, placed on the shelf on day 18 in a position he has not adjusted since. Did you like it? Gary says. The canyon. Yes, Tomil says. And then, because Gary has earned more than monosyllables, and because there are 4 days left, and he has decided to stop conserving things that do not need conserving, I stood at the south rim for 40 minutes. I had allocated 20. I couldn't leave. A pause. I have seen geological formations on 4 other planets. I have not stood at any of them for 40 minutes. Gary looks at him with an expression that is not quite pride and not quite wonder, and is somewhere between them in a territory that does not have a clean name. Yeah, he says softly. Yeah, it does that. They talk for an hour. Gary talks about the town, not about Tomil, not about the notebook, not about the podcast which is sitting between them in the room with the specific presence of a thing that everyone knows is there and no one is addressing. Just the town. Its history, its people, the way it has changed, and the ways it has stayed exactly the same across decades that Gary has been present for and paying attention to in the specific way of someone who has chosen to be inside a place and considers that choice worth honoring. He talks about the neighborhood, who brings what to the barbecues, who can be counted on, who needs checking on without being told they're being checked on, the informal social architecture of people who have decided to live close to each other and have made it work through the repeated application of small, reliable kindnesses. He talks about Sandra, not in the way of someone describing a person, but in the way of someone describing a fact of their own existence, with the easy structural devotion of a man who has loved the same person for long enough that the love has stopped being a thing he does and become a thing he is, load-bearing and continuous, and present in everything without needing to be mentioned. He says Sandra thinks, and Sandra said the way other people say I think and I said, with the same casual ownership, the same assumption that her perspective is a permanent and necessary feature of his own. Tomil listens to all of it. He notes in the part of his mind that notes things and has been noting things for 6 weeks with increasing frequency and decreasing detachment, that what Gary is giving him is not information. It is context. The specific, irreplaceable context of a place seen from inside by someone who has chosen to be inside it and considers the choosing the most important part. He files it alongside the canyon and the capsule and the quantum research and the word Donna gave him for the thing his civilization used to have,
and finds, filing it, that it belongs there, that it is made of the same material, that Gary has been made of the same material all along, and he was simply looking at the wrong measurements. When Gary stands up to leave, he puts out his hand. Tomil takes it. They shake in the way of two people who mean it, and are not performing the meaning and do not require ceremony to convey it. Come back sometime, Gary says. Plainly, without weight, the way you say something you mean simply and without conditions. I'll try, Tomil says. And then, because there are 4 days left and he has made a decision about what to do with 4 days, Gary stops at the door and turns. Thank you for the lemon bars. All of them. Gary's face produces the smile, the full one, the unguarded one, the one that has never once varied in quality across 6 weeks of continuous deployment, and that costs him nothing to give and apparently nothing to maintain. It is, Tomil has concluded, the most efficient thing about Gary, who is not otherwise an efficient person. Sandra's gonna be sorry she missed you, he says. He goes out. Tomil stands in the hallway. He stands there for a moment longer than is strictly necessary, which is something he has been doing more of lately, standing in places a moment longer than necessary, as though the extra moment is a thing he can keep. He cannot keep it. He is aware of this. He stands there anyway. Then he goes to the shelf. He picks up the notebook, Gary's notebook, left on this shelf since the Sunday conversation 5 weeks ago when Gary laid out his evidence with the earnest precision of a man who has been thinking about something for a long time and is finally saying it out loud. He takes it to the table. He opens it to the last page with writing on it. He turns to the first blank page after that and looks at it for a moment, which is all the time he allows himself, and then he picks up the pen. He writes, "You got approximately 40% of it right. The 40% you got right is the most important 40%. Auntie?" He closes the notebook. He puts it by the door to return when he drops off the key. He does not reread what he wrote. He knows what it says. He also knows, in the way he's been knowing things on this planet that he did not previously know sideways, without warning, with the specific quality of information that arrives already true, that Gary's going to read it approximately 400 times and that the podcast episode it generates is going to get significantly more than 12 listeners and that this is fine, actually, and correct, and that Gary deserves the 40% and the acknowledgement of it, and that Tomil is. In some way he does not have clean language for, glad he came in this morning with Sandra's plate and his prepared silence and his cup of the best coffee he has ever had. 4 days. On day 40, 2 days before departure, he packs. It does not take long because he arrived with almost nothing and has acquired almost nothing that is not synthesized and therefore not real in the way he is now using real, which is a use of the word he did not have on day 1 and which represents either personal growth or a significant contamination of his epistemological standards, depending on how generously he is feeling toward himself, which varies by morning. Almost nothing. The exceptions are 3 items, which he lines up on the kitchen table and looks at before putting them in the bag. The postcard, Grand Canyon South Rim, purchased from a tourist stand on day 17 from a man who said "beautiful, right?" in the tone of someone who has said it 10,000 times and still means it, which Tomil found at the time faintly bewildering and finds now entirely correct. He spent 40 minutes at that rim when he had allocated 20 and has not found a satisfying explanation for the extra 20 minutes that does not require him to admit something about himself he is still in the process of admitting. The piece of Precambrian rock, 2 billion years old, found on a hiking trail on day 11, pocketed without ceremony and carried since with the specific irrationality of someone who does not collect things and is apparently now collecting things. He has described it in the log at various points as a geological sample, a tactile reference object, and on day 33, in an entry he has not reread, something he does not have a word for in his own language. Gary's notebook. He retrieves it from by the door before he can think too carefully about retrieving it, because thinking carefully about it will produce a cost-benefit analysis, and the cost-benefit analysis will be wrong in the specific way that cost-benefit analyses are always wrong when applied to things that are not actually about cost or benefit. He wants the record of what one person on Earth thought was worth paying attention to. That is the whole reason. He is keeping it. He puts all 3 in the bag. He does not make a 4th item of the lemon bar container, which is empty and which he has been keeping on the counter for reasons he has categorized as administrative and which are not administrative. He leaves it on the counter. He stands in the kitchen for a moment looking at it. He picks it up and puts it in the bag. He is aware that this is not a decision he is going to examine. He walks to the ship in the late afternoon, carrying the small bag through the field that has been the same field for 6 weeks, dry scrub and late light, and the landing gear impression in the vegetation that has, he notes with the eye of someone who has been looking at it for 40 days, still not recovered. This is, he has determined, because the synthesizer's structural footprint interacts with local soil chemistry in ways that normal machinery does not, a detail that is not in the rental documentation anywhere he can find, which is going in the complaint under a new subheading he is already composing. Environmental considerations for extended planetary stays, including but not limited to permanent vegetation displacement and the geological consequences of insufficient appendix disclosure. He has strong feelings about the appendix. The cloaking field shimmers in the way he has come to recognize the way you recognize anything you have been looking at long enough, not noticing it exactly, just registering it as part of the landscape that belongs. He opens the ramp. He goes in. The ship smells like the ship. He has not been inside it for several days, the sage greenhouse having served his requirements adequately and then some, and the smell of it stops him at the top of the ramp in a way he did not anticipate. It is his civilization's technology and materials. It is a rental. It has been non-functional for 6 weeks due to a safety reset he did not press a button to clear, which he is not thinking about right now and will not think about until Veth presses the button, at which point he will think about it extensively and in considerable detail. It smells like home in the technical, literal sense of the word, the atmospheric profile of a space he has occupied for years, familiar in the way that things are familiar when you have stopped noticing them and then notice them again from a distance. He stands in the doorway for a moment. Then he goes in and does the systems check with the methodical efficiency of someone who knows exactly what he is going to find and finds exactly that: cloaking holding, synthesizer operational, teleport functional, hyperdrive still emphatically, resolutely, completely non-functional in the way it has been non-functional since day one. Which he has noted in the log 40 times and which has stopped producing frustration and started producing something he can only describe as a complicated relationship with a piece of engineering. He clears the synthesizer of the local matter it has been borrowing from the environment for 6 weeks, trace elements from soil and air, a detail buried in the rental agreement's appendix, the same appendix that is going to feature prominently in the complaint, and includes the revised usage figures in his running documentation under consumption significantly exceeding standard planetary stopover parameters. See attached itemization. He transfers the log to the ship's permanent archive. 6 weeks of entries, beginning with the cascade failure on day 1, terse, operational, furious in the specific way of someone who has not yet accepted the situation, through this morning's entry, which is 4 words. He moves them from the portable device to the ship's record system, where they will remain permanent, part of the official account of this journey, which was supposed to be a cultural tour of the outer systems and which is now also this. He reads back through several entries without looking for anything specific, moving through them in the way you move through a space you are about to leave, which is the same quality of attention the countdown has been producing all week, sharper, more present, the last hour attention that arrives whether you want it or not. He stops at the Donna entry from day 3. Initial assessment, competent, direct, locally situated. Will not require follow-up. He reads it. He reads it again. He sits with it the way he has been sitting with things lately, without immediately organizing it, without filing it, without producing a responsive memo to himself about what it means. He just reads it and allows it to be what it is, which is a prediction made with complete confidence by a person who was wrong about it in every measurable direction, and also a record of who he was on day 3, which is a person who looked at Donna and saw a gas station cashier and allocated her to a peripheral category and closed the file. He did not close the file. He does not delete the entry. He leaves it exactly where it is, the record of the wrong assessment intact and available, because the wrong assessment is part of the account and the account should be accurate, and because he has decided somewhere in the last 6 weeks that the things he got wrong on this planet are as worth keeping as the things he got right. He places the postcard, the rock, and the notebook in the storage compartment with the care of someone who has thought about how to place things that matter among the things that are merely cargo. The lemon bar container goes in after a pause that he is not going to put in the log. He closes the compartment. He sits in the pilot's chair. The ship is quiet around him in the way it is always quiet, the particular silence of a sealed environment, and outside the cloaking field the field is getting its evening light. The color he has looked at 40 times and will look at twice more and then not look at again, at least not from this position, at least not on this planet, at least not in any near-term scenario he can currently project.
He sat in this chair on the first night and looked at 6 weeks ahead of him like a sentence being handed down. He is sitting in it now 2 days before the end of the sentence and finding that the metaphor was wrong. It was not a sentence. It was a planet. He was simply too far outside it on day one to know what it was, which is the kind of error that is very easy to make and very difficult to make twice. He closes the log. He leaves the ship. He walks back across the field in the evening light, carrying the empty bag, leaving the 3 things in the storage compartment and the lemon bar container and the wrong entry from day 3 and the 40 days of correct entries that followed it. And he walks back to the sage greenhouse and goes in and stands in the kitchen where the coffee machine is and the window with the morning light is and the counter where the lemon bar container was is, and he has 2 days left in it. He intends to use them the way he has used the rest. Inhabiting them, not just occupying them. The difference, which he did not know on day 1, turns out to be everything. The last full evening is a Tuesday. He has not planned anything for it. He has noted privately that it is a Tuesday because Tuesday evenings have become the evenings when certain things happen, and this Tuesday nothing specific has been arranged. And he has been carrying this fact for several days without deciding what to do with it, and has arrived at Tuesday evening without having decided. He eats on the patio. He has synthesized something good, genuinely good, the best version of a meal he has made here, not because the occasion demands it, but because he has stopped making things less than their best when he can make them their best, which is a shift he traces to a conversation in a gas station about coffee that is objectively quite bad and is consumed anyway because the machine is paid off and the customers don't know the difference. He knows the difference. He makes the best version. He eats and looks at the yard and at Gary's lit window next door and at the street beyond the fence, which is quiet in the early evening way of a residential street that has children in it. The children are inside now, the street having transitioned from the afternoon phase of bikes and noise to the evening phase of lit windows and the occasional car. He can hear very faintly a television from somewhere on the block. He can hear Gary's voice through the open window next door, not the words, just the cadence, the recognizable rhythm of Gary talking to Sandra in the easy, continuous way of 2 people who have been talking to each other for so long that silence and conversation have become the same comfortable thing. And then Gary's back door opens and Gary leans out and sees him sitting on the patio and says, with the specific delight of someone who has just found something they were not looking for and are very pleased to have found, "Hey. You're out here." "Yes," Tomil says. "Sandra made extra," Gary says, already retreating inside in the way of someone who has made a decision and is implementing it. "Hold on." Tomil does not say he has already eaten. He has learned over 6 weeks that saying this to Gary produces a negotiation he does not have the energy for, and that the outcome of the negotiation is always Sandra's food on his patio table regardless, so the negotiation is purely ceremonial and can be skipped without affecting the result. Sandra appears in the doorway herself this time, which does not always happen. She is holding a dish and looking at him with the warm, assessing expression she has deployed at every barbecue, the expression of a woman who has formed comprehensive opinions about most situations and is comfortable with them. She hands the dish over the fence with the ease of someone who has been handing things over this fence for years. "Eat something real," she says, which is what she says apparently to everyone as a general philosophy. "I have been eating," he says. She says, in the tone of someone who has received this information and is not revising her position based on it. He takes the dish. He looks at it. He looks at her. "The potato salad at the first barbecue," he says. "The emulsification was correct." Sandra looks at him for a moment. "I know," she says. "I should have said so at the time," he says. She tilts her head slightly, the small movement of someone receiving an unexpected thing and filing it correctly. "Yes," she says. "You should have," but she says it without heat, in the tone of a woman who is right about most things and has made peace with the fact that people frequently fail to notice. She looks at him for another moment, the comprehensive look, the one that takes inventory, and then she says, "You've been good for Gary." "The podcast stuff," she pauses. "He needed something to be excited about." Tomil considers this. He considers what it means that he has been, for 6 weeks, the primary subject of a podcast with 12 listeners that Gary has produced with the earnest enthusiasm of someone who believes absolutely in what he is doing regardless of the metrics, which is either delusional or admirable depending on the angle, and which Tomil has landed somewhere around week 4 firmly in the admirable column. "He got 40% of it right," Tomil says. Sandra looks at him. Something moves across her face, not surprise exactly, more the expression of a woman whose existing suspicions have just been confirmed by the least expected source. She is quiet for a moment. "I'll tell him that," she says. "I already did," he says. "It's in the notebook." She looks at him for a long moment. The look has something in it that he recognizes from Donna, the specific quality of a woman who sees what is actually there rather than what has been presented for viewing, which he has found in both cases to be the most useful and most disconcerting feature of any person he has encountered on this planet. "Good," she says finally. "Just that." She goes back inside. Gary appears in the doorway 2 seconds later. "She okay?" he says, meaning did the conversation go normally. "She's fine," Tomil says. "She told me to eat something real." "Yeah," Gary says, with the pride of someone whose person is being exactly who they always are. "She does that." He looks at Tomil on the patio with his plate and his Tuesday evening, and his face does the thing it does when it is feeling something and has decided to let it be simple. "Last night tomorrow, huh?" "Yes," Tomil says. Gary nods. He leans on the doorframe. He does not push it into something larger than it is, which is one of the things Tomil did not expect from Gary and has consistently received. "Well," Gary says. "Good trip." "Thank you," Tomil says. "For all of it." Gary waves this off in the specific Gary way, the hand movement of someone who does not require thanks for things he would do regardless, and finds the thanks slightly beside the point. "Doors always open," he says. He goes inside. The door closes. The lit window stays lit. Tomil sits with the dish Sandra made and eats it on the patio in the Tuesday evening dark and thinks about the rental complaint. He has been building it for 6 weeks, a document that began on day 1 with 11 minutes of hold music, and has grown into something substantial, 43 points across 7 subheadings, covering everything from the energy coupling fault to the environmental footprint disclosure to his revised assessment of the repair timeline as a systemic failure rather than an isolated scheduling incident. It is, he has acknowledged to himself, an impressive document. It is also, he has recently acknowledged, not entirely about the rental company. It is partly about the rental company. The rest of it is about the specific pleasure of precision, of naming things correctly, of getting the record straight on what happened. He has been getting the record straight for 6 weeks, and the record, as far as he can make it, is now straight. He thinks about what he is taking off this planet. The postcard, the rock, the notebook, the lemon bar container, the physical record. The logs, the written record. But also the other things, the ones that do not fit in compartments, the canyon's 40 minutes of silence he had not allocated. The capsule's 12 seconds of fuel. The word Donna gave him for what his civilization used to have and stopped needing. Gary's notebook with the 40%. The gas station coffee that is objectively quite bad. Biscuit's absolute unrevised conviction. Agent Ray's, who is sharp and professional, and writing an incident report about a bathroom break that will never resolve. The bird that landed on the cloaked ship on day 1 and looked around at nothing and left, which he did not see but which he has thought about since Gary mentioned it. Birds landing and taking off from the empty field, as though landing on something invisible, which they were. He thinks about Donna. He has been thinking about Donna in the diffuse, ongoing way that he thinks about things that are not finished, and she is not finished, not as a thought, not as whatever she is in the category system that has been reorganizing itself since approximately day 3. He has 6 days, then he had 4, then 2, and tomorrow he will drive to the gas station in the morning and he will do what he has been doing for 6 weeks, which is show up without overthinking the reasons, and whatever the morning produces it will be what it is, and he will take it honestly and without the qualifications he used to attach to honest things. He sits on the patio until the yard goes fully dark and the stars come out. He finds Velith Prime's direction the way he always does, not the star itself, not visible from here, but the direction, the quadrant, the specific patch of sky that corresponds to where home is from here. He looks at it for a while. He does not feel what he expected to feel, which was something like longing or relief or the clean satisfaction of a fixed point. He feels something more complicated and more true, which is the feeling of someone who is in one place and belongs in different ways and for different reasons to more than one place, which is either a problem to be solved or a fact to be carried, and he has been on this planet long enough to know the difference. He goes inside. He looks at the sage green house from the inside for what is nearly the last time, the wooden signs with their motivational phrases that he arrived finding irritating and now finds merely earnest, which is a different category and a kinder one. The candle that approximates cedar, which he has never lit because it approximates cedar and he does not need approximations, but which he picks up now and looks at, the label worn slightly from 6 weeks of being next to things. The guest book on the counter, which he opens to the last entry and picks up the pen and writes in it. He writes one paragraph. He writes it without editing, which is not how he writes anything, but the guest book is not the log and it is not the complaint and it is not a field report. It is a book where people write what they want to leave behind for the next person, and what he writes is what he wants to leave. He closes the guest book. He does not reread the entry. He goes to bed. In the morning, for the last time, the light through the kitchen window is the specific yellow of early morning in this region at this time of year, and he looks at it for as long as he wants to. The guest book entry will not be read until 3 weeks after his departure by the next guests, a retired couple from Ohio who have rented the Sage Green house for a long weekend, and who will read all the entries in the book on the first evening as he did on his first evening. They will read entries about the comfortable beds and the good location and Sandra's recommendation of the farmer's market and Gary's helpfulness, and then they will read the last entry, which is longer than the others and written in a handwriting that is precise and slightly unusual, and they will look at each other across the kitchen table and the woman will say that's a strange one and the man will say read it again and she will. And they will sit with it in the way of people who have encountered something they don't fully understand but recognize as worth keeping, and they will not turn the page. The entry reads, I did not plan to come here. I came because I had no better option, which turned out to be the best reason. The house is adequate in every technical sense. The town is adequate in every technical sense. The people here are, by every standard I arrived with, not remarkable. I am leaving with all of those standards revised. I was shown more things of value in 6 weeks on a planet I did not choose than in 3 years of going where I was told. I do not know how to recommend this place in conventional terms. I can only say that if you are the kind of person who is paying attention, this is a good place to pay it. Tomil is awake before his alarm on the morning of the technician's arrival, which is not unusual. He's been waking before alarms his entire adult life because his internal clock is precise in a way that makes alarms redundant. But this morning he is awake in a different way, the way of someone whose mind started working before the rest of them was ready for it. He lies in the bunk in the ship, where he moved 2 days ago from the Sage Green house, and stares at the ceiling, a different ceiling from the one with the scuff mark, a different ceiling entirely, and his mind is doing several things simultaneously that he has not asked it to do. He is thinking about the complaint, which is now 47 points across 8 subheadings, and which he has been refining in the pre-dawn hours of the past 2 mornings, with the focused energy of someone who has a lot of feelings and has found a productive container for them. He is thinking about the itinerary, the original one, the one that existed before the Cascade failure, the planets he planned to visit that he is now, finally, approximately 12 hours from being able to visit. He has looked at the itinerary several times in the past week. It is a good itinerary. He made it with care. It represents everything he wanted from a vacation that is entirely his own. He looks at it and finds that it is good and complete and somehow also insufficient in a way he could not have predicted on the day he made it, which is because he made it before he knew what a vacation could also contain, and now he knows, and the itinerary does not account for what he knows. He is thinking about yesterday. Yesterday was the last day before departure, which meant it was the last morning at the gas station, which was what it was. He drove out in the early morning. She was already open, already behind the counter, already with coffee made 2 cups, both on the counter before he reached it, because she had seen his car through the window and had made the second cup in the time it took him to get from the parking lot to the door. This small, matter-of-fact act of preparation, the second cup already there, requiring no announcement, had landed in him with a force entirely disproportionate to its scale, and that he had absorbed without comment because commenting would have made it smaller. They had talked for an hour. He had told her the itinerary, the real one, the post-Earth itinerary, the planets and the timelines and the weighted criteria that produced the destination selection, which he explained in the condensed version, and which she received with the focused attention of someone actually building a picture rather than performing interest. "Which one are you most looking forward to?" she had said. He had considered this genuinely, which took a moment, because the honest answer was not the same as the answer he would have given 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago the answer was Keleth IV, the geological formations, the specific atmospheric conditions that produced the light he had researched and wanted to see in person. He said, "Keleth IV. There is a formation there that I have been reading about for 3 years. The light conditions are specific to a narrow seasonal window, and I have timed the visit accordingly. That sounds worth the trip, she said, simply meaning it the way she meant things. I've thought so for 3 years, he said. I'm now additionally confident. She had looked at him with a quick read. Additionally, she said. The comparative data set has improved, he said. She had picked up her cup. You're saying Earth raised the bar. I'm saying the bar was recalibrated, he said. By available evidence. Whom, she said, in the tone of someone receiving a compliment that has been delivered in the most technically inconvenient way possible, and choosing to accept it anyway. She drank her coffee. He drank his. The machine behind the counter made its sound. The road outside was empty in the early morning way it was always empty, the specific quiet of a two-lane road before the day has decided to start. He had at the door on the way out said what he had prepared to say, something precise and complete that acknowledged what 6 weeks of her company had been without being excessive about it, a thing he had drafted mentally over several days and revised to something he was satisfied with. He had said it. She had listened with the stillness she brought to things that mattered, not performing attention but simply giving it, which was the thing about Donna that he had understood by approximately day 14 and had not stopped being grateful for since. She had looked at him for a moment after he finished. The look had several things in it that he was not going to attempt to inventory in the doorway of a gas station at 7:40 in the morning. Come back and tell me how it goes, she said. Not come back. Not I'll miss you or this meant something or any of the constructions that would have required him to have a framework assembled and ready. Just come back and tell me how it goes. As though his leaving was not a conclusion but a development. As though the itinerary was a first chapter, and she expected, as a matter of straightforward assumption, to hear about the rest of it. He had said, I will. 2 words. He had prepared something precise and complete, and what came out was 2 words, which were the right words, which were the only words that contained the full weight of what he meant without collapsing under it. He has been thinking about those 2 words since yesterday morning, with the specific, recurring attention of someone who has said something they meant more completely than they expected to mean it, and who finds the completeness not destabilizing, for the first time in recent memory, but simply true. He gets up. He makes coffee. He opens the complaint document and reads it through from the beginning. 47 points. Clean, precise, devastating in the specific way of a document assembled by someone who has been right about everything and documented it carefully and has had 6 weeks of unscheduled time in which to be thorough. He reads it with satisfaction. He closes it. He goes to the window and looks out at the field, which is the same field it has been for 6 weeks. The landing gear impression still visible in the vegetation, Gary's evidence still there, the only record on this planet's surface that anything unusual was here, which will remain after he leaves and which Gary will photograph again and which will feature in a follow-up podcast episode and which will get more than 12 listeners and which is, Tomil has decided, correct and deserved. He is ready. The technician is due at 10. It is 8:47. He opens the complaint document again and adds a 48th point that he has been considering for several days, concerning the general philosophical inadequacy of the rental company's customer communication protocols, their definition of non-critical as applied to diagnostic classifications, and the broader systemic failure represented by a company that charges for 6 weeks of a customer's time and offers a 10% discount on a future rental as remediation, which is either insulting or impressively optimistic, depending on whether the company believes he will rent from them again, which he will not, and which he has stated clearly in point 31, and which he is now cross-referencing from point 48 for completeness. He reads it back. He finds it good. He closes the document. He makes a second cup of coffee he does not need and drinks it looking out the window at the field and the landing gear impression and the sky above it, which is doing the thing it does at this hour, the early color of it, the specific light, the same light he's been looking at longer than necessary for 6 weeks and which he's looking at now for what is nearly the last time from this position on this planet, and which he is not, he decides, going to rush. The technician can find the ship. It is a field. There is only one ship in it. He is ready. He is in no hurry to be done being ready. The technician arrives at 10:14, which is 14 minutes late, which Tomil notes and will include in the complaint under a new subheading he creates in real time titled Punctuality and its Relationship to Customer Confidence, which he drafts the opening line of while watching the service vehicle come across the field from the access road he had not previously known existed because it is on the other side of the field, and he has been approaching from the town side for 6 weeks. Which means there has been a road to this field the entire time, which is going in the complaint under a separate subheading he is already naming in his head while the vehicle is still landing, because he has been on this planet for 6 weeks and he has had time to develop his organizational instincts, and they are now exceptional. The vehicle is a standard-issue repair vessel. Small, utilitarian, the kind of craft designed entirely around function with no concessions to form. Not a gesture toward form. Form having been evaluated at every stage of this vessel's design and declined with what Tomil can only assume was deliberate enthusiasm. He would normally respect this. He is a person who respects function. He has said so in professional contexts across 14 star systems and has meant it every time. Today, in the specific mood he is in, standing in a field on a planet he did not plan to visit, he finds the vessel to be a visual representation of the rental company's general attitude toward the experience of their customers, rendered in hull plating and landing 14 minutes late in his field. It lands with the competent efficiency of something that has landed many times and is not interested in being watched doing it. The ramp extends. Veth comes out. Veth is a man of middle age in his civilization's terms, perhaps 120 standard years, the human equivalent of late 40s, which is the age at which certain professionals have made their peace with exactly how much they care about their work, and have settled into that peace so completely that it has become their primary characteristic. He is wearing the rental company's service uniform with the particular relationship to personal grooming that suggests he has not recently been somewhere that requires it and has looked at this field and made the same assessment. He carries a diagnostic case in one hand and a tablet in the other. He walks across the field toward Tomil's ship with the gait of someone who has walked across a lot of fields toward a lot of ships and has arrived at a specific pace for it. Not slow, not fast, the pace of a man who is going to do a job, has allocated the correct amount of time for the job, and is moving through the intervening space without spending any energy on urgency or leisure or the awareness that someone has been standing in this field waiting for him for 6 weeks, and is watching him cross it right now. He stops in front of Tomil. He looks at him. He looks at the ship. He looks at the diagnostic case in his hand as though confirming it made the trip. He says, Tomil. Yes, Tomil says. Veth, the technician says, indicating himself with a slight lift of the tablet. He does not extend his hand. He does not smile. He does not perform any of the customer service warmth that Brill on the phone had been trained to deploy. The cheerful tone, the complete understanding of your frustration, the 10% discount on your next rental offered as though it were a meaningful gesture rather than an arithmetic insult. Veth has never met Brill. Veth has never been asked to perform warmth and would find the request confusing if it were made. He's simply a man who fixes ships, arrived at a ship that needs fixing, moving toward the moment when he fixes it with the focused disinterest of a professional who stopped finding this interesting 6 years ago and has been doing it anyway competently without complaint, which is either admirable or the saddest thing Tomil has encountered on this planet, and he has encountered quite a lot. Tomil looks at him. He has been waiting 6 weeks for this man. 6 weeks on a planet he did not plan to visit, in a ship that did not work, in an airbeam with motivational signage, synthesizing currency and diamonds and haircuts, teleporting out of casinos and government facilities and jewelry store back rooms. 6 weeks of accumulating a notebook and a postcard and a piece of 2 billion-year-old rock and a word his civilization had lost and things he will carry off this planet and never quite put down. 6 weeks of a 48-point complaint assembled with the care and precision of a person who has found the correct container for a very large set of feelings and filled it methodically and completely. He has been waiting for Veth for 6 weeks. Veth has the energy of a man who got a standard repair call-out this morning and drove out to a field. The ship, Tomil says with a pleasant precision that contains, in its pleasantness, all 48 points in compressed form, has been non-functional for 6 weeks. Veth looks at the ship. He looks at Tomil. He looks at his tablet, where presumably this information already exists in whatever form the rental company uses to track the situations it has created. Yep, Veth says and walks past him to the ship. Tomil stands in the field. He stands in the field in the specific stillness of a person who has just had 6 weeks of context walk, past them in 3 letters, by a man who has allocated no energy whatsoever to the social dimension of this interaction, and has communicated this allocation with complete efficiency. He looks at the access road on the other side of the field. The road that has been there for 6 weeks. He looks at the landing gear impression in the vegetation, Gary's evidence still there, the only mark this planet will keep of what happened here. He looks at the sky, which is doing what it does at this hour, the same sky it has been every morning, the sky he has been looking at longer than necessary for 6 weeks. He follows Veth up the ramp. Because the field has had him for 6 weeks and he is done with the field, and whatever happens next is going to happen inside the ship, and he intends to be there when it does. Tomil follows Veth into the ship with the bearing of someone who has decided to observe this process comprehensively and has opinions ready for every stage of it, organized by category cross-referenced, available for immediate deployment. He has prepared for this. He has his log open on the portable device. He has the complaint document open in a second window, 48 points, ready, in case anything that happens in the next hour warrants a 49th, which he considers likely because in his experience things that involve the rental company tend to generate material. He has a mental list of questions about the energy coupling fault and why a known fault in this model series was not addressed pre-rental. He has a secondary list about the cascading failure sequence and whether the diagnostic system's non-critical classification of the initial fault represents a calibration error or a design flaw, and he has a position on this already, but he is prepared to hear Veth's answer before delivering it. He has a tertiary list about the rental company's definition of a service-ready vessel and whether their definition and his definition are compatible in any meaningful way, and he suspects they are not, and this suspicion is also in the complaint, point 27, but he is willing to let Veth speak to it first. He is ready. He has been ready for 6 weeks in the specific way of someone who has been composing this conversation in his head since day 2 and has revised it many times and has arrived at a version he is satisfied with and intends to have. Veth connects his diagnostic equipment to the ship's main interface with the rapid, practiced efficiency of someone who has done this connection several thousand times and does not need to look at the ports to find them, the way a person who has made the same cup of coffee every morning for years does not need to look at the machine. He pulls up the diagnostic readout on his tablet. He looks at it. He scrolls. He nods once slightly, the nod of a man confirming something he expected, which Tomil finds immediately interesting because Veth has been here for 4 minutes and has already confirmed something, which means the readout has told him something he already knew was going to be there, which means this situation has a shape that Veth recognizes, which means Tomil does not yet have all the information about the shape of this situation. He notes this. He keeps it. Veth puts the tablet under his arm. He looks at the ship. Okay, he says. What is it? Tomil says with the pleasant readiness of someone who has a list. Give me a minute, Veth says and walks toward the rear of the ship without additional comment, which is not what Tomil's list anticipated as the next development in which he adjusts for because he is flexible, because he has spent 6 weeks on Earth developing flexibility against his will, and it has become a reflex. He follows at a distance that is professional rather than hovering. He observes. Veth walks around the ship. Not quickly, not slowly, at the pace he does everything, the allocated pace. The pace of a man who has determined how long this takes and is taking that long and not a moment more or less. He checks the thruster housing on the port side, running one hand along the manifold in the manner of someone feeling for something specific rather than performing a check, which is the distinction between a person who knows what they are doing and a person who is doing the motions of knowing what they are doing. And Veth, whatever his limitations as a conversationalist, knows what he is doing. He looks at the energy coupling housing. The coupling, the one that started everything, the fault the diagnostic had classified as non-critical on day 1, the origin point of the cascade, the reason Tomil dropped out of hyperspeed and drifted into a solar system he had not planned to enter and landed on a planet. He had not planned to visit and spent 6 weeks accumulating things he had not planned to accumulate. He looks at it for approximately 3 seconds. He moves on. 3 seconds. Tomil spent 8 days looking at that coupling across the first week and a half. He has notes on it. He has a subheading about it in the complaint. He has thoughts about it that he has refined over 6 weeks into positions he is confident in and prepared to defend. Veth looked at it for 3 seconds and moved on with the expression of a man who found what he expected and filed it and is done with it. Tomil keeps his list ready. He keeps his positions refined and available. He says nothing. Veth checks the hyperdrive housing. He looks at the navigation array. He looks at the secondary interface panels, all of them including panel 7, which Tomil has opened 11 times, which Veth looks at for slightly longer than the others and then moves past. He comes back to the front of the ship. He looks at his tablet again. He scrolls to something. He reads it.
He nods again, the same slight nod, the same confirmation of the same expected thing, and puts the tablet under his arm. Energy coupling's fine, he says. Tomil looks at him. I'm sorry. Coupling's fine, Veth says, in the tone of someone delivering information rather than a provocation, which is the most provocative possible tone for this particular information. So's the nav array. Thrusters are fine, a pause. Hyperdrive's fine. The quality of the silence that follows this is the quality of someone whose processing has encountered a result it did not anticipate and is running the sequence a second time with the same inputs to see if it gets a different output, which it does not because the inputs have not changed and neither has the result. And the result is that Veth has just described Tomil's ship as fine in 4 categories, after 6 weeks of it being definitively, demonstrably. 48 points of documented complaint not fine. The hyperdrive, Tomil says, with the careful precision of someone constructing a sentence that needs to carry a significant amount of weight without breaking, has been non-functional for 6 weeks. Safety lockout, Veth says. He says it the way you say something that is a fact and has always been a fact and will continue being a fact regardless of how anyone in the room feels about it, with the casual, weatherproof delivery of a man reading a forecast. Triggered on landing. It's a feature on this model series. If the landing sequence detects an anomalous approach profile, the drive locks out as a precaution. He scrolls on the tablet. Your approach profile was, he looks at the screen, reads something, makes the small sound of a man whose expectations have been met, yeah. That would do it, he looks up. Rough descent. Tomil is quiet. He has had many qualities of quiet on this planet. He has had the quiet of someone watching a diagnostic cascade in real time. He has had the quiet of 11 minutes of hold music. He has had the quiet of Donna after he said something true and she was letting it settle. He has had the quiet of standing in front of an Apollo capsule with 12 seconds of fuel margin, understanding something he did not have language for. This quiet is a different kind. This is the quiet of someone standing at the edge of a very large realization and looking down into it, and not yet having decided whether to step back or jump. The lockout, he says very precisely, in a voice that is doing the structural work of a building that has just been informed that its foundation is different from what the blueprints indicated, is what prevented me from leaving. Yep, Veth says. Not the energy coupling. Coupling contributed to the approach profile that triggered the lockout, Veth says, with the specific technical accuracy of someone who is being precise because precision is what they do, not because they have any awareness that precision is currently doing the heaviest emotional lifting of this entire conversation. But the coupling self-corrected after about 72 hours. These do that. Standard, he looks at Tomil with the closest thing to attention he has deployed since arriving in the field 14 minutes late. Didn't you get the documentation on the safety systems? There is a pause. It is a long pause. It is a pause of the specific quality and duration of someone opening a mental file and reading its contents and finding something inside the file that is, simultaneously, the worst thing, the funniest thing, and the most structurally complete irony of their adult life, assembled by the universe with a precision and attention to detail that he would find admirable if it were happening to someone else. He reads the complete technical documentation for every piece of equipment he operates. This is not a habit. It is a principle. He made a note to himself on day one, before he had even fully assessed the situation, before he had synthesized clothing or currency or made his first disastrous impression of Earth's surface, that he would read the complete documentation for this model because operating machinery without reading the documentation is a form of optimism he has never been able to respect in other people and has never extended to himself. He read the complete technical documentation. The safety reset, Veth says, with the helpful specificity of a man who has found the source of confusion and is addressing it, is in Appendix C. Page 41. Common miss. He says this without judgment, in the tone of someone who has delivered this information before and expects to deliver it again. People don't read appendices. The pause this time is of an entirely different character. It is the pause of someone who reads everything including appendices, who has read appendices on 17 planets in 4 star systems, who has written complaints that themselves have appendices, who once filed a formal objection about a piece of equipment's documentation that was specifically about the inadequate depth of its appendices, processing the information that he is, in this instance, apparently one of the people who did not read the appendix or read it and did not retain it. Or retained it and did not apply it, which is somehow worse than not having read it because it means the information was available and he had it, and it did not arrive at the correct destination inside his own mind at the correct moment, and 6 weeks happened instead. 6 weeks. The canyon. The capsule.
The diamonds. The casino. The facility. Gary's notebook. Donna's coffee. The word. The category with one entry. All of it. Every morning of the specific yellow light, and every evening on the patio, and every conversation that went longer than he planned, and every true thing he said to a person who received it without making it smaller. Appendix C. Page 41. He breathes in. He breathes out. He does this with the controlled deliberateness of someone who has identified the only available response to the current situation and is implementing it. Show me, he says. Veth walks to the rear auxiliary panel, the panel on the port side of the engine compartment, third from the aft bulkhead, which Tomil has opened 11 times over 6 weeks because it is where the energy coupling diagnostic interface is located, and he was doing thorough diagnostic work because he is thorough, because he is meticulous, because he reads the documentation. Because he is operating at a cognitive level that is by every available measure substantially above the average of any species in this solar system, and opens it. Tomil knows this panel. He knows it the way you know something you have looked at 11 times with the focused attention of someone trying to solve a problem. Every interface, every relay, every sensor output in the standard configuration for this model series. He has looked at this panel in the early morning and in the late afternoon, and once at 2 in the morning on day 9 when he could not sleep, and decided that additional diagnostic review was a more productive use of the time than lying in the bunk being awake at a problem he could not solve. He knows this panel. The panel contains in the lower right corner a red button. The button is approximately 3 centimeters in diameter. It has a small label above it. The label says in standard technical notation, SFTY-RSD. Safety reset. It is recessed slightly from the panel's surface, which is the design feature that prevents it from being activated accidentally. It is behind a small transparent cover that hinges upward, which is the secondary design feature that prevents it from being activated accidentally. The cover is not locked. The cover has never been locked. The cover opens with the light pressure of a single finger, and has been openable with the light pressure of a single finger for the entire 6 weeks that Tomil has been opening this panel, looking at the diagnostic interface, and not pressing the red button because it is red and because red buttons on spacecraft mean something specific, and that specific thing is do not press this under normal circumstances. And he had assessed his circumstances as not normal, but as requiring technical intervention rather than the arbitrary pressing of a button he had not been instructed to press. He had assessed this 11 times. Veth lifts the cover with one finger. He presses the red button. The ship starts. Not gradually, not tentatively, not in the partial, apologetic way of a system coming back online after extensive damage. It starts the way a thing that was never broken starts, completely immediately all at once, every indicator moving from dark to lit in the single moment of a process executing correctly, the hum of the drives coming up through the floor at the frequency of a ship that is working as designed and has been ready to work as designed and has simply been waiting with the patient indifference of machinery for someone to press the button. Hyperdrive online. Navigation array online. Sublight engines online. Every system that has been dark or degraded or unavailable for 6 weeks, online, ready, nominal, cheerful in the specific way that functional machinery is cheerful, which is to say completely indifferent to the circumstances of its own non-use. Veth closes the transparent cover. He closes the panel. He picks up his tablet. He makes a note. He looks at Tomil with the mild, professional attention of a man checking whether the customer has further questions, which is the look of a man who has delivered this result before, and is waiting out the reaction with the patience of someone who has timed these reactions and knows how long they take. Tomil is looking at the panel. He's looking at the panel with the expression of a man who has just experienced the specific, total, cosmically complete irony of a situation that could not have been more perfectly constructed to be what it is if it had been engineered specifically for him. Which it was not, which is the worst part, because a bad joke requires intent and this requires none. This is just the universe operating on its normal principles with no interest in him at all, the button there for 6 weeks. The label there for 6 weeks, the transparent cover requiring one finger of pressure for 6 weeks, the appendix in the documentation he read on day 1. He read the documentation. He reads all documentation. He made a specific note to himself about reading the complete documentation. He's been right about everything else for 6 weeks.
The diamonds, the casino, the facility, the hold music, the access road on the other side of the field, the environmental footprint of the synthesizer, the font size in the rental agreement, write about everything, documented everything, 48 points across 8 subheadings. And the button has been here the entire time behind a transparent cover that opens with one finger and a label that says exactly what it is. He has a postcard and a rock and a notebook and a lemon bar container and a word his civilization lost. He has the canyon's 40 minutes and the capsule's 12 seconds, and Gary's 40% and Donna's second cup, already on the counter before he reached the door. He has 3 words he said yesterday that he has been thinking about since. He has all of it, everything this planet gave him that he did not plan to receive, and it is all traceable in a perfectly straight line, back to a red button he did not press. He stands at the panel in complete silence for a period of time that Veth, who has seen many reactions to the safety reset reveal and has developed a professional appreciation for the range of human and non-human response, will later describe to a colleague as the longest one I've had so far, and I've had some long ones. So, Tomil says finally, in a voice of absolute measured control that is doing the most demanding structural work of its entire existence, the ship has been operational. Since about 72 hours after landing, technically, Veth says. Once the coupling self-corrected, he checks his tablet with the efficiency of a man for whom this is a data point rather than an existential event. Day 4 or 5 roughly. Day 4 or 5. Day 4 or 5 of 42. 37 to 38 days during which the ship was operational, and he did not leave because he did not press a red button labeled SFTYRSD that is described in Appendix C of the documentation he read on day 1. He opens the complaint document. He deletes the existing title. He retypes it. Formal complaints Stellar Voyages Premier Craft Rental and Leisure Solutions, RE. Safety reset button documentation, appendix clarity, hold music duration, and 48 additional points of catastrophic operational failure. He looks at it. He adds point 49, which concerns the transparent cover on the safety reset button and its adequacy as a safety feature. The labeling conventions of Appendix C and their failure to communicate urgency to a person whose ship has just stopped working. And a formal recommendation that Appendix C be red-idled, read this now, or did your ship stop working? Start here, either of which would have been more useful than safety system's supplemental reference to a person who was, at the relevant moment, looking for solutions rather than supplemental references. He adds a second paragraph to point 49. The second paragraph acknowledges that he read Appendix C, that he reads all appendices, that he reads all documentation as a matter of principle, and that he does not have an explanation for how he missed the safety reset that he is prepared to commit to the record. The record will reflect only that he missed it, that this is noted, and that the fact that he missed it is, in the overall accounting, the company's fault for putting it in an appendix. He reads this back. He leaves it. He closes the document. Veth is watching him with the expression of someone who has fixed the ship and is now observing the secondary phenomenon of the customer, which he has seen before and which he is waiting out with the professional patience of a man who has somewhere to be, but understands that this part of the job has its own timeline and cannot be rushed. Is there anything else? Veth says. Tomil looks at him. He looks at the panel. He looks at the ship that is running, fully, completely, with the cheerful indifference of machinery that was always fine and is only now being asked to demonstrate it. He looks at Veth, who fixed it in 4 minutes and 43 seconds by pressing a button, and who is standing here with his diagnostic case and his tablet and his complete professional total absence of appreciation for the scale of what has just occurred, which is either the most infuriating thing about him or the most correct thing, and Tomil has not decided which, and suspects he is not going to decide before Veth leaves. No, he says. There is nothing else. Veth nods. He picks up his case. He walks to the ramp. He stops. He turns back, with the slight additional attention of someone who has just remembered something that is logistical rather than sympathetic. Oh, one thing, he says. You'll want to file a trip report with the company. The safety lockout means the ship's black box has a record of the anomalous landing, and if you don't file a report explaining the circumstances, they'll charge you for the days the ship was grounded under the non-operation clause. He consults his tablet. 6 weeks at the daily non-operation rate, that be, let's see, he names a number. The number is significant. Tomil looks at him. He looks at the number. He breathes in. He breathes out slowly, in the manner of someone performing a controlled release of something that would otherwise require a much larger and less controlled response. He says very carefully, will be filing a report.
Great, Veth says in the tone of someone for whom this resolves the item. He descends the ramp. He crosses the field to his service vehicle without looking back. At the pace he does everything allocated, even the pace of a man going from one job to the next, for whom this field and this ship and this customer are already becoming the previous callout. The vehicle lifts off. It moves away across the afternoon sky with the unhurried competence of something that has done its job and is going somewhere else to do the next one. Tomil stands at the top of the ramp of his fully operational rental ship and watches it go. Then he goes inside. He sits in the pilot's chair. He looks at the console, all lights green, all systems nominal. The hyperdrive at ready with the patient availability of something that has been ready for 37 days and has not been asked to do anything and has no feelings about this whatsoever. He opens his log. He opens a new entry. He sits with the cursor blinking for a long moment that he does not rush. He writes the ship was fixed. It took 4 minutes and 43 seconds. The method was pressing a red button labeled SFTYRST in the rear auxiliary panel, port side engine compartment. The button is described in Appendix C of the technical documentation. I read Appendix C. I have no explanation for this that I am willing to commit to the record. The record will reflect only that the button was pressed by the technician, and the ship is now operational, and I am prepared to depart. He pauses. He looks at the forward viewport, at the field, at the landing gear impression in the vegetation, at the town in the middle distance under the afternoon sky, at the road that runs southwest toward a 2-lane road with a gas station on it where a woman is behind the counter finishing out her Tuesday. He writes one more line. I am not departing immediately. He closes the log. He sits in the operational, fully ready to leave ship for a moment with that line and what it means and what it has always meant and what he is going to do about it, which he already knows, which he has known since yesterday morning when he said 2 words in a doorway and meant them more completely than he expected. He gets up. He puts his jacket on. He descends the ramp. He walks across the field toward town, in the same direction he has been walking for 6 weeks, in the afternoon light that is the good color it always is at this hour, and his internal monologue is doing what it has been doing more and more as the weeks have gone by, observing things without immediately categorizing them, looking before filing, which is a small change and the most significant one. Behind him, on the ship he is temporarily not departing, the complaint document sits open on the console with 49 points across 9 subheadings, the cursor blinking after the last line of point 49, ready for point 50 if he thinks of one. He probably will. He usually does. The field is quiet. The landing gear impression is there. The sky is the sky. Velith Prime is not visible from here, which is fine. He walks toward the gas station. He has a story to start telling. 3 weeks after Tomil's departure, the guest book entry is read by a retired couple from Ohio who will sit with it until past midnight. 6 months after his departure, Gary's podcast episode, My Airborne Guest Updated, will reach 412 listeners, most of whom find it inexplicably moving without being able to say why. 8 months after his departure, Agent Reyes will close the incident file on the restroom disappearance as unresolved and will add it. In the private mental category she maintains for things she has not finished thinking about, next to the quantum research and 3 other cases she intends to return to. 1 year after his departure, a small package will arrive at the gas station on the 2-lane road, addressed in handwriting that is precise and slightly unusual, containing a postcard, not the Grand Canyon, a different planet entirely, somewhere with rings visible in the daytime sky and geology that makes the canyon look recent, and on the back in the same handwriting 4 words, how it goes. O.T. Donna reads it twice. She puts it against the coffee machine. She goes back to work.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share.